Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1451 Key Driver. I know what you all are thinking, Ves addressed the stunned crowd. We third-raters will never be able to reach Master. It's pointless to set unattainable goals for ourselves. Friday men and Hexer mech designers enjoy too much of an advantage on this front. All of this is correct. Yet even if that is true, so what? His amplified words echoed across the entire auditorium. Whatever the attending students expected to hear, this was nothing like they had ever heard before. Not a single guest lecturer ever approached their presentation from this direction. Mech designers are capable of achieving the impossible. Ves spoke. It is the reason for our existence. When have we ever given up and surrendered to the prevailing odds? A sense of rebellion grew in the hearts of the Rawlings students. Those of you who were brave enough to raise your hands, I salute you. Your courage and conviction is admirable. As for those who didn't raise your hands, do you think my disappointment in you is justified? Although the pressure that Ves emanated made it difficult for the audience to speak out against him, the seniors among the professors were made of sterner stuff. One of the older figures stood up, drawing some of the crowd's attention away from Ves. Mr. Larkinson, though we respect your opinion, the mech industry is inherently shaped like a pyramid. For every master in the star sector, there are countless lesser mech designers who have been left in the dust. It is not responsible for you to paint an overly rosy picture of how likely our students are able to advance to master. Ves held back the snarky retort that bubbled within his mind. He was not facing a heckler who wanted to spoil his moment. The professor merely expressed genuine concern that Ves was distorting the perspectives of his students. It would do no good to convince the Rawlings students that they were all destined to reach master. A noticeable pause ensued as Ves formed a more respectful response. This was not the time to wag his inner devil tongue. Professor, I understand your sentiment. However, please consider the other side of the coin. Is it really so bad to aim for the top? When you set an impossible goal but failed to meet it, will you truly be considered a failure? You were one of those who didn't raise your hand, right? Correct. I know my limitations. At my advanced age, the gap to master is still too vast. Senior is the extent of what I can achieve in my lifetime. Ves nodded. You are old. You don't have much time left to overcome the challenges standing in the way for you to reach the next rank. But what about when you were young? Did you imagine yourself that you'd become a senior when you just finished your graduation? Back then I was a lot more hopeful, the professor admitted. I have to admit that I'd probably be among the students who raised their hands if I was a century younger. Good. That's good. You had ambition back then. Think about what you thought back then and what you managed to achieve up to today. Are you disappointed at the progress you've made over your career? The professor instantly answered with conviction. No. I'm proud of what I've accomplished. I may not have what it takes to become a master, but I am more than satisfied with reaching the height of senior. It is more than what many of my former classmates achieved. This is my point. Ves grinned at the audience. Setting an impossibly high goal for yourselves is not always a bad thing, especially for mech designers like us. Normally, people are advised to set achievable goals. That doesn't work for us. We are mech designers. The best of us have never abided by existing limitations. Even if each and every one of you who raised your hands have been unable to reach your lofty goals like the professor here, is it really so bad if the journey you've gone through has already brought you further than you ever imagined? More and more of the crowd began to become illuminated to the point that Ves tried to make. Ambition. Ambition is the key driver of every profession. It is even more important to mech designers because only driven mech designers are worthy mech designers. The market does not accommodate average mech designers who are too timid to publish a mech that deviates from the existing products in the markets. Though VS had not cleared the topic of ambition with Professor Nexi for his guest lecture, he really wanted to address it first. This was because ambition formed the foundation of his principles. VS raised his arms and snapped his fingers. The main projection that depicted moody scenes of war instantly shifted to depict inspirational scenes of masters presenting their greatest works. Achieving the impossible. Breaking the rules. Conjuring miracles. Masters were some of the most amazing mech designers in the galaxy. Only star designers had the right to stand above them, but even VS did not dare to dangle the dream of reaching the very top of the mech community to the Rawlings students. Nonetheless, to everyone living in the Komodo star sector, to become a master was to fulfill the ultimate dream that every mech designer harbored in their hearts. Some just entertained it a bit more openly than others. Although it's a cheesy saying, I will say it nonetheless. The journey is more important than the destination. It's fine if 100 years later your career ends at senior, journeyman, or even apprentice. This is because if you have earnestly tried to follow your ambitions, you have squeezed out every bit of potential that is present in your bodies and minds. VS stoked every student's aspirations with his inspiring words. Though his starting direction confused them a bit, now his words truly made sense. This was what he believed. As long as mech designers pursued their ambitions, they would be able to reach the utmost of what they were capable of. Perhaps one of two of the students here might be able to break the seemingly impassable ceiling and become the first mech designer of the Sentinel Kingdom to advance to master. Once VS provided enough time for every student to process the implications of his words, he chopped his arm, causing the main projection behind him to disappear. Ambition is important, but realizing all of your potential is harder than it sounds. The guest lecture took a sober turn now that VS no longer attempted to steer the moods of his audience with any footage. It was just him and his words right now. Some of you want to become an independent mech designer. How great is it to set your own agenda, decide the direction of your own design projects, and earn most of the proceeds of the sales of your own mechs? Every mech designer aspired to start their own mech companies due to these exact same reasons. It also helped that independent mech designers also enjoyed the most regard in the mech community. It's a big step to take. Despite my earlier words, don't be too reckless and pile yourself up with debt in an attempt to found a successful mech company. There are multiple ways to realize your potential. I've met many mech designers who worked for the military or other organizations who have achieved just as much as those who struck out on their own. If VS didn't mention these words, Professor Nexi would probably be pissed at him for encouraging a lot of overeager students into starting their own businesses. No matter their ambitions, most simply didn't have the capability to succeed in their ventures. However, right now, VS focused on those who both aspired to become an entrepreneur and had the means to go through with their plans. As for those who want to become the founder of a thriving mech company, your path is the hardest but arguably also the most rewarding one to follow. Whether it is the correct decision for you to invest so much time, effort, and money into founding a new mech company, that is up to you. I would merely like to elaborate a bit on the many challenges you'll face when you start off on your own. He began to explain the common problems facing every mech designer who wanted to compete in the market. He explained the difficulty of competing in an oversaturated mech market where the products designed by journeymen and seniors outright crush their pathetic first mech designs in both performance and value. With so many superior mech models for sale, why do you think you deserve a place in the market? You're in your 20s. Perhaps younger if you're some kind of genius. Even then, no matter how brilliant you are in your studies, what gives you the right to convince some of the buyers in the market to opt for your early, poorly designed mechs? The question echoed across the entire auditorium. A professor couldn't take it any longer and stood up. Our younger generation of mech designers represents the future of our mech industry. They deserve an opportunity to spread their wings. That is a societal benefit, but is it in the interest of the people who make use of mechs to opt for primitive products over more refined and better designed alternatives? The professor wasn't stupid. He responded with the right answer. If mech designers aren't able to match the quality outputted by the market leaders, then they are still able to find a place in the market by pricing their products lower. I agree. Ves nodded with a smile. This is what I did when I started out as well. Just like any other new entrant in the market, I started off with selling variants of existing mech designs. While the quality of my products is far from impressive, I nonetheless managed to keep my head above the water by pricing them low enough that at least a small portion of customers think they are getting a good deal. The audience did not appear very impressed with such a humble start. Trying to compete by price did not sound as exciting as trying to compete over the features of their mechs. Ves deliberately lifted his gaze towards the audience and scoffed. Do you think that the independents among you won't start out like this? I'll be honest. The earliest mechs I've sold are rip-offs of dubious value to the mech market. However, I'm not ashamed. This is what I had to do to survive the early days. As he silently tried to gauge the mood of the audience, he still detected too much complacency among the students. No wonder Professor Nexi mentioned that too many Rawlings graduates failed when they attempted to start their own businesses. I'm sure that some of you think you have your future all lined up for you. He spoke. How many of you are nobles? A considerable amount of hands rose up. While they only represented a small fraction of the total amount of students attending his guest lecture, they also had the highest proportion of mech designers aspiring to start their own business. In truth, the mech company they planned to found in the future would be mostly owned by their noble houses instead of themselves. To the established aristocratic order, adding a successful mech company to their portfolio was a great way to expand their earnings, influence, and internal production capabilities. I don't have the statistics on hand, but in the Sentinel Kingdom, how many of you noblemen mech designers actually succeed in founding a successful and profitable mech enterprise? The answer was not much. Despite the considerable amount of investment poured into the startups of these noble scions, in the majority of the cases, they still failed. This was a huge problem that not only plagued the noble students at Rawlings, but all the other mech design universities in the Sentinel Kingdom and in other states. Just because someone was born with a silver spoon in their mouth didn't mean they were better than someone who was born with a regular spoon in their mouth. The more fortunate mech designers just enjoyed more allowances for failure. Chapter 1452 Dismal Survival Rate. To be honest, Ves did not possess that much exposure with regards to the running of other mech companies. He only vaguely kept track of the rise and fall of the ventures of other mech designers when he spent some time on an industry news portal. What he was teaching right now to the Rawlings mech design students ought to be part of the business's courses in their curriculum. However, even if they already learned these lessons in class, Ves believed that it might be different when it came from the mouth of someone who recently went through the startup process. Starting a mech company to compete in a market environment that is already flooded with the products you want to introduce is difficult. Immensely difficult. Ves smacked his hand against his palm in emphasis. The basic question that should be roiling in your heads as you invest a fortune in a mech workshop or a larger production facility is what value you are bringing to the table. What distinguishes your mechs from the mechs designed by people who are older, more skilled, more experienced, more famed, and more entrenched in the market? Some of the students began to absorb his words. They were getting absorbed in his train of thought. However, many others still remained unaffected. The lesson wasn't catching on to them, either because they had no intention of going independent, or they possessed too much confidence in their abilities. Evidently, VS had to work harder to pop the bubbles surrounding the latter group of students. In the mech market, the bigger fish such as the journeymen, seniors, and the huge transgalactic enterprises already capture the bulk of each product segment. The good news is that novices and apprentices are still able to earn a decent living between the cracks. The bad news is that the amount of novices and apprentices competing over these tiny spaces in the market is enough to form a new black hole. Can you imagine such a sight? The strange analogy sure caught the attention of a few more students. Maybe I should put it in clearer terms. Imagine a round pie where a dozen seniors each divide the cake equally between each other. They've cut the cake so well that only crumbs are left behind. Now imagine you, the other students in this hall, and multiply that by 1,000 fighting over the crumbs that can barely fill your belly, let alone stimulate your taste buds. Does that sound great to you? Does that seem easy to you? The gravity of the dire situation of startups became more evident when put in this way. VS smirked. Certainly, the crumbs of the pie is actually enough to sustain plenty of mech companies during their startup stages, but there is only so much hunger they can sate. Imagine all of you Rawlings students competing over a single crumb. Who gets to decide which mech designer gets to pop this crumb in their mouth? He pointed at a random mech designer. You. He shifted his finger towards another mech designer. Or you? He let out a laugh. The mech market isn't a lottery. Relying on random chance won't secure a place in the market for you and your business venture. You have to fight for it. Now, some of you may think that you are beyond such concerns because you enjoy advantages that others don't. Perhaps your family or noble house is willing to dump a lot of money on you. Perhaps you have a generous mentor who is willing to prop you up. Quite a number of mech designers nodded as they did indeed enjoy certain advantages. Well, while enjoying solid backing guarantees that you can get a foot in the door, entering the building is another matter. The inside of the building is already bursting with other mech designers, and it is extremely selective of which mech designer is allowed to enter. Backing means nothing if your products and your mech design abilities are merely average. For emphasis, VS raised his hands. The main projection came to life again. Unlike the vivid footage from before, now the projection depicted several choice statistics in the form of giant graphs and tables. Every mech designer was versed in statistics. They each took in the statistics and grimaced. This was because VS chose to project the figures of the survival rate of mech company startups in the Sentinel Kingdom in the last couple of decades. Not only that, but he even chose to depict a graph that displayed the success rate of mech companies founded by mech designers of different backgrounds. All of the figures were abysmally low and all of them reached the single percentages. The other notable finding of this graph was that the background didn't matter. Mech designers with an ordinarily middle-class commoner upbringing succeeded just as much as those born with silver spoons in their mouths. While there were some mild variations in the success rate of each different category of mech designers, the differences weren't statistically significant. I'm not sure whether your teachers have shown you this graph before, but I'm showing you this now because these are the results of your predecessors. Many of them were like you, confident and conceited in the belief that you are special and that you will definitely succeed where others have failed. While confidence is important in pursuing your ambition, never think that successful mech designers are exempt from failure. Which senior or master haven't suffered major setbacks in their careers? He swept his hand specifically towards the professors sitting in the front, causing some of them to color a bit. Nonetheless, those like Professor Nexi who had been through many experiences in their lives took the renewed attention in stride. This was because VS was right. Every senior went through at least one major setback, and often more. This is the nature of our profession and the nature of the business environment we live in. The market for mechs is humongous and enormously lucrative. Yet all of the money circulating in our industry has brought out the highest degree of competitiveness of all of the existing players in the market. New entrants in the market such as you won't fare well if you underestimate the competition and overestimate your own capabilities. One particular student managed to summon up enough resistance to raise his hand. "Mr. Larkinson," the young man interrupted Ves. "Why do you keep talking us down? Do your earlier words about setting impossible goals mean nothing?" Ves applauded at the man. "Good question. I don't have the habit of contradicting myself. I mean, what I say in my earlier lesson to you is still valid. While ambition is important to bring out the best in us, self-assessment is arguably even more important. The former deals with your aspirations of the future, while the latter is relevant to what you can do in the present." "What do you mean exactly?" "What a mech designer achieves in the future, and what they are able to do in the present differs immensely." Ves spoke calmly. "The challenge to each and every one of you is how well you can bridge this gap. No amount of wishful thinking will allow you to magically overcome the obstacles in the way. It takes an honest assessment of your options and capabilities as well as realistic decision-making to achieve significant progress. This is the quality that most mech designers lack when their startups falter." The student who spoke up had sat down by now. He and everyone else followed his train of thought. "As the graphs behind me show, the commoners among you have just as much chance to succeed than the more fortunate sons and daughters among you. In my opinion, this is because of two reasons." He raised one finger. "First, the independent mech designers with a common background are only able to attract investment because they set a bold vision and have the competence to back up their ambitions. They also know that they are good enough to compete over the less fought niches in the market and go through with taking risks in the belief that their mech company can succeed." He raised another finger. "Second, the independents among you with access to easy money and powerful backing frankly overestimate the role these advantages grant you. All the money and connections in Sentinel won't help you sell more mechs if you suck. Forget your pride and birthright for a moment, and make an honest assessment of yourselves. If you aren't ranking in the top of your classes, what makes you think you will make it past the stupendously high cutoff point of the brutal mech market where you are competing against mech designers who are vastly more competent than your classmates?" The mech market wasn't fair. Huge transgalactic enterprises headquartered in the Galactic Center regularly publish stupendously optimized and nearly flawless mech designs that capture the bulk of the galactic mech market. The smaller the mech designer, the less chances they had to survive on their own. The true worth of a mech designer is locked within yourselves. Ves tapped the side of his head with his finger. Your design abilities are the basic foundation that determines your right to capture one of the crumbs of the pie. Ves then swept his hand up in the air. "However, this is not enough. It is not enough to be decently good at designing mechs. You also have to present something of value to the mech market. This is where the ambition I spoke about earlier comes in. Maintaining a foothold in the market requires you to prove that your mechs are sufficiently different from the competition. If you fail to differentiate, then what gives you the right to capture the market share claimed by more established rivals? As long as they can do the same as you do but 10 times better, there is no reason for your mech companies to exist." Ves gestured towards one of the professors who spoke out earlier during the guest lecture. "One of your teachers mentioned that competing by price is a valid way of surviving in the mech market. But that is barely enough for you to maintain a meager and barely profitable existence. I don't think any of you with aspirants to become independent are okay with settling for a marginal existence. To grow your mech company and attract more sales, differentiation is the key. Only by releasing unique products that showcase your distinct specialties will you be able to get past the startup stage and become a major force in the market." His words tied into the subject of ambition that Ves brought up earlier. Boring ideas won't cut it in the mech market. The mech market is already filled with mechs designed in the lines of almost every standard design philosophy out there. This is why it is important to be bold and ambitious in setting your goals. Only by developing a novel, exciting design philosophy will you be able to justify why you deserve a place in the market. Competing over price was a dead end as far as Ves was concerned. Of course, this is easier said than done. Some of you have the capability to do well, but not the ambition to guide your growth. Others have the ambition, but not the capability. If they fail to assess themselves honestly, they will just join one of the many failures projected onto this graph. As for those who possess either the capability or the ambition, I'm sure they know themselves well enough that they have no place on the market. This was why it was important for the students to reflect on themselves before they embarked on life-changing career decisions. Ves could tell that his words had truly caught on by now. A lot more mech designers began to fall into thought as his lesson encouraged them to look at themselves. Not everyone liked what they saw. Chapter 1453 Career Options. Ves structured his lecture to achieve several goals. Alongside hitting the points that Professor Nexi wanted him to address, he also snuck in another objective. Right now, he was slowly building up to that point. The market isn't fair and so isn't life. Ves continued his lecture. To become an independent is not the best solution for everyone. The risks are too high and so is the price. Becoming a dependent may not be the most prestigious direction you can take in your career, but plenty of masters have emerged after building up their competences by working for the military or a great mech company. Ves waved his hand, causing the statistics projected above him to disappear. The reason why I hammer the need to assess your strengths and weaknesses is because only by knowing where you stand will you know what you need to stand on your own. If you blindly proceed to start your own business without knowing you are bad at mechanics, for example, all of your mechs will be far too shoddily put together to be worth purchasing. He had witnessed far too many marginal mech designers who barely eke out an existence from a single mech workshop. He did not want the students here to enter the market with hopeful ideas, only to end up as a zombie in the brutal mech industry. Cherish your time at Rawlings. You only have a set amount of years to build up your foundation. The competences you acquire during your studies here determine the starting point of your career in the mech industry. Now, those of you who have done well and are capable of doing more won't have anything to worry about. As for those of you with average grades, I'm sorry, but you just won't cut it if you start off on your own. The difference between you and those with better results is that the latter is much more capable of differentiating their products. When Ves tied the academic results of the students to the chances of succeeding in becoming an independent, he brought the lesson much closer to home. While the academic workload of Rawlings was quite high compared to more standard mech universities, most students were able to keep up due to passing through the strict selection process. Yet keeping up was not the same as excelling in their studies. Only a portion of them truly took to their courses like fish to water. For everyone else, achieving higher than average grades was already a win in their books. However, in the majority of the cases, the level of determination and learning ability demonstrated by the average students simply didn't cut it. When they finally tried to make something of themselves in the mech market, they would probably wish they exhibited a lot more drive and urgency in making the best of their time at Rawlings. As Ves kept painting a bleaker picture with his words, he finally offered a form of salvation. This is not the end, though. Far from it. Mech designers are needed everywhere. Rawlings students such as you are unlikely to be demoted to fabricators, repairers, or any of the other side professions related to mechs. The government, military, and existing mech companies all have a need for diligent mech designers who can dutifully fill up their design teams. Numerous Rawlings students definitely appeared to be considering their plans. Ves had managed to convince at least some of his audience to reconsider their ill-thought plans to start their own mech companies. He smiled. Is becoming an independent the end of a mech designer's career path? Far from it. There is nothing wrong with borrowing the strength of a stronger employer to overcome your shortcomings. The only thing you need to take into account is that you only have so much time to progress and make something of yourself. A mech designer could never have enough time. From what I've found out, the employment prospects of Rawlings graduates is excellent. The reputation of your school is deservingly high, and each of you who pass all of your courses are well prepared to perform all kinds of starter work. As long as your academic record is decent, I'm sure you can choose between plenty of employers, all of which offer different conditions and incentives for you to join. Ves paced around the podium. However, the question here is which employer is the best. The military is often seen as the best employer because they provide a lot of support. However, they only employ the best, so it is not that easy to enter their circle. It's easier to join one of the many mech companies looking to bolster their design teams, but this is where you need to set your priorities straight. He stopped pacing and faced the center of the audience in a dramatic turn. Do you cherish and continue to pursue your lofty ambitions, or do you just want a stable, well-paying job? Silence stretched as Ves fell silent for a moment. Who would want to admit they counted among the latter? Many Rawlings students developed considerable egos due to the prestige of their school. From my observation and experiences of other mech companies, they always drive a hard bargain. He grinned. Let me tell you about one of the unspoken rules of the mech industry. The lead designers, who are mostly the bosses to these companies, don't want their subordinate mech designers to get too uppity. That sounded very odd. In order for a subordinate to become useful, they have to develop a lot of skills and improve their overall design abilities. However, they don't want you to become too good, because you'll eventually quit and take away all of the skills that the mech company has invested in you. Sure, the contracts you sign will most likely compel you to pay your former employers a share of the profits of your new business ventures, but it is still a wasteful event in their eyes. As a business owner, Ves had long grappled about this subject himself. From his standpoint, the most useful design team consisted of subordinates who worked for him long enough to be able to complement his design style. Such a good design team did not appear when Ves threw a bunch of random graduates together. It took years of training, guidance, and indoctrination in order to mold a design team in his desired shape. If Ves poured years of effort and investment in molding a subordinate mech designer into his ideal shape, only for the ungrateful fellow to submit his resignation in order to leverage his improved skills into starting his own business, then Ves would have egg on his face. Nonetheless, even if mech designers don't want you to facilitate all of your learning and progression goals, this is incredibly important. Just because you have your school doesn't mean your learning has ended. In fact, it has just begun. The gap between a new entrant in the job market and the top mech designers in the industry is immense, and the most pivotal difference is the humongous gap in skills and knowledge. He thought back on what he experienced when he'd been assigned to serve as a liaison between the Mech Corps and the Caternatus group. Witnessing the circumstances of the low-ranking mech designers that made up their design teams was a real eye-opener to him that continued to guide his own thoughts on the matter. Forget the salary. Forget the vacation days. Forget the working hours. If you want to earn an easy living off the skills and knowledge you've acquired at Rawlings or enjoy a pleasant work-life balance, then go ahead and negotiate on those terms. He chuckled. As for the future mech designers among you who don't want to give up on your ambitions and are willing to work hard enough to realize them, then make sure you negotiate the right employment contract. Rather than maximize your present gains, instead focus your efforts on securing your future. He noted that a lot of students became confused as they failed to follow his train of thought. Evidently, Rawlings hadn't provided them with sufficient career guidance. Then again, he couldn't blame the school for doing so. Rawlings already had its hands full teaching more essential subjects. Career guidance always played second fiddle to more important priorities. Both the schools and their students tended to treat career orientation as an afterthought. Each of you possess value, though the exact amount varies according to your results and your competences. Regardless, employers of mech designers like myself are willing to pay you to borrow your abilities. We're even willing to invest in you so that you become more useful to us, and this is the key to reaching your ambitions. Negotiating additional training in the skills you need to become a mech designer to be reckoned with is your #1 priority. Every Rawlings student was already set for life when they graduated. But a comfortable life as a professional was not enough to those who possessed greater ambitions. The learning doesn't end when you graduate, he repeated. Especially not in the cases of science and engineering-based professions such as ours. Not only do you have to keep up with current developments, you also have to go beyond and build up your skills and knowledge base. Only then will you be able to increase your value to the point where your future truly opens up. Ves swept his arm across the entire audience, as if he conjured a dream. Your future matters. Each of you wants to obtain the opportunity to design your own mechs. Don't deny it. It's what you are all here for. Reality and circumstances may prevent you from realizing this desire, but that does not mean you are forever deprived of the opportunity once you graduate. Keep learning. Keep improving. Keep accumulating experience. If you work hard enough, you will get there. Another pause stretched on as Ves momentarily halted. Someone eventually raised his hand. Which employers are the best? Ah, the question that Ves had been waiting for. Great question. It depends on your value and your demands. Some employers are a bit more generous when it comes to training their subordinates than others. The higher your value, better the conditions. If you're not as good, I think you'll have to search harder to get what you need, but I don't think any graduate from Rawlings will encounter much hindrance on this end. This is an advantage you all share. Just like Ansel back at the Bright Republic, the academic standard of Rawlings was a lot more rigorous than usual. Their graduates started off with a better footing than those who emerged from less prestigious institutions. Some mech companies and lead designers are more accommodating than others in enabling you to pursue your ambitions. I've witnessed some scummy circumstances where the members of a design team are deprived of their opportunities to improve the abilities they need to transition to a better career track. Don't work for these employers if you want to reach the top of our profession. During your negotiations, be exacting on the terms related to your training. Be willing to give ground on other terms if necessary. As Ves elaborated on the terms that mech designers ought to value more or less, the overall thread of his lesson became clear. If mech designers wanted to pursue their ambition, then they had to be willing to sacrifice present gains for future benefits. Ves did add a caveat to his advice. Make no mistake. There is always a price. Nothing comes for free. Relative to industry standards, your pay will suck. Your working hours will be long. Your employer will demand higher quality results from you. You'll have to abide by all kinds of burdensome conditions once you leave your employer. However, as long as these sacrifices bring you closer to fulfilling your ambitions, then it is worth it. Gaining the opportunity to advance to senior in your lifetime is worth it even if you are contractually obliged to pay 10% of your profits to your former employers. The choices he put forward caused a lot of students to consider or reconsider their future careers. Were they following the right trajectory? No one who harbored ambition settled for mediocrity. Each of these dreamers were willing to make sacrifices to obtain a chance to achieve greatness. Ves grinned. He could sense the unwillingness within the troubled expressions of the audience. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Chapter 1454 A Great Employer. Ves always equated teaching to indoctrination. As long as a teacher commanded attention and maintained the illusion that he knew what he was talking about, he could shovel all kinds of nonsense into the minds of his unwitting pupils. He had the entire auditorium eating from the palm of his hand. His unwavering confidence, his imposing attire, his impressive record, and his deliberative verbal manipulations all caused him to come across an authority figure. He momentarily indulged in his successful attempt at entrancing the auditorium filled with thousands of enraptured students. He had the feeling he could abuse his power over them to a much greater extent. Of course, Ves would never pull off something so egregious at a friendly venue. The professors sitting at the front still maintained sufficient awareness. They would never allow him to indoctrinate the Rawlings students with impunity. The contract he signed with Rawlings already laid out what he was permitted to say or not. He abided by a lot of limitations and surrendered many other rights as well. Yet the reason he gave so much ground on so many terms for his guest lecture was because he pursued a very specific aim. He wanted to gain the permission to talk about something very specific. Though Rawlings almost cancelled his guest lecture due to this demand, Professor Nexi eventually allowed it as long as Ves did not go overboard. Seeing that he sufficiently primed his audience, he began to make his appeal. Speaking of employment opportunities, let me tell you what my mech company has to offer. He snapped his fingers, causing the central projection to come alive again. The logo of the LMC hovered majestically over his head. The projection then switched to various depictions of his original mech models. Though their projection forms failed to convey the full might of their auras, a pale shadow of it still went through. Ves gradually raised the spiritual barrier over his overcoat in order to reduce Zygra's overpowering aura. At least a few of the more sensitive people in the crowd sensed a hint of the charm in the mechs projected in the auditorium. Their interest in the LMC visibly increased. The Living Mech Corporation is a young but successful mech company based in the Bright Republic. I founded it in the belief that there is demand for mechs that are more than just commodities. Our motto reflects my design philosophy. The main projection shifted to footage of Janzi's amazing performance during the product reveal of his Aurora Titan. As her dazzling performance and the shield of Samar's flickering of force resonance played out in its full, edited glory, his iconic phrase faded into view. Living Mechs. Partners for life. Our mechs are designed to put the needs of the mech pilot central. I believe that the best mechs are those that enable their users to bring out the utmost of their piloting ability in the cockpit. The projection shifted to depicting scenes of archival battle footage. The crowd began to be subjected to snapshots of battles where his Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, and Aurora Titans played the leading role in the engagements. Each instance, his mechs played a pivotal role in the battles. Ves smiled. If you want to become a part of our team and help us propagate our vision for mechs, then consider applying to the LMC. You'll be working directly under me in a new, exciting environment, away from the boundaries and strictures of the Sentinel Kingdom. He had to be careful not to criticize the Sentinel Kingdom. The Sentinels possess a lot of pride in their state, and for good reason. Sentinel wasn't the strongest third-rate state in the Komodo Star sector for nothing. What I said earlier applies here as well. As long as you possess some value, I won't be parsimonious with you. Not only will you have the opportunity to benefit from my wisdom and guidance, but you will also have access to our growing internal library of textbooks and other learning resources. I have no use for mech designers who can only count to 10. The greater your abilities, the more rewarding it is for you to work in our design team. A student at the back of the auditorium stood up and raised her hand. Mr. Larkinson, what if we decide to part ways? You're free to go. It's as simple as that. Ves casually waved his hand as if it was no big deal. I do have to add that you'll have to abide by the industry standard conventions regarding trade secrets, and sharing a portion of the proceeds of your earnings when you leave my employment. A lot of people frowned when they heard the latter term again. No one wanted to add on an extra tax to their future earnings. Ves crossed his arms. I know that passing on a portion of your earnings to your former employer doesn't sound very pleasant, but all of these terms are negotiable. In truth, I don't want your money. The main reason why this industry standard is in place is because I really don't want you to go. If you are worth it, I will do my best to offer you incentives to stay in my design team. What kind of incentives are you talking about? It could be anything. If you take my advice seriously and prioritize your progression, then I'm very willing to mentor you. Don't think lightly of this opportunity. I've already mentored a young mech designer before, and she has shaped up to become a very talented mech designer with a bright future ahead of her. If you are willing to trust me to guide your development, I promise you that you'll be in the right hands. A lot of students started to rouse from their enthrallment. Almost no one seriously desired to work for VS. Leaving their friends, families, and the Sentinel Kingdom behind to work for a foreigner in a very foreign state did not appeal to most Rawlings students. In addition, citizens of the Sentinel Kingdom had to pass through a lot of bureaucratic hurdles in order to gain permission to work abroad. Though VS could smooth over most of the hurdles, there was no way that the Sentinel Kingdom would allow him to poach the most promising new Sentinel mech designers. Even so, VS still wanted to cast his hook and see what kind of fish he could manage to reel in. Though most of the students here still required a few years of study to graduate, this was exactly why he wanted to make his offer at this time. Most students were still available. By the time a class of students graduated, his competitors would have already snapped the talents up. Only middling performers who failed to attract the interests of the recruiters on the campus were still available. While VS figured he could surreptitiously augment their performance by sneaking some attribute candies in their diet, that was way too dangerous. If his entire design team suddenly turned to geniuses when they came under his care, then he would doubtlessly attract a lot of unwelcome attention. In addition, the awry separation of Carlos from the LMC soured VS to the idea of investing his valuable attribute candies to other people under his employ. While he was willing to hand them out to the people he could depend upon, the circle of people he could trust was depressingly small. Aside from his family and his kinner bondsmen, there were not a lot of people left who he was willing to empower with this incredibly valuable reward. Even if the attribute candies only cost a few thousand DP each, their actual value in the Komodo Star sector was priceless. No. If his subordinates wanted to augment their attributes, then VS would pay for genetic treatments. Although this method of augmentation always came with personality changes and other unpleasant side effects, it was the prevailing norm within the industry and high society. An interested student raised her hand. Sir, what are your policies on self-designed mechs? Will you allow us to publish our own designs? I have different accommodations for that. Unlike other employers, I won't completely prohibit you from publishing your own mech designs that you have developed in your own time. However, I do have some conditions. He patiently began to answer some of the common questions from the interested students. Though only a tiny fraction of his audience were interested to begin with, this still amounted to dozens of future mech designers. VS happily engaged with the audience and tried to present himself and the LMC as an exciting alternative to the existing employment opportunities in the Sentinel Kingdom. Rawlings graduates never had to struggle too much to obtain respectable employment. However, the accommodations he made were very generous. Only a small number of mech companies could match the rewards he had to offer. With respect, Mr. Larkinson, while all of this sounds great, what do you want in return? Someone asked. Besides doing our jobs. Someone finally caught up that VS wasn't being so generous without cause. The entire reason why he threw in such juicy bait was because he insisted on a very important demand. Nothing comes for free, he responded, hammering home the lesson. In exchange for all of the generosity that the LMC is willing to provide, you will have to agree to fixed employment terms, for example 5 or 10 years. This isn't that unusual in the mech industry, and many empty-enforced contracts include such clauses. You are still free to quit, but you'll have to pay a heavy penalty if you quit before your term ends. I don't want all of my mech designers to quit abruptly. When you sign up to the LMC, you're in it for at least an entire tour. No less. Though this demand was one of the more stringent ones in a mech designer employment contract, it wasn't a big deal if VS abided by his promises to assist in the training and development of his subordinates. "Is that all, sir?" VS shook his head. "There is also something else. I'll be splitting up my subordinate mech designers in two distinct groups. One group is subject to less stringent restrictions but also won't receive as much guidance and investment from me. Another group is open to those who are willing to stick with my company, and I will receive a lot more benefits. However, the biggest price you'll have to pay is to promise to stick with me regardless where I go. If I relocate to the hexadric hegemony for any reason, you'll have to go with me. If I move to an entirely different star sector, you'll be obliged to follow me around." VS needed to cultivate a team of dedicated mech designers. In preparation for his grand expedition, he wanted to bring at least a basic team of mech designers who he could trust and who were willing to stick with him through thick and thin. While he could just as easily coordinate his design projects with design teams based at the mech nursery, VS did not wish to perform his most delicate design work via remote. Though the grand expedition was still around a decade away, VS had to lay the groundwork right away. The sooner he formed a dedicated team of mech designers who were willing to uproot their entire families and accompany him on his grand expedition, the more productive the team would be. Trying to set up a team of loyalist mech designers on the go was a lot more troublesome, and would inevitably lead to a huge reduction in his productivity at the start of the expedition. As VS elaborated on the terms and threw some hints on what he had in store, interest from most of the students plummeted. Mech designers were inherently resistant to restrictions. If they were willing to abide by a humongous amount of rules and regulations, then they might as well join the military, which was a much better employer compared to VS. Only a handful of mech designers still expressed interest in the offer. To VS, that was enough. Chapter 1455 Hopeful Applicants. The guest lecture ended on a pleasant note. While VS hadn't received a standing ovation, he nonetheless earned a lot of appreciation from the students gathered at the auditorium. Along with describing some of his personal experience, the topics he addressed all widened people's eyes to the career options that opened up to them when they finally departed from Rawlings with a degree. With how insulated Synac 8 tended to be, the Rawlings students lived too much in their own bubble. They had no idea how difficult it was for a mech designer to stand out and excel in the mech industry. VS hoped that he managed to influence the future mech designers into taking the future more seriously. With their busy academic course loads, it was easy for them to get lost in the present. As VS finally stepped off the podium amidst the enduring applause, he met up with Nita. Gavin also returned after arranging some business. "I followed your entire guest lecture from the start via a live stream," his assistant said as he stared oddly at VS. "I have to say, was that really you out there?" VS frowned. "Yes. What of it, Benny?" "I thought you'd go out on stage with your cat ears on your head and pull off something crazy. Where was your trademark devil tongue? I mean, every other time you engaged in public speaking, you always found a way to mesmerize an entire state." "That was one time. I'm not like that all the time. I have enough self-control to rein in my devil tongue." "Professor Pendleton of the AUMD sure got a taste of that self-control of yours. He had it coming. Senior or not, he was heckling my product reveal." VS angrily burst out before he restrained himself. "No one tried to stir up any trouble for me today. The goal of my guest lecture is to impart knowledge, make myself look good in the footage, and attract aspiring mech designers to apply to work at the LMC. I can't very well do that if I scorch the students, can I?" VS considered fellow mech designers to be part of his own kind. As long as they did not oppose him directly, he felt more inclined to conduct a fruitful and substantive discussion with his fellow colleagues. The dozens or so exchanges he conducted with his peers also helped in refining some of his rough edges. Mech designers each shared the same language, and addressing a class full of mech design students was a genuine pleasure in his eyes. Ves moved on. Let's head to the nearby office and see how many fish I've hooked. For the rest of the afternoon, Ves sat in a borrowed office while he entertained various guests. Each of them consisted of mech design students who wanted to explore the option of working for the LMC. Mr. Larkinson, it's an honor to meet with you in person, an enthused young man gushed. I've always felt restless while I studied at Rawlings. It's only after I attended your lecture that I've realized what's been bothering me. The Sentinel Kingdom is too constrained. With noble-born mech designers monopolizing all of the best positions, there are too little opportunities for me here. Your offer to work under you is exactly what I'm missing. Mem. Ves casually nodded while he perused the student's record on the desk terminal. Mr. Ferdinand Jers, right? I can't help but notice that your academic record is not very exceptional. Your grades barely make it past the minimum threshold to pass your courses. The importance of knowledge to a mech designer could not be overstated. If mech designers only showed up and put in the bare minimum in their studies at school, then would they be any better when they graduated? A mech designer never stopped learning. Graduating with a degree in mech design did not mean they were no longer obliged to hit the books. To his credit, Ferdinand did not look ashamed. Instead, he maintained a positive demeanor, as if his enthusiasm to work for the LMC was enough of a reason to snap him up. I may not rank at the top, but as you have stated during your guest lecture, the academic standards of Rawlings is very high. I believe my competences in the relevant fields is sufficient enough to keep up with your expectations. That's very confident of you. Ves nonchalantly petted Lucky, who was lounging on the desk, while he skimmed over the other portions of Ferdinand's record. I see you have engaged in a number of extracurricular activities as well. Ferdinand confidently grinned. I spent much of my time at Rawlings acting as the treasurer of the Rawlings Polo Club. I also assisted in organizing field trips to several notable mech manufacturing sites. I've acquired vital leadership and financial management experience that prepares me well for any positions that you might wish for me to fulfill. Get out. Pardon? Ves waved his hand as if to throw Ferdinand's record in the trash. The projection winked out. I've been very clear with my words, Mr. Jers. I'm sorry to inform you that you don't meet our hiring standards. You may leave now and make way for better qualified students. But why? Ferdinand stood up and burst out. My grades may not be the best, but I'm just as good as any other Rawlings student in completing mech design assignments. Unlike some of the nerds here who lock themselves up in their rooms to cram their heads full of science, I've been spending lots of time outside to lead the Rawlings Polo Club and arrange visitations to many different mech manufacturing facilities. I have skills that other mech designers lack. That sounds great. If I was in the market for a manufacturing complex supervisor or something. Ves crossed his arms. I think I made it very clear that I'm looking to recruit future mech designers who are good at their main purpose, designing mechs or assisting me in designing mechs. On that front, any struggling mech designer that I can pick up on the streets is better than you. No matter how good with people you are or how much leadership experience you've acquired, if you're not sufficiently motivated to perform the core functions of your profession, then I have no use for you in my design teams. Mr. Larkinson! Please give me a chance. I can prove myself. I can resign as treasurer to devote more time to my remaining studies. Get out! Ves boomed. He abruptly raised the aura emanating from his pride of dusk, putting an immense amount of pressure on Ferdinand's shoulders. The man fled as if Zygra was running right behind his heels. Gavin and Nita, who had been standing at the side, both looked askance at Ves. You were a bit harsh on the kid, boss. He was really eager to work with you. Can't you cut some slack? Nope. I don't have a need for leaders or mech designers who are good in anything else. In fact, I don't want to hire any assertive or proactive mech designers if I can help it. What I seek are nerds who love to design mechs and are pretty good at it in order to form a competent but subservient design team. Oh. I rejected Ferdinand because his grades and extracurricular activities reflect his attitude. It's okay that he participates in the running of a club, but he's been spending so much time there that he's obviously not devoting enough time on his studies. Barely passing his courses means he probably considers studying to be a chore. This is not the kind of mech designer who fits well in the design teams that I envision. A handful of students who knocked on his door possessed similar records. Ves kicked them out of his office without fail. He didn't want his future design teams to get uppity by filling them with mech designers who stood up for themselves. The types of students who entered his office also came with other motives. My name is Alicia Washer. The young woman smiled as she slowly sat down on the empty chair across the desk. Her motions expressly emphasized her tantalizing figure behind her tight-fitting pencil skirt and blouse. I admire you, Mr. Larkinson. Ves raised his eyebrow. How so? You're a credit to the mech industry. Not only have you managed to become a journeyman at your age, you've also taken part in Lady Miralix's crown hunt. Tales of this hunt have already become the stuff of legend. You're so brave, Mr. Larkinson. It's nothing. Ves casually waved his hand. Looks like your grades are pretty decent. It looks like you excel in humanoid artificial musculature systems. The humanoid form is a fascinating subject, she said with a husky voice. Her finger trailed from her long, thin legs up to her waist before slowly trailing higher. I can spend endless hours exploring the landscape of the human body. I can even explore yours if you wish. Ves turned his eyes from her record and gazed at her with a dour look. Get out. What? I already have a girlfriend. I don't need a bed warmer. Now lift your sleazy butt off that chair and tumble out of this room. To her credit, she didn't try to linger and plead with him. Recognizing that she had lost this battle, she simply smiled coyly at Ves before slowly and sensually rising to her feet. She turned around and strutted out of the office, giving Ves and everyone else a very good glimpse of her swaying rear. If you ever reconsider, please call my comm. Once the door slid shut, Ves rested his elbows on his desk and placed his face against his palms. Ugh! What kind of mech designer is willing to do something like this? It makes sense for Miss Washer to pursue you. Capturing your heart is an easy ticket to success. I have a girlfriend. Mech designers can have mistresses, you know. Gloriana would go absolutely bonkers if I entertained that notion. Just drop it, Benny. There was no way that Ves would flirt with any woman so long as he was in a relationship with Gloriana. Just the thought of what she would do if she caught him with another woman sent shivers through his back. Fortunately, despite entertaining numerous clowns and unqualified applicants, Ves did manage to come across a number of students who piqued his interest. Mayor Torto, Ves began as he swept through the man's record. Your grades are the highest I've seen so far. I can imagine that plenty of employers would like to take you under their wings. What brings a good performer like you to this room? I'm flattered by your praise, Mayor politely replied as he adjusted the clear visor on his head. While I have received numerous offers from other mech companies, none of them really spoke to me in the way that you do. Your lecture opened my eyes to the exploitative nature hidden in their contract terms. The terms I put forward aren't easy to stomach either. I know. The difference is that you are being open about it. You've clearly laid out your expectations. More importantly, you've left a window open for us to bloom and stake out on our own. I appreciate that. My future is important to me and I don't want to close any doors by choosing the wrong employer. Ves smiled at Mayer. This fellow had a sensible head on his shoulders. Sounds like you've taken my lessons to heart. Why are you willing to depart the Sentinel Kingdom and come work for me in a foreign state? While I love my state just as much as any other Sentinel, the game is rigged. Mayer sighed. If you aren't born into a house or plead fealty to them, you'll always be left at the periphery of the Sentinel Mech community. From what Ves understood, the noble houses regularly took in retainers and vassals, binding them with permanent contracts to ensure their loyalty. While professionals such as mech designers generally get a really good deal out of it, some such as Mayer cherish their autonomy. Chapter 1456 Preliminary Employment Contract. The more Ves spoke to Mayer, the more he gained a favorable impression of the senior student. Mayer Torto not only performed well in school, but also expressed a lot of passion for mech design. The student did not engage in a lot of extracurricular activities. Aside from going on a couple of field trips and participating in some of the university's festivals as a contestant in design competitions, the young man spent most of his time deepening his understanding for mechs. From what Ves could tell of Mayer's excellent grades in design-oriented courses, the applicant possessed a considerable affinity for mechs. Ves possessed a hidden advantage when it came to hiring. Unlike other people, his spiritual senses allowed him to ascertain whether the applicants possessed spiritual potential. Each mech designer who possessed more than just a negligible amount of spirituality was a potential journeyman. While that didn't mean that they were guaranteed to advance, there was no doubt that their potential was higher. As long as they possessed a good work ethic and a passion for mech design, becoming a journeyman was not ruled out. However, hiring someone capable of breaking through the extraordinary threshold came with its own downsides. If any of his subordinates made the lucky breakthrough and turned into a journeyman, then their continued presence in the LMC came into doubt. Lots of mech designers would opt to resign from a design team as soon as possible and start up their own company. As esteemed and competent journeymen, there was virtually no chance for them to fail in finding a footing in the mech market. Therefore, the decision to hire someone like Mayer Torto was not as simple as it seemed. Ves would have to take into account that some of the members of his design team might go once they gained what they wanted by working at the LMC. Ves accepted this possibility. Keeping mech designers bound to the LMC was not a good idea. They came into touch with sensitive internal data about ongoing design projects, and could easily employ numerous means to sabotage a mech design. While he intended to do the best he could to indoctrinate his subordinates into remaining loyal to him, he still had to leave a door open in order to come across as a magnanimous employer. As long as his subordinates wanted to leave, they were allowed to do so as long as they abided by the terms of their contracts. To Ves, it wasn't such a bad idea to release a subordinate mech designer into the wild every now and then. Since he intended to guide and babysit their progression to an extent, he could be considered their mentors. The bond between a mentor and a protégé always endured. Even as the protégés went on to start their own companies, they always retained ties to their mentor. This was the beginnings of an extended mech designer network. Ever since he became exposed to how Master Olsen developed a considerable network of current and former disciples that extended her reach and performed assignments on her behalf, Ves wanted to imitate her and develop his own circle of mech designers. Therefore, someone like Mayer Torto brought a lot of value to the table. In his novice and apprentice stages, he could serve as a bright and clever mech designer who could assist Ves in his design projects. If he ever managed to advance to journeyman, either with or without assistance from Ves, Mayer would still be an asset to the LMC even if he decided to separate with the company. The close and friendly ties between their companies benefited both sides. It was in the best interest for Ves and his former subordinates to maintain their existing ties. For these reasons, Ves adopted a considerably more welcoming attitude to Mayer. Someone who possessed spiritual potential deserved special treatment. "You won't regret working for the LMC." He smiled in a good-natured manner. "As long as your performance at my company matches your performance at Rawlings, I'm sure you'll become ready to take on greater responsibilities soon enough. The better you become at your job, the more you will be able to influence our design projects. This will provide you with much more practical experience which can assist you in designing your own mechs." Mayer's interest piqued at that. "I heard that you'd allow us to publish our own mech designs if we develop some. What accommodations do you offer?" "If your design meets the standards of the LMC, then I'm willing to allow you to publish your mech design under our main brand." "I take it that it won't be easy to meet those standards," Mayer astutely remarked as he spotted the trap in those words. Ves maintained his smile. "That is true. The LMC generally distinguishes itself with the quality of its products. If your mech design is too crude to match the expectations of our brand, then you have two options. First, you can allow me to make a pass on your design and address the shortcomings of your work." "You'll do this for free?" "Not exactly. In keeping with the conventions of our industry, the bulk of the ownership of your design will fall into my hands. You will still earn some credit, but only as a contributing mech designer." This alternative did not sound very appealing to someone like Mayer. This was essentially letting others reap most of the benefits of his hard work. Ves already experienced the other end of this kind of deal with Professor Ventag. While it didn't sound fair, a low-ranking mech designer did not have a lot of right to speak. This was the best deal they could get under the circumstances. "What if I insist on maintaining possession of my mech design?" "Then the LMC will allow you to publish it under an alternative, lower-cost brand. Right now, this brand is still in the works, but we'll roll it out as soon as we produce the first mechs designed by my subordinates. While your mech designs won't be able to piggyback from our main brand, you will still have an opportunity to see your mechs being put to their intended use." As a mech designer himself, Ves knew that the advancement of a mech designer was highly dependent on the influence they exerted through their products. If Mayer was forced to shelve his completed mech designs in a forgotten archive, then he would hardly be able to progress. Not a lot of employers offered this option to their subordinates in the first place. Ves believed it was not due to a deliberate effort to sabotage the progression of their lackeys, but rather because it was a pain in the butt to divert precious production capacity to the fabrication of unworthy and inferior mechs. To be honest, Ves held some of the same concerns. However, if it secured him the loyalty and devotion of a talent with a good chance of becoming a journeyman like Mayer, then Ves did not mind producing the mechs at a net loss. "This option sounds fair." The Rawlings student nodded in satisfaction. "I have a few more questions, sir." "Ask away. I am at your disposal." After entertaining numerous questions and asking some of his own, Ves felt that he had been clicking more and more with Mayer. He was very impressed with what he saw and could easily imagine the Rawlings student as a pivotal part of his design team. "It says here that you are trying to develop a specialty towards command, communication, and control systems, is that correct?" he asked as he went over the portion of Mayer's record that described his potential design philosophy. "That is still correct. I'm not so much interested in the performance of a single mech than seeing how they perform alongside other mechs. Most mech combat that takes place in the galaxy does not consist of duels where one mech fights another mech at a time." Ves was impressed with what he heard. Mayer had a good point. "That's true. Outside from mech games and the mech dueling circuits, mechs are always deployed in numbers ranging from 12 mech squads to 10,000 mech divisions at a time. This is exactly why I want to develop a specialty related to increasing the coordination between mechs. While I'm not entirely settled on the design philosophy I wish to form, it will definitely fall under the field of communications. That's an odd field to specialize in considering your interests. Most communication specialists delve into expanding the capabilities of signals and jamming technology. I'm not looking to strengthen the raw parameters of my mechs. Instead, I want to develop their existing utilization to a higher level. The goal that Mayer tried to achieve sounded similar to the approach that Ves adopted for his design philosophy. Both tried to improve mechs by augmenting their utilization rather than raising their performance. As Ves learned all he wanted out of the interview, he decided to make an offer to Mayer. Are you willing to sign a preliminary employment contract to work for the LMC as a member of one of our design teams? I am, Mayer responded. His intention hadn't wavered after becoming more familiar with Ves and the LMC. I would love to receive the opportunity to work for your company. That's great. Ves gestured towards Gavin. My assistant here is ready to prepare a suitable preliminary employment contract for you. You can hash out the details of your commitment among yourselves. Gavin took Mayer to a spare office to draw up and go over the contract. Different from a regular employment contract, the preliminary version was merely a written promise to work for a company in the future. Mech companies and many other businesses employed these kinds of contracts in order to reserve promising candidates while still in school. As long as someone like Mayer signed this contract, they were essentially taken off the job market. No other company was allowed to hire them except in special cases, such as the military wishing to draft an already committed mech designer. However, the chances of that happening was low in the Sentinel Kingdom. As long as a noble house didn't come and throw around their weight, Ves could expect to add Mayer to his company as soon as he graduated from Rawlings and traveled to the Bright Republic. Of course, if either side wanted to break the contract, then they had to pay the requisite penalties to each other. If Ves didn't want Mayer to work for the LMC, then he would have to pay a very hefty amount of money to the Sentinel. If Mayer no longer wished to work for LMC, then the consequences were a bit more complex. Instead of paying a monetary penalty directly, his next employer was obliged to pay the penalty in his stead. This was because Mayer's alternative choice essentially poached him from the LMC. Normally, the price of poaching wasn't too serious. The sums ranged from a few 100,000 bright credits to hundreds of millions bright credits. The upper range could reach ridiculous figures if the future employee in question was a prodigy or high performer. In the case of Mayer, who possessed spiritual potential, Ves was very loath to let this promising seed go. He already sent a silent message to Gavin to insert an incredibly high penalty fee in case Mayer changed his mind and wanted to work for someone else. To Ves, the value of a potential journeyman subordinate easily surpassed the current net worth of the LMC. He trusted that Gavin would find some way to add these terms into the preliminary employment contract in exchange for conceding on other points. Okay, next. Ves still had to go through a number of other prospective mech design students before he was finished for the day. Hopefully, he could add some other commitments to the list by the time he was done for the day. Chapter 1457 Stalled Completion. At the end of the interview sessions, Ves managed to secure 3 more commitments. This did not mean that Ves could expect to expand his design teams with 4 new mech designers in the coming years as the Rawlings students finished their studies. As much as Ves saw promise in the students, if they happened to meet an accident, earn considerably lower grades, or quit studying mech design altogether, then the preliminary employment contracts became moot. In addition to these possibilities, Ves also had to take poaching into account. Though it was considerably pricey to do so, Occasionally, mech companies did succeed in luring mech designers they considered desirable into breaking one contract in order to enter into another contract. This was mostly the case when a student achieved better grades since the signing of the preliminary employment contract. Mech companies also had reasons to poach a committed mech design student if their developing specialties synergized or complemented the specialties of the lead designers. It would be like Gloriana doing everything she can to buy out the commitment of someone with a specialty like me at a mech university. This didn't happen very often, and none of the mech design students Ves had spoken with merited this kind of attention. Even Mayor Torto didn't attract too much attention so long as no one believed he had a realistic shot at advancing to journeyman. He frowned a bit as he considered the other three prospects. None of the students he signed up afterwards possessed any spiritual potential. While there was a minute chance they would develop some over the course of their lives, Ves silently discounted this possibility. The more painful fact was that Ves interviewed a couple of other students who also possessed spiritual potential. It's a shame they don't meet my standards. Just because a student possessed spiritual potential didn't mean it was a good idea for Ves to take them in. If their work ethic was not up to standard or if their personalities fit poorly with the design teams that he envisioned, then he would only be inviting trouble if he secured their commitments anyway. The fact of the matter was that there were plenty of people out there with spiritual potential, but never realized them due to their own choices. In any case, Ves wasn't in a hurry to fill up his design teams with subordinates, who each had the opportunity to advance to journeyman someday. I do have to admit that their caliber is greater than that of ordinary people. Ever since the system confirmed the existence of mech affinity, Ves began to develop an understanding of what it did to mech designers. When novices and apprentices with spiritual potential developed an affinity for mechs, their ability to work with mechs increased. They spent less effort into developing new skills and designing mechs came more naturally to them. It was as if they enjoyed a preview of what it was like to carry a design seed in their minds. Of course, due to their low spiritual strengths, the boost they received was fairly marginal. Their so-called talent was not as decisive as a good attitude, a diligent work ethic, and a genuine passion for mechs. In truth, mech affinity only really came into force when someone became a high-ranking mech designer. At his strength, a modest increase in mech affinity led to a much more noticeable swing and improvement. Although Ves had not yet embarked on another project after he completed the Devil Tiger design project, he already felt a bit closer to mechs than before. He suspected that the next time he designed a mech, he would be considerably more productive than before. In any case, the relative lack of importance of mech affinity for low-ranking mech designers meant that Ves put a lot more weight on the other criteria on his list. If he wanted to establish a well-run design team, then he had to make sure that he selected the right kind of people. For now, Ves intended to establish 2 design teams. The first design team consisted of loyalists. He intended to staff it with mech designers who didn't mind participating in his upcoming grand expedition. The second design team was made up of people like Kedis and Carlos before he left. This was where he dumped his less committed mech designers who pursued other objectives or were comfortable with staying in the same place. Maybe I'll start a 3rd or a 4th design team one day, he murmured. He already entertained the idea of setting up a shadow design team that would assist him in his illicit design projects such as the one he recently concluded. However, without an ironclad way of securing the absolute loyalty and discretion of his subordinates, Ves would have to be crazy to involve other mech designers with his illegal dealings. He shook his head. 2 teams are enough to start with. I should focus on filling them up before thinking about setting up a 3rd team. There was still a chance he would welcome less than 4 Rawlings graduates in the coming years. While the future employees normally didn't tear up their preliminary employment contracts very often, this wasn't exactly a normal circumstance. Working abroad could be very frightening. Even if VS possessed enough influence to smooth over the bureaucratic obstacles, the Rawlings students had to be comfortable with the idea of working in a completely different state. To some, the culture shock was too big. "The Bright Republic is a very different place from the Sentinel Kingdom," he muttered. The class disparity was a lot less pronounced in his state compared to the Sentinel Kingdom. Nobles enjoyed prerogatives that commoners did not. It was so baked into their culture that the commoners he interacted with didn't express any jealousy or discontent at the favored treatment of their betters. Nothing exemplified the differences more clearly than the fact that not a single noble-born mech designer knocked on his door. "Those snobs already have their lives set for them. There is absolutely no reason for them to move away from a state that is expressly set up to benefit their class." Even so, VS had harbored hope that an exiled noble or an inconvenient spare wanted to shelter under his wing. Sadly, it was not to be. "Perhaps it's for the best," he muttered. "Adding a noble mech designer to my team will probably introduce a lot of friction." Once VS was done at Rawlings, he met with Professor Nexi one last time and bid farewell. Both sides got what they wanted and parted amicably. As VS returned to his hotel suite at Synac 8, he took stock with what he gained. He considered his guest lecture to be a success. He could already imagine the boost to his credibility now that he established a tie with the prestigious Rawlings University. "I shouldn't overestimate the benefits, though. Giving a single guest lecture isn't enough to swing my reputation around." As the evening rolled in, VS sought some time for himself. It was time for him to check up on an issue that had long weighed on his mind. Just like before, he grabbed Lucky and entered the bathroom before locking it. Next, materialized his system comm, activated his privacy shield before activating the system itself. Mech Designer System menu. Status. Designer. Missions. Skill tree. Shop. Lottery. Inventory. Missions. The interface listed out 7 pending missions. He ignored the 5 supply missions and directed his attention to his 2 upgrade missions. Upgrade mission mechanics. Study the use and application of bestial mechs without aid and design a classical bestial mech that meets the Mech Designer System standards. Then fabricate it and sell it to a worthy customer. Reward. Mechanics Senior. Upgrade mission mechanics. Study the use and application of bestial mechs without aid and design a classical bestial mech that meets the Mech Designer System standards. Then fabricate it and sell it to a worthy customer. Reward. Mechanics Senior. "Come on, system!" he shouted at his system comm. "I completed my Devil Tiger design, did I not? I fabricated a copy of the mech, which turned into a masterwork, I might add. Don't give the silent treatment to me, you synthetic bastard! Give me my rewards already!" VS let out a storm of curses. The nerve of the system. To be honest, VS did slip up at the last step of his upgrade missions. Now that he lost possession of the Devil Tiger, he couldn't very well sell it to a worthy customer. His mother unilaterally deprived him of this opportunity. "Can't you cut me some slack, system? Now that my mom took the Devil Tiger, I'm sure it'll land in the hands of a worthy mech pilot." VS slipped the system comm from his finger and banged it against the surface of the toilet bowl. For a moment, he thought about flushing it through the toilet. Let's see how much it enjoyed swimming in a pool of refuse. "Get your act together! I refuse to let you hold these stupid upgrade missions hostage. Look, I sold the Devil Tiger, didn't I? Even though my mother initiated the transaction without my say-so, She paid for it at least. She left me that toy mech figurine behind. That's her payment. That's a sale in my book. This stupid stubborn system. Ves banged his system calm against the toilet bowl some more, though his actions only damaged the toilet bowl instead of the incredibly resilient and malleable device. What could he do if the system refused to complete his upgrade missions? Would Ves continue to wander around with journeyman-level mechanics and metallurgy skills? That would be a disaster of epic proportions. Other than convincing the system to pass the upgrade missions somehow, the only other alternative was to raise his proficiency in these two fields the old-fashioned way. When Ves thought about the sheer amount of knowledge the system stuffed into his mind when he obtained senior-level physics, he shivered at the thought of how much time he would waste. Ves was in a hurry. He couldn't afford to spend years or decades behind a desk just to study the thousands of textbooks and research papers required to raise his understanding of mechanics and metallurgy to the level of a senior. Time was a valuable resource. The main reason why Ves still put up with the system despite his increasing misgivings over its origin and its motives was because it offered him the rare opportunity to buy more time. Exchanging DP for the instant acquisition of skills and sub-skills was the biggest bargain of his life. While his learning speed had improved enormously over the years, he still felt loath to hit the books again in order to study something as broad and all-encompassing as his main skills. He palmed his face. Of course, another alternative is to design another smart metal mech and bestial mech. That sounded a lot better, as he would just waste a lot of months instead of years of his life. It still wasn't very ideal, though. Despite familiarizing himself with smart metal tech and bestial mech forms, he hardly explored the full potential of standard humanoid mechs yet. He felt no appetite to tackle another smart metal mech design or tiger mech design anytime soon. Ves eyed his system calm with a dour expression. I'll tell Mommy if you continue to remain stubborn. What would she do if she found out you deliberately sabotaged my progression? Congratulations. You have completed upgrade mission mechanics. Congratulations. You have completed upgrade mission metallurgy. Please stand by to receive the following reward, Mechanics Senior. Please stand by to receive the following reward, Metallurgy Senior. The sudden turn of events befuddled Ves. After so much stubbornness from the system, it finally chose to give ground? How come you surrendered so easily? That was when a cargo hauler filled with knowledge abruptly smashed into his mind. Aya! You stupid system! He screamed, holding his head with his hands as two concurrent streams of knowledge tried to press their way into his brains. Too much! It's too much! Don't give me both of my rewards at the same time! The system was screwing him. Ves was sure of it. As he collapsed to the floor of the bathroom, Lucky grew alarmed and hovered closer. Meow? Ugh! Watch over me, Lucky! HH. I have to deal with the bombardment against my mind. Only Nita can enter. You got that? Meow. Chapter 1458 Shadow Attire. Eventually, Nita came and lifted his body from the bathroom and placed him on the bed. Though she knew little why he ended up in a debilitated condition, she unwaveringly remained alert and stood guard throughout the entire night. Ves needed that much time in order to handle the overwhelming flow of knowledge. Though the system did its best to push the immensity of both senior-level mechanics and senior-level metallurgy into his mind, with effort and patience he managed to push away the integration and slow down the rate of absorption. At the end of the tenuous night, he managed to construct an arrangement in his mind where a metaphorical dam blocked off most of the flow. Only a small opening in the dam allowed a controlled amount of knowledge to go through. Around 4 weeks until I'm done. This was the most he could cope with while at the same time diverting a sufficient amount of attention to his daily life. While he wouldn't be able to summon up the focus and energy to design a new mech during this period, he retained enough attention to speak with people or make decisions that didn't require too much thinking. Ves breathed deeply as he finally pulled his entire focus from the jumble of his mind. "Are you okay now, sir?" Nita asked through her fully sealed combat armor. She had been fearing the worst. "Were you under attack or something?" Figuring that she deserved some frankness for all her loyalty she had shown so far, Ves decided to reveal a hint of the truth. "No. Not exactly. I did it to myself. Let's just say I augmented myself a bit too eagerly there. I'm fine now. After a couple of weeks of recovery, I'll be as good as new. In fact, I'll be even better as I get used to the changes." "Does that mean you'll be stronger after you recover?" "Yes." Ves left his answer at that. Though he trusted Nita's loyalty, he always feared what would happen if she realized how happenstance he became a holy son. What if she stopped holding him in high regard? How eager would she serve a fake holy son who was nowhere close to matching the might and influence of a true holy son? As Nita spent more time at his side, Ves wondered what she thought about him. Did she consider him to be a hidden dragon that still needed growing, or a paper tiger who was much less impressive than he appeared? For now, Ves could still depend on Nita's mental programming to compel her to obey the will of a holy son. He also bought her out in the Kinder tradition, which meant that she had to display near absolute obedience to him. Both of these compulsions working together gave him enough of a buffer to earn her genuine appreciation and loyalty. If there was one thing Ves had learned from seeing many fanatical organizations at work, it was that genuine loyalty was a better guarantee than forced obedience. True believers were some of the most loyal people out there. Though Ves found this means to be a bit distasteful, he couldn't afford to let his misgivings hinder his safety and his ambition. This was why he began to keep his eye out for loyalists. If he wanted to set off on his grand expedition without disrupting his existing routines, he needed to bring a lot of subordinates to keep things running. Those who were willing to participate in an expeditionary fleet were always weirdos and deviants. Hardly anyone wanted to disrupt their normal lives, leave their homes, abandon their friends and families just to go on an exploration tour in an extremely distant environment. Expeditions that lasted for a couple of years were already bad enough. One that lasted for multiple decades that Ves envisioned meant that those who lived on the starships that made up the expeditionary fleet would effectively spend at least a third of their lives away from familiar soil. This was too much to ask for most employees. Since the decision to go on an extremely lengthy and life-changing expedition was so difficult to stomach, Ves needed to recruit a sufficient number of loyalists in advance. Most of the people he recruited probably wouldn't start out as loyalists. It was up to him and the LMC to indoctrinate them into becoming more pliable to his needs. He had to convince them that jumping on a starship and going on a generational trek to exotic destinations was a great adventure instead of an abrupt way to ruin their steady lives. Ves also decided he needed to spend more effort convincing more Larkinsons to come along as well. While he didn't trust every Larkinson, at least he could trust them a little bit more than complete strangers. He planned to seed his grand expedition with a sufficient amount of Larkinsons in various leadership and supervisory positions. Spreading 100 or so Larkinsons throughout his expeditionary fleet would do wonders to his grip on the men and women he brought along. As long as the Larkinsons acted as his eyes and ears among the crews, Ves was willing to put up with the downsides of nepotism. He sighed. I used to believe that family has no place in my business. There were definite downsides to involving his family even further. He knew the Larkinsons well enough that the biggest barrier to gaining their loyalty was to find a way to erode their patriotism. The Larkinsons always served as the protectors of the Bright Republic. It was baked in their family's values and traditions from their birth. Ves too loved his home state, though as his interests began to diverge, he no longer considered it to be the center of his reality. He knew most Larkinsons probably wouldn't be receptive to his suggestions, but he could probably get a few people over to his side as long as he chipped away at their resolve over the following decade. Some Larkinsons are content with their roles as cogs in the Bright Republic's military machine. Other Larkinsons don't want to put up with a steady but unfulfilling life. The Larkinsons focused most of their efforts on nurturing the potentates among the families. As a norm, Ves knew very well that the family tended to neglect his own kind. There was a lot of untapped potential there. Ves just needed to reach out and unearth it to gain an army of relatives who all benefited with him at the top. As for how he planned to secure their loyalty? Money always works, he grinned. No matter how much dividends the Larkinsons earned from owning a part of the LMC, they would never spread the wealth as much as the individual Larkinsons desired. The Larkinson estate had to ensure the prosperity of the future generation of Larkinsons, so most of the money pouring in went on to fund further investments, particularly in real estate. The average Larkinson didn't actually receive a bigger stipend from the Larkinson estate. Only the mech pilots among the family enjoyed greater support. "I'll have to start making moves on my family as soon as I get home," he muttered. He added yet another goal to his lengthy list of goals. Though he managed to complete some of his objectives with his recent actions, the list still looked as daunting as ever. He simply had too much to do. As soon as he completed his morning routine, he turned to Nita and Gavin. "Today is the day we entered the site where the Circle of Moda set up their temporary marketplace, right?" Both of them nodded. "Do you want me to go along?" Gavin asked. Ves shook his head. "Not this time. I want you to maintain a visible presence on Snack 8 to show that we haven't entirely disappeared. Just find some work that you can do on my behalf and pretend that I'm stuck in this hotel suite because I have to perform some urgent design work or something. It's important to set up a credible alibi before I feel confident enough to partake in a highly illicit underground gathering. The battle criers have already sent down one of their men to dress up in my Pride of Dusk in order to act as a decoy again." The Circle of Moda was not a regular underground organization. The temporary marketplace they set up was completely different from the so-called black markets of the Reynald Republic. Reynald itself pretty much condoned the vast majority of the illegal trade taking place in the Harkinson system. It was different for the Sentinel Kingdom. They maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards pirates, and an organization like the Circle of Moat, which explicitly sought to foster ties between Sentinels and Nixian pirates, was a cancer that had to be exterminated. Ves risked much to participate in this gathering, but he hoped the potential gains might be worth it. Not only did he wish to look out for P-stones and F-stones, he also wanted to see whether the traders there knew more about Gerald Spice. Nita and Gavin both made ample preparations for the trip. Gavin coordinated with Crinden to procure different outfits that completely hid their bodies and dampened any scanning directed at their bodies. While they weren't foolproof, any scanning that overcame the barriers would have to be so powerful that Ves could easily sense the attempts. Gavin opened up a crate containing an outfit for Ves and an outfit for Nita. The base of the outfit for Ves consisted of a specialized dampening hardsuit that resembled a suit of combat armor but without the protection. He also had the option to wear a voluminous, hooded black robe that resembled those worn by the Shadow Couriers. The fabric added even more protection against probing because the fabric incorporated a myriad of sensor scrambling layers. Apparently, there is a thriving market for suits that are solely built to hide the identities of those who wear them, Gavin explained. "The shadow attire I've procured for you isn't cheap, but it's unique. Both the light hard suit and the robe will do wonders in deflecting scans. Crinden already went over them and made sure they don't carry any bugs or other traps. The hard suit is devoid of any powered systems to ensure maximum anonymity. Ves was very satisfied with the so-called shadow attire. As he whipped out his Vulcan eye and attempted to scan them, he noticed that he encountered a high amount of interference that turned the readings fuzzy. This was a very impressive result considering his Vulcan eye functioned a lot better than ordinary scanners. Inferior machines would probably only return static or junk data. Nita grunted with approval, though she also added a warning. Shadow attire is supposed to be one use only. While sensors and scanners can't record who is inside, it can still register their exterior features. If you use the same shadow attire again, then investigators can match your public appearances to the appearance of the individual wearing this distinctive outfit. In other words, shadow attire only works well if their users aren't idiots. The outfit for Nita looked completely different. Her towering height made it difficult to obscure her identity. In order to hide the fact that she was so goddamn tall, Gavin and Crinden worked to procure a suit of heavy combat armor. Its immense bulk and mass already exceeded Nita's body proportions. As long as she suited up, no one would be able to tell if a giant or a dwarf was hiding underneath all of the layers. The core portion of Nita's shadow attire is so heavy that it has to be powered. However, only the most basic systems are running its servos. Crinden already went over its rudimentary software and found nothing amiss. You're welcome to check the heavy hard suit for yourself if you want to be sure it's secure. Ves nursed his head. He still ached a bit from the constant influx of knowledge. I'll do it. I don't trust the makers of shadow attires, to be completely honest. It's better safe than sorry. Though it took some effort and a few hours of tinkering, Ves completed his inspection of the shadow attires without finding anything amiss. Both outfits worked as advertised. Along with all of the other preparations they made, Ves felt secure enough to proceed. Chapter 1459 Expanding Options. Ves had the illusion that he became a shadow courier once he sneaked out of the hotel with Nita and donned his shadow attire. The robe he wore resembled those worn by the messengers of dark economy. In contrast to his modest bulk, Nita resembled a hulking giant. Her powered hard suit clanked with considerable weight with each step she took. The robes covering up its precise contours hardly succeeded in obscuring its considerable size. Unlike his own attire, Nita's shadow attire offered actual protection against enemy fire. Ves would have felt more nervous about this if he didn't wear his shield generator underneath the layers. The two sneaked out of the hotel under the cover of his stealth augment, and boarded a number of anonymous shuttles and shuffled back and forth across the surface of Synac 8. The trips were lengthy and boring, but necessary. They had to wipe away the trail back to the hotel as much as possible. Ves decided to make use of this time to increase his absorption of senior-level mechanics and metallurgy. He took in bits and pieces of both skills at the same time. He found it more interesting if he shifted from topic and topic. All in all, just like senior-level physics, the theories he acquired at breakneck speed tended to be very complicated, very abstract, and of limited applicability. The best way to describe these main skills was that they provided an increasingly more formidable foundation in their respective fields. At the level of a senior, the knowledge imparted by the system basically gave him an introduction in countless different sub-skills. Each different introduction was enough to deepen his understanding and application of the finer points of mechanics and metallurgy. He could already imagine the results once he fully internalized the ocean of knowledge. His pivotal new senior-level skills not only boosted his ability to design mechs in a holistic manner, but also opened up an incredible amount of new solutions to various rare problems. With regards to mechanics, Ves gained a much finer appreciation of the internal structure of a mech. Regardless of whether he designed a humanoid mech, an aquatic mech, or a bestial mech, as long as it moved, VS had many more ways to minimize the flaws and accentuate the strengths of the mechanical components of his designs. If I knew this much back when I was still working on the Devil Tiger project, I would have been able to make it a little bit more fluid, he muttered in his hard suit. Despite the gouts of new knowledge pouring into his mind, the difference it made to his mech designs was not that significant. Novice and apprentice level knowledge formed the true foundation of his profession. Mech designers had to learn the most critical and the most fundamental theories up front. What they learned afterwards were theories that weren't as universal and widely applied. Therefore, even if VS learned far more knowledge than he ever held about mechanics, the true effect on the performance of his mech designs only amounted to an overall gain of 5 to 10%. Due to diminishing returns, it was difficult to squeeze out additional performance from a mech design. The further he progressed, the harder it became to achieve the same degree of improvement. While senior-level mechanics improved his ability to design the interior mechanisms of a mech, the benefit he gained from senior-level metallurgy dealt with both the interior and exterior of a machine. Different alloys possess different properties. With so many diverse materials in existence, metallurgists and materials scientists invented new formulas and new applications all the time. What senior-level metallurgy skill granted him was more than instilling him with a list of known formulas and their properties. It granted him with the underlying foundation that allowed him to perform his own research on new metals and metallic exotics, with a focus on developing proprietary formulas useful to mechs. With the influx of knowledge on metallurgy, VS realized that some seniors felt inclined to shy away from third-party alloy formulas. Apart from ensuring that their mechs performed at their best when paired with matching alloys, the main reason for doing so was to save on cost. Certain materials and exotics were more prevalent in some areas than others. Relying on imported exotics to form the key components of a mech did not do its cost efficiency any favors. Developing the skills to form his own alloy formulas also mattered for reasons other than reducing costs. At the senior level, mech designers started to get really involved with designing mechs for high-ranking mech pilots. The true power behind these incredibly sophisticated machines lay in their ability to resonate with expert pilots. The strategic inclusion of resonating exotics empowered the mechs with special abilities that warped reality by varying degrees. VS received a thorough introduction to resonating exotics during the entire knowledge transfer. An entirely new sphere of mech design opened up to him. He was no longer left in the dark when it came to designing expert mechs. Not only that, but VS also gained much when it came to designing standard mechs. Certain materials resonated by themselves without the presence of a high-ranking pilot. VS already encountered a number of custom mechs which incorporated a judicious amount of self-resonatic exotics to enable fake resonance. The only downside to VS was that resonating exotics and self-resonating exotics tended to be very rare. They were also in high demand as high-ranking mech designers heavily depended upon them to spice up their best mech designs. The combination of low supply and high demand meant that the price for these materials was extremely inflated. This is the main reason why second-class mechs are so expensive. One factor that distinguished second-class mechs from third-class mechs was the former's use of self-resonating materials. Though used in only modest amounts due to economic concerns, the subtle boosts they provided distinguished these expensive mech designs even further. If VS was a second-class mech designer like Gloriana, then he would have learned some of this knowledge sooner. Not enough to allow him to develop his own formulas, but just enough for him to apply existing formulas in a skilled manner. VS shifted from his seat in the shuttle. His unpowered hard suit did not exactly provide him with a lot of comfort. The amount of theories behind resonating exotics is so immense that I doubt Gloriana can match my prowess in this area. I'm probably ahead of her now in terms of pure knowledge. That was good news. The greater the disparity, the more assured he became. He smirked underneath his helmet. If they ever collaborated to design a custom mech, then he would surely be able to surprise her with the added options he brought to the table. Still, his ability to design a self-resonating custom mech or an expert mech was still limited. The introduction he received was at the level of a juvenile in the mech industry. He needed to supplement his foundation with more specialized subskills that delved a lot deeper into resonating and self-resonating metallic exotics. Outside of custom mechs and expert mechs, I'm not about to put this new knowledge to use anytime soon. Self-resonating exotics promised to grant some of the prowess of expert mechs to standard mechs, but the prices for them were way too high. While mech designers might be able to justify using the cheaper and more abundant self-resonating exotics in second-class standard mechs, there was no viable way to incorporate them in third-class standard mechs without incurring huge losses. I'll be pricing myself out of the market if I do so. For example, if he developed a variant of his successful Aurora Titan design that incorporated some basic self-resonating materials, its price would balloon by 5 times while only strengthening its performance by a fifth. No sane third-class mech designer would ever accept such an inefficient trade-off. Instead of buying a grossly overpriced mech that only performed modestly better than a regular mech buyers could instead opt to buy 5 normally priced mechs with the same amount of money. These trade-offs only make sense in wealthier states with more abundant supply of self-resonating exotics. Not every second-class mech incorporated self-resonating exotics, but most of the mechs positioned in the upper end of the market tended to include them to varying degrees. Second-class mechs designed in the Komodo star sector tended to be a lot more sparse compared to second-class mech designed closer to the center of the galaxy. If Ves ever wanted to break into the second-class mech market, then deepening his knowledge on self-resonating exotics was a necessity. Otherwise, he'd be limited to designing the second-class equivalent of budget and bargain bin mechs. While all of this sounded expensive, when utilized on a greater scale in states that were prosperous enough to afford this level of spending, the differences in might and versatility became evident. This was why no one in the Komodo star sector believed that every third-rate state combined could overwhelm a single second-rate. The gap in quality was too vast. He sighed. Sadly, these options aren't relevant for me right now. I'm still a long distance away from designing a second-class mech, and no expert pilot will entrust the design of a vital expert mech to an inexperienced journeyman. Perhaps his only opportunity to design an expert mech in the near future was to upgrade Janzi's Shield of Samar if she broke through. Ves believed that it wouldn't be long before she advanced to expert pilot. He knew that the design spirit of her mech already helped her once. Kalankso's spiritual fragment could easily give Janzi another push if it thought she needed the help. He had to be ready to transform the Shield of Samar into an expert mech by the time she became an expert pilot. He already began to form a list of what he needed to learn in order to become more rounded in his ability to design an expert mech. Resonating materials only formed one facet of an expert mech's remarkable makeup. Expert mechs form their own separate genre of mechs. They require vastly different approaches to their design. Now that he took his first step into this field, he became aware of how little he truly knew about expert mechs. A vast stretch of darkness still limited his options. If he wanted to shine some light on the landscape, then he needed to become smarter and acquire more knowledge related to this field. As Ves continued to muse about expert pilots, the anonymous shuttle finally arrived at its destination. "We've arrived at the rendezvous point, sir." Ah. Ves pulled his attention away from his considerations. "We're about to meet the middleman, right?" "Correct. Please watch your words and actions when you step out. The less clues you give away, the less likely your identity is exposed. Don't mention any names and try not to mention anything specific to a particular state. I understand. Their voices came out of their helmets with a considerable degree of distortion to further prevent anyone from figuring out their identities via voiceprint. What Ves lamented the most actually was that he had to leave Lucky behind at the hotel again. The cat was simply way too tied to his identity for him to risk bringing into the circle of Mota. As Ves stepped out, he began to employ one of the extra measures he prepared to obscure his identity more thoroughly. He began to don a prepared spiritual image as his mask. He infused it with a considerable amount of spirituality already, which strengthened his mask considerably. His entire demeanor changed as soon as he stepped foot in the underground tunnel. Their surroundings were wide enough to run entire transports through the tunnels. Wearing his shadow attire, Ves moved across the clearing with a measured, almost bot-like march. His entire body language differed substantially from before. Almost every quirk and tell had disappeared since he donned his new mask. The sudden change startled even Nita. If not for her huge harsuit, her astonishment would have been obvious. As it was, she managed to keep up a steady pace alongside Ves. It was as if the two were a pair of equals instead of master and subordinate. They approached a single man awaiting their arrival at the other end of the tunnel. Chapter 1460 Hot Smell. Unlike Ves and Nita, the middleman did not don any disguises. The man's messy brown hair fell from his head like a mop. The stubble on his jaw and neck hadn't been shaved in days. Ves bet that the man's entire appearance and demeanor had been altered. With a judicious application of surgery and psychoprogramming, transforming someone into an entirely different person was not as hard as it sounded. "Are the two of you my clients for the day?" the man casually asked as he pushed himself off the shuttle he was leaning against. Ves wordlessly withdrew a data chip from a pocket of his robes and slowly deposited onto the middleman's waiting hand in an unnaturally smooth motion. The middleman frowned as he inserted the data chip into a slot on his secure comm. "Are you some kind of bot or something?" "No," Ves answered with a monotone, distorted voice. Nothing else followed, leading to an awkward silence. Ves didn't care. The mask he wore dampened all of his outward expressions. He could never be too careful with obscuring his identity in this extremely risky meetup. "Fine. Have it your way." The middleman shrugged. He encountered stranger people during these jobs. "At least the two of you are better prepared. You can't imagine the amount of idiots I've guided to the circle who have done a shoddy job at disguising themselves. Nobles especially tend to be bad at it. It must be their huge egos." "We did not come here to chat," Nita stated. "Please verify the contents of the data chip and bring us underway." "Patience, patience! I can't simply roll up to the entrance of the circle with the two of you aboard my shuttle. They'll blast us into pieces before we get close." Ves and Nita waited impatiently as the middleman began to send some codes to different addresses over the galactic net. Then he removed his secure comm, dropped it to the ground, and crushed it with his boots. "All right, they know we're coming. Take a seat." The shuttle's interior was extremely basic and barebones. The two sat down and strapped to their uncomfortable seats before the vehicle lifted off under the direct control of the middleman. They soon navigated deeper into the seemingly abandoned tunnel network. Actually, Ves had no idea where they were heading to, because the shuttle did not offer any windows or projections of the outside terrain. In addition, the inertial dampeners of the shuttle were surprisingly good. Cheaper shuttles tended to make use of shoddily optimized and incorrectly configured inertial dampeners. Each time a cheap shuttle accelerated forward, Ves would get pressed into his seat. When the vehicle flew downwards, then Ves experienced the sensation of falling or lifting off from his seat. That wasn't the case this time. The entire interior of the shuttle was completely geared towards keeping its occupants clueless of their route. Ves couldn't even talk to the middleman as a solid hatch blocked the way to the cockpit. The cramped and fully sealed passenger compartment of the shuttle was no different from an isolation cell. The only reason why Ves did not panic was because he possessed the means to break out of the shuttle. Along with the weapons that he procured from local sources, he could also rely on the Amistendera to break out of a sticky situation. Of course, it would be better if he didn't whip out that distinctive and extremely flashy weapon. Ves could practically kiss his anonymity goodbye if he showed off his trump card weapon. A speaker in the compartment started to transmit the middleman's voice. "We're approaching the first checkpoint. Don't be alarmed when the exit hatch opens and a pair of inspectors come inside. They'll be probing the shuttle and inspecting your credentials." The hatch opened up soon after that. Two figures garbed in striped blue and white patterned robes entered the compartment. Though Ves and Nita both tried to remain calm and seated, inwardly they were both on high alert. The pair of inspectors did not bother with them at first. One of them entered the cockpit to speak with the middleman while the other inspector began to sweep the passenger compartment with a handheld multiscanner. Even when the inspector pointed the device at the passengers, Ves did not make a move. The multiscanner's model was far too weak to penetrate the layers of protection of his shadow attire. After the inspector put away his multiscanner and inspected the credentials that Ves handed over, he reunited with his colleague and departed the shuttle without speaking a single word. Ves believed the shuttle started moving again, but the vehicle's incredibly effective inertial dampeners prevented him from knowing for sure. For all he knew, the shuttle had already entered a starship that was on its way to a completely different star system. "We'll be doing this routine a couple more times. The Circle wants to be sure that we aren't bringing any trouble at its doorstep." The dance repeated several more times. Though the entire ride quickly became tedious and repetitive to him, he bore with it without any complaint. He diverted all of his attention to absorbing the immense amount of knowledge continuing to integrate with his mind. After an indeterminate amount of hours, the middleman finally spoke up for the last time. "We're here. Don't be surprised when you step out, and don't gape at the surroundings like a stupid fish. Move to the other end of the path and don't bump into anyone else. If you violate any rules set by the Circle, they'll shoot you before you can say a word." As soon as the hatch opened up and the two disguised figures stepped out, Ves understood why the middleman warned them not to gape. They had emerged in the middle of a parking zone situated in an enormous excavated underground cavern. Not only that, but rivers of magma flowed along the sides of the platform, following the carved-out paths that threaded through the entire temporary marketplace. The enormous heat began to heat up their robes. If they didn't want to get cooked, they had to reach the other side of the path as soon as possible. Ves and Nita quickly stepped across the narrow path leading to a massive entrance situated at the end of the cavern. They adopted the same pace as the other robes and disguised figures who were entering or exiting the premises. No railings or any barriers lined the path. If he wanted to, Ves could easily turn to a passing bystander and shove that fellow a few meters to the side until the unlucky fellow fell into the river of magma. Of course, the imposing guards would quickly shoot him afterwards, so he didn't entertain the idea any further. Overall, he found the arrangement of this site to be clever. The natural flow of magma formed a natural and very effective shield against surface scans. Combined with other methods, it should be virtually impossible for the planetary authorities to find this site in a short amount of time. Once they reached the massive, highly guarded entrance, they offered their credentials one more time. Under the watchful eyes of the pair of mechs standing on each side of the entrance, Ves waited patiently as the guards finally approved his entry. "Please head inside." As soon as they entered, they escaped the heat. A small underground city built from prefab modules entered his sights. Each structure hosted various shops, workplaces, storage sites, and even living spaces to the people visiting or working at this bustling marketplace. "Welcome to the Circle of Mota," a pretty guide greeted the pair of newcomers. "Do you require some guidance?" "No," Ves curtly answered and walked away. The less people who paid attention to him, the better. Even though the marketplace seemed overwhelming, he decided it was better for him to explore the place on his own. Nita followed at his side. Different from his worries, her immense shadow attire did not attract a lot of attention. A fair number of visitors wore similarly imposing disguises. While Ves immediately encountered a large variety of disguises or the lack thereof, the majority dressed like himself. With so many people wearing the exact same hardsuit and the exact same robes, it became very challenging to keep track of specific individuals without electronic assistance. Shortly after they headed inside, Nita momentarily halted. Through his spiritual senses, he sensed some alarm from his bodyguard before shifting into vigilance. A solitary robed figure who was walking on the other side of the street halted as well. Both of them turned to each other and peered at each other's disguises. "What is the matter?" he whispered. A surprisingly large amount of visitors frequented the underground marketplace. Despite the traffic, not a lot of people spoke to each other or generated a lot of noise. Nita replied with a code that they formulated and memorized beforehand. Code 23. Ves grimaced underneath his helmet. Code 23 was a serious case. Nita eventually signaled to him that she detected someone of her own kind. What was worse, the other person sensed Nita as well. Both of them appeared to share the same extraordinary smelling abilities and managed to spot each other. This meant that the other person was definitely tied to the 5 Scrolls Compact. Of course, since everyone donned disguises, Ves didn't immediately panic. He waited patiently as Nita and the other figure exchanged brief hand signals to each other. The exchange only lasted for a few seconds before the other figure and Nita moved away. Ves struggled to keep up. What was going on? Situation resolved. Anything else? We detected each other's presence. The stranger detected you as well, though that is mainly due to your diet. Any problems? Don't think so. Our ways are secretive and incomprehensible. The 5 Scrolls Compact and its splinter organizations tended to do a lot of crazy stuff. The researchers among them were also highly possessive about their personal research. Sharing was not in their nature. We still have a problem, Ves spoke. It depends. Inform me if another Code 23 occurs. In hindsight, it might have been better if he came alone. He may have taken a lot of measures to obscure his identity, but it didn't do anything to block the damned extraordinary sense of smell developed by the compact. He became more urgent than ever to find a solution to the distinctive smell he carried as a holy son. One of his hopes for visiting this illicit marketplace was that he wanted to try his luck and see if he could find the source of Gerald's space. He hardly knew anything about it even after adding it to his regular diet for several months. What kind of plant did it grow from? Why couldn't it be grown outside of the Nixian Gap? What was the reason for its overpowering stench that was effective enough to overwhelm the compact's extraordinary noses? Visiting this marketplace was the closest he would get to the Nixian Gap. After he learned how dangerous it was to enter this perilous territory, he became more determined than ever to find a better solution to his predicament. If some random compact associate already smelled him out, then how much worse would it be by the time their bloodhounds deployed en masse? Is this a Code 1? Uncertain, she replied. Not enough information. Code 1 applied when the circle of Mota possessed active connections to the compact. If that was the case, their visit here was like playing with fire. Since Nita was still on the fence, Ves did not divert from his plans. Both of them headed deeper into the marketplace. After orienting themselves a bit, they headed towards the section where all of the exotics and raw materials were being sold. Ves immediately came into sight to an immense variety of exotics. Not even the peacekeepers sold that much at their branch at Synac 12. Despite his emotion-dampening mask, a burst of eagerness encompassed his body as he slightly hurried towards the closest shop. Chapter 1461 Low-Quality Products. The circle of Mota's temporary marketplace differed remarkably from the other black markets Ves visited. While a surprisingly large amount of people managed to gain entry here, almost everyone kept to themselves. Even the figures who seemed to be nobles by the way they put on airs underneath their disguises mostly remained discreet. No one trusted each other. No one wanted to poke into other people's business. Transactions dominated the marketplace, as most people just wanted to obtain the goods and services they required before heading out as fast as possible. One of the threats looming over their heads was the risk of discovery by the authorities. While the circle of Mota insisted on numerous requirements that made it extremely difficult for the planetary guard to track them down, nothing was foolproof. Raids had happened in the past. Those instances usually spelled disaster to the people visiting the marketplaces because they usually got caught up between opposing mechs. No matter how august they were underneath their robes, the authorities did not have the time nor the inclination to pay attention to their well-being. Every person trading with pirates was scum in their book. Everyone who took part in the circle of Mota's trading activities knew the risks. Ves sensed a permanent tenseness in the air as everyone remained on guard. They not only guarded against each other, but also against external threats. Accompanied by the hulking form of Nita, Ves passed through a peculiar quarter in the underground city. Starship engineer for sale. 35,000 furthrals. He's young, but he's healthy and vigorous. He'll last a long time under your care. His brains are completely untouched and ready to be brainwashed under your specifications. We offer a 50% discount if you make use of our brainwashing services. Are you lonely in your lives? Do you require some company? High-class pleasure madams for sale here. They are completely organic and unsoiled. We promise. No one offers cheaper labor than us. Our clones have been grown to be completely pliable to your commands. Our products are smarter than bots, cheaper to maintain and more amusing to torture. Don't let your bots do the cleaning. Use our clones instead. Buy one, get one free, starting at just 4,999 furthals. Ves grimaced underneath his helmet as he saw how prolific the trade of slaves turned out to be. While he always knew that slave trade happened in the murkier corners of the galaxy, to witness human products being hawked around like cabbages left a foul taste in his mouth. At least the Kinner tribe managed to dress up their slave trade with a veneer of civility and mutual benefit. Not so for the slave traders associated with the Circle of Mota. They unabashedly sold humans kidnapped from various places without any reserve. What Ves found even more disturbing was that they sold a lot of clones as well. Cultivated and grown under abominably inhuman circumstances, their mentalities were completely deficient. Of course, this also made them ideal for jobs that required dumb labor. As for why someone preferred to use clones over bots, it was all about reducing maintenance requirements. Clones were especially useful in the Nixian gap because bots required frequent maintenance while their human counterparts would just make do with nutrient packs and water. Due to the scarcity of technical services in the deprived regions of the Nixian gap, clones or brainwashed humans were much easier to deal with for pirates who didn't know the right end of a wrench. Numerous disguised visitors approached the shops and stalls of the slave traders. Lots of people desired slaves for various purposes, and they weren't very bothered by the implications of exploiting those who had no choice in their lot in life. Different from the expensive human products sold by the Kinners, the slaves offered under the auspices of the Circle of Moto were cheap. Unimaginably cheap. The Circle of Moto mainly transacted in furthals, the predominant currency of the Nixian Gap. Just like the frontier's K-coins, the furthal was based around furthal or one of the most prevalent low-grade exotics from the Nixian Gap. With varied applications, the demand for furthal was constant and stable, thereby making it suitable to be used as a reliable form of hard currency in the notoriously anarchical and chaotic region. Right now, one furthal was worth 24 bright credits, so even if Ves mentally translated the prices for slaves to his most familiar currency, they still seemed unimaginably cheap. "What do you think?" Ves asked softly. "Poor quality. Unreliable. Defective." "Of course you'd say something like that." Whereas the Kinner tribe emphasized quality, the slave traders were not so discerning. Their human products were generally low quality. Those with valuable skills were usually kidnapped and subject to extensive brainwashing. While the brainwashing ensured their obedience, the rough and pervasive treatment also affected their other competences. The customers didn't mind. Those that wanted to purchase Kinners mostly consisted of the upper echelons of society. They had the money to afford to buy a number of permanent Kinner bondsmen. Ves guessed that the people that purchased slaves here mostly consisted of Nixian pirates, or various underground outfits. These types of unsavory organizations always struggled to acquire skilled or highly educated labor. "Mech designers for sale. Whether you need them to repair, modify, or upgrade your mechs, our mech designers can do it all. Some of our more premier slaves can even design completely new mech designs that are perfectly suited for your outfits. We sell novices starting at 3 million furthals. Our apprentices can be yours starting at 8 million furthals. You won't get a better deal than ours." His mood dropped considerably as he brushed past the enslaved mech designers. The poor sods who had fallen into the clutches of the slave traders had been subjected to the same brainwashing regimes as most of the other slaves. The quality of their work left much to be desired, especially since much of their profession relied heavily on creativity and inspiration. Ves did not believe a single brainwashed mech designer would ever be able to match the design prowess of a willing mech designer. Nonetheless, as Ves observed the types who had the mech designers for sale, he figured that most buyers simply wanted to obtain them to service their existing mechs. The clientele mostly appeared to consist of dark mercenaries and hidden forces. Reflecting their nature, they demanded a certain level of quality without costing them too much. The human products also had to be expendable. The mech designers sold at the Circle of Moto fell exactly within their demands. Ves shook his head underneath his helmet as he saw these poor fellows who studied so hard to become a mech designer meet such a poor end. From listening to the brief exchanges between the buyers and sellers, most of the mech designers who lost their freedom only had themselves to blame. They borrowed heavily in order to fund their startups. When their businesses failed to take off, they eventually drowned in their debt. In regular cases, mech designers who failed to start their own businesses simply declared bankruptcy and moved on while leaving the lenders on the hook for the unpaid debt. To some mech designers, funding was very difficult to come by. They approached gangs and other loan sharks for money, and this was where they fell into trouble. Mech designers that had to resort to unconventional funding sources weren't very good to begin with. When they eventually failed, the loan sharks immediately seized the assets of the company, as well as the mech designer themselves. Most of the mech designers already went through mental reprogramming, rendering them unattractive to Ves. Who knew what kind of hidden instructions the brainwashers seared into their minds? Perhaps they had been programmed to transmit information about their buyers to the slave traders. A number of imprisoned mech designers still looked fresh, though. Unlike their poorer colleagues who had been subjected to crude brainwashing, the untouched mech designers were still mentally sound. Ves observed a variety of expressions behind the transparent cages that showed their dejected forms. He spotted anger, helplessness, despair, self-recrimination, and more from their faces. Though he sympathized with their fates, he did not feel compelled to help out his fellow kind. Most of them willingly played with fire and got burned. If they accepted that they weren't good enough to attract seed money from legitimate investors, then they shouldn't have insisted on founding their startups. The mech market was too competitive to tolerate trash. What really dampened his mood was that some mech designers had fallen in the clutches of the slave traders through no fault of their own. Perhaps the passenger ship they boarded had been waylaid by pirates. Perhaps their business rivals engineered an ambush on the streets. Perhaps their bodyguards betrayed them when they were at their most vulnerable. Whatever the case, Ves could have easily suffered the fate of these innocent and unwilling mech designers if he wasn't so thorough about his protective detail. He thanked his paranoia for keeping him on his toes. Coming across so many mech designers who had their futures cut off made him more resolved than ever to invest in his avatars of myth. "You are staring a lot. Are you interested?" Nita gruffly asked. "No." Though Ves deeply lacked design talent, he knew better than to purchase an enslaved mech designer. Whether brainwashed or not, the mech designers were already tainted the moment they fell into the clutches of the slave traders. Though it took some effort, Ves strongly believed he could fill up his design teams through legitimate hiring practices. Unlike some of the other organizations that frequented the circle of Moda, there was no need for him to resort to slaves to address his lack of mech designers. As Ves and Nita both marched through the slave trade quarter, they continued to pass by slave traders hawking their mech designers. As much as Ves tried to steel his heart against these sights, his mood nonetheless grew worse and worse. As someone who loved to design mechs, he hated the sight of others sharing the same passion succumbing to such awful fates. Not even his empowered mask was capable of holding back his inner thoughts. As a mech designer, some sights were simply too abominable for him to remain quiet. "Mech designers deserve better," he muttered, venting his frustration. "Mech designers are just as vulnerable as other humans," Nita calmly replied. She shared none of his feelings concerning mech designers. The strong prosper and the weak suffer under their yoke. This has always been the nature of the galaxy. In the many millennia since our species have risen up, we've advanced our civilization by an incredible degree. Yet sometimes I question how much we've really progressed when we still engage in barbaric practices such as enslaving our own race. A part of him hoped the MTA would come and smash apart the entire marketplace. The former expectations he held for the Circle of Moat had almost completely evaporated now that he witnessed the depths of their depravity. To Ves, it was one thing to sell regular people. It was another thing to sell mech designers. The latter firmly crossed his bottom line. He only relaxed a bit after they finally passed through the slave trade quarter and entered a section devoted to the sale of rare materials. The sight of samples of exotics on display brought a smile on his face. This was familiar territory for him. The bounty of the Nixian Gap was fully on display here. Already he spotted plenty of rare and expensive exotics that he hadn't encountered at the Peacekeepers branch on Synac 12. Best of all, due to his constantly improving knowledge on metallurgy, he understood a lot more about the properties of metallic exotics for sale here. Some of them were really useful for certain applications. Let's browse the wares carefully. Not only was the selection of goods wider here, but their prices were considerably cheaper as well. Chapter 1462 Bounty of the Nixian Gap. As much as Ves wanted to snap up numerous samples of medium to high-grade exotics, he restrained himself as much as possible. He only converted a certain amount of his money into furthals, and intended to reserve most of it for the acquisition of P stones, F stones, and other spiritually reactive exotics. Nonetheless, his resolve wavered numerous times when he carefully brushed his gaze past exotics with useful applications. Now that he was in the process of assimilating senior-level metallurgy, he recognized a wide variety of metallic exotics with known applications. He memorized their most relevant properties and also gained a sense of their prevailing market values. Prices fluctuated considerably here. Not every exotic was sold at a bargain, and not every bargain offered a lot of savings. Part of the reason for that was the intense bargaining taking place. Whenever a customer wanted to buy a product, they entered one of the nearby negotiating chambers administered by the Circle of Mota and bargained as if their lives depended on their efforts. Both the buyers and sellers negotiated aggressively, so much so that a lot of people who finished their transactions stomped out of the negotiating chambers in a fit of fury. The use of negotiating chambers to conduct transactions in relative privacy benefited both sides when they engaged in expensive transactions. Their presence made it difficult for Ves to gauge the level of trade that went on. While all sellers drove hard bargains, he was unable to gauge which one was better at ripping off their customers than others. Meanwhile, the buyers also maintained discretion. None of them looked forward to showing off the amount of furthals they carried to the unscrupulous guests of the Circle of Mota. After trawling the stalls and shops for half an hour, he abruptly found his first lucky score. When his spirituality brushed over a black chunk of rock, he immediately encountered the telltale reaction of a P-stone. Ves casually raised his hand with one finger pointing upwards. It was his signal to Nita that he encountered a good that he really wanted to obtain. Considering the extremely sharp bargaining abilities of the sellers, Ves did his best not to show his interest in the exotic. Just like before, he approached the stall selling the P-stone slowly, expressing interest at other goods before considering the P-stone. Though the dance stretched on for 20 agonizing minutes, he eventually managed to purchase the P-stone in exchange for the measly price of 7 million furthals. For an exotic that possessed the rare property of storing his spiritual energy, or spiritual entities while protecting them from decay, this was an absolute steal. Of course, considering the P-stone's lack of properties, the seller didn't find this price to be so low. Unaware of its true applications, the P-stone had been mislabeled as a marginal low-grade exotic with unknown properties. In a place like Centerpoint, where an enormous amount of wealthy mech designers and other people came to shop, the vendors there jacked up the prices of such unknown exotics to a ridiculous degree. In the Circle of Mota, such practices didn't fly as well here. The clientele was a lot poorer here. The sellers also couldn't afford to wait for years or decades until some random mech designer arrived and snapped up the goods at a ridiculous premium. Ves was under no illusion that all of the furthals he paid would fall into the hands of pirates and other unsavory organizations. Each and every guest of the Circle of Mota directly or indirectly facilitated the pirates each time they completed a transaction. They did this through purchasing their sometimes ill-gotten gains, thereby placing a lot of furthals into their hands. The visitors also supplied the pirates with valuable goods and services that were very difficult to come by in the Nixian Gap but were essential to sustain their deplorable activities. Nonetheless, even though Ves knew he indirectly enabled the pirates when he purchased the P-stone, he didn't care. Spiritually reactive exotics were simply too valuable for him to let his conscience get in the way of empowering himself. In fact, he was even willing to give the 5 Scrolls Compact a hand if they bribed him with P-stones. "Who knows if I'm already doing so?" he quietly muttered as he received the floating container that held his third P-stone. Though Nita still hadn't ascertained whether the Circle of Mota was tied to the compact or not, they had only been able to explore a portion of the underground marketplace. Most notably, the center of the city was closed off to most visitors. Only a small proportion of close associates of the Circle of Mota gained permission to enter. Ves had no clue what happened inside, but he had a feeling that more than just a couple of incidental trades took place in the core region. If the compact really had a hand in the Circle of Mota, then gaining entry to the center was the best way to obtain evidence. It was times like these that he hated his mother's incredibly inconvenient appropriation of his devil tiger. A masterwork mech was incredibly valuable. If Ves arrived at the Circle of Mota with such an incredibly valuable mech on offer, he might have gained enough regard from the organization to enter the inner marketplace. Who knew what he was missing out on now that he lost his only means of leverage? He consoled himself with the acquisition of his third P-stone. Just like his first two P-stones, its appearance and physical makeup diverged as well. Yet even though it consisted of completely different materials, it possessed the exact same properties as the other two P-stones. The addition of yet another P-stone in his arsenal was of immense value to him. Not only did he increase his external spiritual energy storage capacity by 50%, he also gained an extra container to hold living spiritual entities. The appearance of a P-stone in the Circle of Mota confirmed his suspicion that the Nixian Gap likely held more. There might even be a major deposit at one of its asteroids or larger satellites, just waiting to be excavated. Filled with hope, Ves tried to restrain his urgency as he resumed browsing the shops and stalls. While the somewhat quiet and restrained bazaar failed to match the exuberance of normal bazaars, Ves was having the time of his life. This was because he encountered 3 more P-stones. 3. Within a matter of hours, he instantly doubled his reserve of P-stones. He had even been forced to procure a floating coffer in order to hold his new acquisitions. Due to their lack of perceived value, Ves managed to purchase them without significantly denting his budget. He still had plenty of furtels left to spare for other purchases. This is remarkable. I never expected to encounter so many useful samples here. He understood why. All of the P-stones he obtained so far weren't very energetic. The curated marketplaces at Centerpoint and elsewhere preferred to sell something of more obvious value, while the Circle of Mota was much less discerning. His only regret was that he hadn't encountered any other variety of spiritually reactive exotics throughout his entire search of the rare materials quarter. He visited each and every shop and swept his spiritual senses over each and every stupid rock. No luck. Now that Ves got his fill of P-stones, he wanted to supplement his exotics collection with F-stones and materials with different reactions to spirituality. The F-stone he obtained at the Peacekeeper branch ought to have come from the Nixian Gap as well. Why hadn't it shown up here? Could it be that certain people discovered their uses and kept them for themselves? That spelled bad news for Ves, because the likeliest people to hog the F-stones was the cultists of the 5 Scrolls Compact. Look to your left, Nita suddenly said, interrupting his troubled thoughts. An auction is starting soon inside. Ves frowned. Auction halls are where high-value goods are put on offer. Goods like his Devil Tiger mech. Maybe you can find what you are seeking inside. That's true, but the auction is too conspicuous. Attracting attention is not our goal. Even though the auction venue probably did its best to hide the identity of its auction goers, Ves still harbored misgivings over entering it. Right now, he was just one of many anonymous guests of the marketplace. If he wanted to participate in the auction, he had to demonstrate his ability to spend. From what he saw, the auction only allowed guests with greater access passes or lots of furtels at their disposal. However, if he skipped the auction, he might miss the opportunity to procure another spiritually reactive exotic if one went up for auction. The problem was that the auction hall did not list out the goods it was about to auction. Guests continually approached the auction workers in order to submit their high-value goods. Just as Ves gave up on the idea of participating in the auction, he halted. After a brief consideration, he decided to take a risk. He swept his spiritual senses outwards and into the auction hall. This was a very risky course of action. Before, Ves only limited himself to extending his spiritual senses within arm's length, or a bit further if he wasn't allowed to get closer to the exotics for sale. He didn't dare to leverage his spirituality out of his body too much in case some monitors from the Five Scrolls Compact kept their eye on such phenomena. Yet the auction hall's potential offerings simply tempted him too much. The goods up for auction should definitely be a cut above the rest. As his spiritual senses stretched forward, he tried to sweep the interior of the theater-like auction hall as fast as possible. In order to minimize the risks of discovery, he eschewed precision and depth in favor of speed and reach. His spiritual senses stretched further than he had ever tried to do before in the material realm. Due to the dispersion of his senses, his sensitivity and discernment ability became worse. Rather than carefully inspecting the interior of the auction hall, Ves instead swept out his spiritual senses in a rapid pulse that lasted less than a dozen seconds. Like an active sensor that pulsed out a signal and awaited a return signal, Ves only sought to ascertain if his senses bumped into something unusual. Surprisingly, his senses encountered two different bumps during the brief period of exploration. The first instance occurred when his spirituality encountered a wall of some kind that blocked his senses from going any further. It was as if the object possessed the capability of blocking spiritual snooping. Useful! The second instance his senses encountered something remarkable was when he suddenly brushed against something large. His spiritual senses immediately became stagnant when it encountered the large object. It was as if it had entered into a swamp and got stuck in the morass. Ves sensed a hint of something else buried deeper in the large object, but his sweep of the auction hall quickly finished. Considering the continued risk of extending his spiritual senses so far, he reluctantly decided to retract them all. In any case, he got what he wanted out of the attempt. "Let's enter the auction hall," he abruptly spoke up again. Nita didn't question his U-turn. Both of them calmly stepped in line and awaited their turn. Once they arrived at the front, Ves handed over his data chip, which presented proof that he possessed enough furthos to compete in the auctions. "Pass," the impassive guard said while handing back the data chip. "Behave yourself inside. Don't attack anyone inside and don't bid for something that is beyond your means to pay. We reserve the full right to ascertain whether you are violating our rules and dole out the necessary punishment. Is that clear?" Though the warning sounded sketchy as hell, he heard the same spiel just before he entered the marketplace. "We understand." "Then make way and head inside. You are blocking the way." Chapter 1463 Anonymous Exchange. Inside, the auction hall's dark, drab but roomy interior did not detract from the interest the upcoming auction attracted. Already, hundreds of wealthy guests awaited entry into the main hall. Meanwhile, the more privileged auction-goers with better access passes headed for the less congested balconies and private boxes upstairs. Ves did not wish to bid for goods in the main hall where everyone could see him. He approached one of the workers. "How much for a private box?" 100 million furthels. "Too expensive." That sounded like pure extortion. There was no way Ves would pay the equivalent of 2.4 billion bright credits just to secure a private box. The worker looked at V's disguised form with contempt. "Temporary pass holders like you don't merit anything better. To gain the right to enter a private box, You must either upgrade your pass to one of the higher tiers or convince someone with an upgraded pass to invite you inside. The only other alternative is to offer a high-value good for auction that exceeds the value of 100 million furtels. Understood. Ves stewed in his mind as he turned away as soon as he learned he had no means to obtain a private box. It would have been a different story if he still possessed his devil tiger. Let alone 100 million furthels, the mech was definitely worth more than 1 billion furthels. He mentally imagined shooting his mother over and over again with the Amistendera as he and Nita stood at the back of the waiting crowd. He found out that they had come to the auction a little early. The doors to the main hall would only open in an hour, with the auction starting half an hour later. The Circle of Mota who organized the auction wanted to make sure they attracted as many moneybags as possible. Strangely enough, the normally quiet and standoffish guests began to converse with each other. Only a certain caliber of guests were allowed to participate in the upcoming auction. They possessed a greater amount of wealth, strength, or connections. Despite knowing nothing at all about each other, the robed and disguised figures carefully approached the people next to them. Ves even witnessed a number of transactions taking place. Soon enough, a group of recently arrived guests approached Ves and Nita. The group of 3 immediately gave Ves the impression that the figure wearing identical shadow attire as him was a noble. The 2 larger figures following deferentially behind the person in the middle hadn't done a good job at hiding their bodyguard tendencies. A distorted voice sounded out over the low din of conversation. The dark sun will collapse. Pardon? Ves couldn't help but respond. Nothing. I was merely curious if you are in the know. Well, I'm not part of your club. The unknown figure turned towards Nita. You're a big fellow. Yes. What do you do for a living? Everything. What an eloquent answer, the unknown figure replied dryly. But interesting nonetheless. Ves was pretty sure now that he faced a noble. Whether the figure underneath the pitch-black robes and hirsute was a man or a woman, he couldn't tell. He did sense he faced someone of the same age or younger as him. He could discern at least this much from the unknown noble's speech and movement patterns, though someone like Calabast could probably figure out more. You're kind of stiff, the noble spoke. You really don't give me much to work with, stranger. That's the intention, Ves replied flatly. The Circle of Mota can be a dangerous place if you get caught, but we are all on the same boat here. You won't be able to make any deals if you keep up your stiff act. That's not a problem. This must be your first time here. Yes, Ves admitted. He didn't mind exposing this bit of information, as it was hard to pretend he knew what was going on. He got the sense that plenty of rituals took place in the Circle of Mota. What do you do for a living? The figure asked again, this time to Ves. You don't need to know the answer. You'd be surprised how much I can be of use if you tell me something about yourself. What is in it for you? Ves probed. I'm curious about the 2 of you. I know more about the Circle of Mota than a first-timer like you. I can introduce you to the auction if you tell me what you are or what you do. Don't be shy. Though Ves felt tempted to push this annoying fly away, he reconsidered. He needed a source of information, and the fellow who approached him seemed sincere. In fact, that was pretty much what most people were doing in the waiting hall. They approached random disguised people and carefully probed each other. If they liked what they heard, they befriended each other or engaged in impromptu transactions. All right. I'm a mech designer. Oh. The disguised noble did not sound excited. Hisneck 8 hosted a lot of mech designers, in part due to the presence of institutions such as Rawlings University. What rank? Journeyman. The instant Ves spoke those words, the noble immediately perked up. His body language made it clear that he became a lot more attentive. Truly? Ves refrained from scoffing. Truly. Believe what you will. I have a better idea. Are you willing to prove your assertion? Depends. The noble raised his arm and activated his comm. After a bit of manipulation, he presented a very complicated-looking mechanical puzzle. I'm told that only journeymen are able to solve this puzzle. No problem. Ves immediately grasped the essence of the puzzle. In fact, now that his mechanic skill was in the process of upgrading to senior level, he could easily solve it within a matter of seconds. Still, in order to avoid standing out, he deliberately took his time and slowed down his responses. His fingers slowly manipulated the puzzle for a couple of minutes before he finally inputted the final solution. Astounding! You solved it in 3 minutes and 18 seconds. That is definitely within the range of a journeyman. You're the real deal. I did not lie. You'd be surprised at how many novices and apprentices I've met who pretended to be bigger than they actually are. High-ranking mech designers are rare in these parts. Most of the time, they dispatch representatives to conduct business on their behalf. I see. That sounded like a clever solution. It added some separation between the high-ranking mech designer and the subordinate visiting the circle of Mota. A senior mech designer could not afford to get caught associating directly with this notorious organization. If one of their subordinates got caught, the senior could easily disavow the unlucky representative and claim that the miscreant acted on their own accord. Whether the authorities accepted the excuse or not, Ves didn't know. The strategic value of seniors to a state was very high, though, so the Sentinel Kingdom was probably very reluctant to tear down one of their precious assets. You must be here on your own accord, right? You don't have to hide it from me. If you were sent by your mentor or boss, you would have gotten a better clue of what is going on. You're very brave. Why are you here, then? I'm bored. The Sentinel Kingdom is so boring. Don't you think the Nixian Gap is a lot more exciting? While I'll never step foot there, I can still take part in the gatherings organized by the Circle. To be honest, the noble disgusted Ves a bit. The man lived a privileged life, and what did he say? He was bored. Billions of commoners in the Sentinel Kingdom would love to swap lives with a noble. Fortunately, his muted mask helped a lot in repressing his inner devil tongue from lashing out. It wasn't as if he was any better than the noble either. Despite knowing that the Circle of Mota served as an enabler of piracy, Ves still sought them out and partook in several transactions. Say, what's your budget, mech designer? That's none of your business. Just give me an approximation. Did you bring more than 100 million furthles? Yes. But not that much more, right? Maybe. Ha! You don't have to lie. Don't get me wrong. 100 million furthles is enough to bid on a couple of lower-tier goods on auction. Some of the goods are sold in batches, so you don't have to compete against other bidders for a single rare good. It's the auction hall's way of giving paupers an opportunity to come away with the satisfaction of winning at least one winning bid. It's not enough, you think? Not if you want to obtain something of significant value. Don't get me wrong. The lower value goods on auction are already notable enough. It's just, the real excitement happens afterwards. Some of the choicier goods of the Sentinel Kingdom and the Nixian Gap will appear on the auction block. These are what makes the auctions organized by the Circle truly worth visiting in person. Ves thought about his spiritual sweep over the expansive venue. The auction hall stored at least 2 objects that reacted to spirituality. One of which was of a much larger size than any spiritually reactive material he encountered before. In fact, It felt so exceptional to him that he suspected that its value must not be low. Though he initially thought his budget ought to be sufficient to bid on this mystery object, now he didn't feel so sure. If the anonymous noble didn't lie, then there were doubtlessly a lot of people participating in the auction with a much bigger war chest than he could ever compete against. As the most powerful third-rate state in the Komodo Star sector, the Sentinel Kingdom also happened to be a lot wealthier than a regular third-rate state like the Bright Republic. Nobles and other wealthy magnates earned considerably more. Ves paused a bit. You did not bring up this topic without cause. Correct. Ever since I heard you're a journeyman, I've been considering a proposal. Do you want to earn some easy money? How much? Up to 1 billion furthles. That's a lot of money. That was an understatement. 1 billion furthles equated to at least 24 billion bright credits. Though Ves frankly owned a bit more cash than that, he only converted a limited portion of his money into furthles. He was very loath to drain his bank accounts even more, as it might attract unwelcome attention. Are you interested? It depends on what you want. I am unwilling to commit too much time, so if you want me to design a mech for you, you're out of luck. That is not what I am looking for. I want you to upgrade a series of identical mechs with the parts and materials I've supplied. Use your journeyman prowess to turn my batch of mechs into something truly exceptional. Why not approach a journeyman the regular way? The mechs are rather delicate. Ves frowned inside his helmet. Are you supplying the mechs to a Nixian pirate outfit? Let's leave this question open, shall we? What I seek is someone who can upgrade a batch of mechs without leaking anything. Are you open to this offer? You will have to reveal more about the mechs and what you expect from me. It is hard for me to make a judgment without any relevant information. Understandable. Look, why not follow me to my private box and discuss some of the details? You can stay with me when the auction starts. If you encounter something that you can't pay for, why not let me pitch in? If it isn't beyond my means, I can cover the cost. If I win, I can hold the object in my possession and exchange it to you once you finish the job I give you. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? Ves began to grow suspicious. What kind of upgrade job did this anonymous noble expect from Ves that was worth 1 billion furthles? The entire deal sounded shady as hell. Chapter 1464 Spire Helix. Though Ves hesitated for a time, he eventually accepted the unknown noble's offer to walk up to his private box. Ves, Nita, the unknown noble and his 2 bodyguards all moved up the stairs after a cursory inspection. The auction hall workers immediately let the disguised noble pass after they checked his pass. Evidently, the fellow that invited Ves upstairs was an honored guest of the Circle of Mota. Such an eminent person's identity or background must not be weak. What bothered Ves was that such people shouldn't have a lot of difficulty in convincing a journeyman to complete a design-related job. Yet instead of approaching more familiar mech designers, the unknown nobleman instead attempted to solicit him for a private commission. Considering their current venue and the amount of care the nobleman showed in bringing up the topic, the job should have some issues. Serious and illegal issues. Why else would journeymen refuse to accept a quick commission that earned them the equivalent of 24 billion bright credits? There had to be a lot of issues concerning this job. Even if the noblemen of the Sentinel Kingdom were very wealthy, no one slung around 24 billion credits like candy. It sounded far too good to be true. Perhaps the only reason why Ves continued to entertain the idea was because his intuition did not signal any insincerity in the offer. That was enough for Ves to stick around. It was unlikely he would receive a similarly generous offer from someone else anyway. He still hadn't accepted any deals, so he had the right to walk away anytime he wished. As they reached the shielded and quiet box, they sat at the adjustable chairs and began to chat. "It's tiresome for me to think of you as the mech designer. The nobleman began. "You can call me Finley. What about you?" "Call me Rho Sigma," Ves spontaneously blurted out. He wanted to reveal as little as possible, so stringing along two random letters together sounded as good as anything. That the letters happened to be Rho and Sigma was purely a coincidence, of course. Typical. Finley shrugged just enough for his shadow attire to jerk. "You people always invent sciency names for yourselves." "That's because they are common words in our profession. Every mech designer throughout the galaxy uses them as symbols in their work." Darkness obscured the main hall beyond the one-way wall. Ves only perceived the outlines of many hundreds of seats stretching out below, with a lot of space in between. Paths led up to an empty auction stage big enough to accommodate several mechs. With so much space, the auction hall could have hosted tens of thousands of people, though in reality only a few hundred bidders and their entourage would actually enter and take part. "So where do you come from, Rho Sigma? While you hide your traits fairly well, it's obvious that you're not a commoner or noble from our state. You would have reacted differently to me if that was the case. Either that, or you're very good at pretending. Who knows? Stop fishing for information." "It was worth a try," Finley mirthfully said, though the distortion of his helmet did not convey his feelings that well. Ves did not care too much that Finley found out that he was a foreigner. He wasn't a spy like Calabast who could seamlessly integrate in a completely foreign culture. As an educational and research planet, Hisneck 8 attracted a lot of mech design students as well as mech designers. A significant proportion of teachers and researchers were foreigners. Nonetheless, the amount of foreign mech designers currently on Hisneck 8 who also happened to be journeymen did not amount to a high number. This meant that Finley could narrow down the possible identities of Ves to a single list of names. Of course, Ves could also be a skilled actor who pretended to be a foreigner. Finley still had to take that possibility into account. Nita already signaled an obscure hand signal towards Ves. It was another predetermined code that stated that Ves should hold himself back. She even spoke out. "Tell us of the job you have in mind for Rho Sigma. And who might you be, big guy?" "Big guy." Finley was momentarily rendered speechless. "What an inventive moniker. Speak up. You have left us in the dark long enough." "Oh well," Finley sighed. "Here goes. The job entails 2 companies' worth of mechs. The mechs are rather unusual and not very common around these parts." "How many mech models are we talking about? The more models there are, the longer it takes for me to modify their designs." "You don't have to worry about that. The mechs are all identical. One model." "Just one?" Ves skeptically asked. Almost every mech company featured a mixed mech roster. Perhaps some exceptions existed where multiple companies were meant to fight alongside each other. In those cases, using one model for every mech company wasn't as stupid. Still, for 2 mech companies to consist of just a single mech model sounded quite far-fetched. "Tell me about the model." "They're doom crawlers. They're very expensive, but they're worth it. The mechs pack a very strong punch and they can take a lot of hits. See for yourself." Finley projected a doom crawler model from his comm and also listed out its spec sheet. Apparently, the model was called the Spire Helix, and its design was an absolute beast. Doom crawlers were some of the most notorious heavy mech types in existence. The mech model that Ves currently studied did not put its mech type to shame. The overall shape of the Spire Helix resembled that of a 6-legged tarantula scaled up to the size of an office building. Its legs looked meaty and thick because of all the heavy armor plating they had been clad with. They were incredibly resilient against damage. The 6 legs held aloft a large and heavily armored torso that had been designed to accommodate an entire arsenal's worth of weapon hardpoints. For large ballistic cannons provided devastating firepower at medium to long ranges. 8 smaller laser rifle barrels placed throughout the chassis provided all-round protection against closer and swifter threats. 2 missile launchers installed at the top of the mech added a considerable amount of versatility. The incredible amount of weapons mounted on top of a heavy mech that already bore a significant amount of armor sounded prohibitively expensive. However, as Ves studied the spec sheet closer, he realized that while the Spire Helix was a genuine heavy mech, its actual construction was quite economic. The reason why the Doom Crawler became so large was because it was made up of relatively cheap materials. He quickly estimated the price range of the Doom Crawler. 400 to 500 million bright credits. That was how much each mech cost. That placed the Spire Helix on the cheaper end of the Doom Crawler mech type. Nonetheless, that did not detract from the Spire Helix's capacity for destruction. A force of 80 Doom Crawlers was enough to flatten the land-bound defenses of a minor planet. This was some serious firepower. After studying the Spire Helix's design some more, he noted a few remarkable details that suggested a very disturbing picture. The Spire Helix is an illicit mech design. I highly doubt the MTA ever approved of its design. Correct. Ves recently finished an illicit mech design project himself, so he knew what it was like to design a mech that did not abide by the MTA's strictures. The Spire Helix is a pirate design. It's designed and meant to be used by pirates. Nixian pirates. That is also correct. I'm impressed you realized this so quickly. Perhaps I approached the right mech designer after all. These mechs are already very deadly, Finley. The pirate designer who is responsible for creating the Spire Helix is very competent. So far, the design appeared to be the work of a very experienced journeyman. Not only that, but Ves also guessed that the pirate designer used to work for the military or a company with close ties to the military before he or she went rogue. Such mech designers ought to be very infamous and very dangerous. Ves began to harbor more doubts. These Doom Crawlers must be very hard to acquire. I don't think there's any manufacturing facility in the Sentinel Kingdom that is daring enough to fabricate these mechs in such quantities. You'd be surprised what you can get away with on an uninhabited star system. Besides, we already bought these Doom Crawlers just a few days ago from the Circle of Mota. They are here? Yes, but stored somewhere safe. A lot more questions emerged. Why did the Circle of Mota ship so many illicit mechs onto Synac 8? What did Finley intend to do with these incredibly destructive pirate mechs? However, even if he harbored a lot of questions, Ves knew better than to voice them. Whatever purpose Finley or his superiors had in store for the Doom Crawlers, it must be something extremely delicate. Nonetheless, he still needed at least some answers. What do you wish to upgrade? I'd like to upgrade its weapon systems and some other aspects, Finley answered with a gesture. Their existing armament is already powerful, but I require more. The Doom Crawlers need to be capable of unleashing great destruction. The current weapon loadout of the Spire Helix is already optimal. It's enough to fend off a large range of land-bound and aerial mechs. That's the problem, you see. The Doom Crawlers are great against mechs, but we are targeting more than mechs. What do you need exactly? Be more specific. The Doom Crawlers have to be capable of wide-area infrastructure destruction. We want you to pull out all of the stops. We've already gathered some materials and some component designs to replace the existing weapon systems of the Doom Crawlers, but finding a journeyman who is willing to incorporate them in an upgraded design is surprisingly challenging. Show me. Finley projected the new weapon systems. The ballistic cannon mounts that fired conventional shells had to be replaced with a different cannon system that fired a very specialized shell type. One that carried a very destructive nuclear payload. The laser rifle barrels mounted on the Doom Crawler had to be replaced with more advanced and more demanding energy weapon systems. While the new weapon system was capable of firing conventional lasers, its alternate firing mode turned it into a gamma laser weapon. As for the missile launcher system, Ves didn't have to make a lot of changes. He just had to make additional rooms so that the Doom Crawler carried additional nuclear missile salvos. Ves was shocked at the sheer audacity of the proposed modifications. Not even pirates dared to be so unscrupulous as to make use of so many taboo weapons. He could easily imagine the sheer horror that 80 Doom Crawlers modified for absolute destruction could unleash. The amount of firepower the Doom Crawlers would carry was enough to wipe out an entire metropolis in a matter of minutes. I can see why no mech designer dared to accept your commission, Ves said very mildly. The nature of your demands is very problematic. That was an understatement. If the MTA ever got wind that Finley attempted to turn a bunch of Doom Crawlers into apocalyptic engines of destruction, then they would probably send out an entire war fleet after his heels. Don't leave yet. It's not what you think. Finley raised his hand towards Ves. We have no intentions to turn the Spire Helixes against the Sentinel Kingdom. The Mechs are all meant to be put to use against a highly entrenched stronghold operated by a pirate alliance in the Nixian Gap. What kind of pirate fortress requires this much firepower? One that is very sturdy and large. Regular weapons are already capable of doing the job. We know. It's not about destroying a pirate stronghold, Rosigma. It's about sending a message. We want to unleash as much destruction as possible in the most brutally direct fashion as possible. Ves widened his eyes behind his helmet. This sounded more than just a calculated attack. Instead, he suspected that Finley may be driven by a vendetta. Chapter 1465 Excessive Force. You're right. It's personal, Finley admitted when Ves probed the disguised nobleman yet again. It's the only way to teach the Nixian pirates a lesson. They're so used to brutality that they rarely pay attention to ordinary threats. Even so, the modifications you have in mind are very gratuitous. Replacing the regular ballistic cannons with specialized nuclear cannons is more than enough to turn your Spire Helixes into highly destructive mechs. Adding the gamma lasers and nuclear missiles to your mechs is excessive. Nothing is excessive when it comes to the opponent we are targeting. Finley glowered darkly. The Spire Helixes that you are modifying will only be put to use in a single operation. Once they have finished the job, we will immediately dismantle and break them down so that no trace of them are left. They won't ever show up again, Rho Sigma. I promise that. Ves pursed his lips behind his helmet. He sat impassively as he tried to judge whether Finley actually spoke the truth. His shadow attire made it very difficult for Ves to glean clues out of the nobleman. His spiritual senses caught nothing as Finley did not possess any spiritual potential that could give away any clues. All Ves could rely upon was his intuition and his logic. His intuition didn't sense anything egregious about Finley, but then again his intuition didn't have much to go upon. Plenty of people had lied to Ves before and got away with it. Spies and nobles adept in social manipulation tended to be highly trained in the art of deception. Though Ves probably figured that most of what Finley said must be true, the Sentinel might have taken some liberties with some crucial details. What if Finley deployed the Doom Crawlers against a peacekeeper base? What if Ves woke up one morning and read a devastating news report about several cities in the Sentinel Kingdom being laid to waste by a bunch of mystery Doom Crawlers? The doom crawlers possessed enough firepower to wipe out billions of humans by launching all of its nuclear weapons in quick succession. Not a single defensive force would be able to react in time if the doom crawlers were smuggled into place without tripping off any alarms. A huge shadow loomed over Ves. This job sounded extremely sketchy to him. Even if Finley truly believed that the doom crawlers he acquired would merely be put to use against a bunch of pirates, he was just an errand boy. The people who truly possessed the power to decide where to employ the doom crawlers stood above someone like Finley. Ves doubted that the young nobleman knew every detail about the intended use for the modified doom crawlers. Who knew if the owners of the spire helixes held different ideas from Finley? No matter how much sincerity Finley tried to convey, Ves couldn't put much stock in the nobleman's words. The more he thought about it, the more Ves feared that the doom crawlers would be put to use against targets that didn't deserve to die in a sea of nuclear fury. You said that you've already approached other journeymen, right? They made the right decision. The changes that you demand is too abominable to see the light of day. I already told you. Their only purpose is to annihilate a heavy defended pirate fortification. That is all. Not even pirates deserve to die with the cruel and inhuman weapons you wish to mount on your spire helixes. Heat is heat. Explosions are explosions. Who cares whether the heat and explosion comes with a dose of radiation? Someone who is directly struck by a laser beam will die regardless whether it's radioactive or not. If there is little difference in lethality, then there is hardly any point in replacing the spire helix's conventional weapon systems. As I said, regular weapons aren't enough. We have to send a forceful message. Again, Finley repeated this ostensible goal. Is it personal? Ves boldly asked. Yes, Finley admitted. I'll be honest, Rho Sigma. A few years ago, one of our elite peacekeeper outfits deployed in the Nixian Gap fell into an ambush. A lot of mech pilots died, but those who survived ended up in the clutches of the pirate alliance that orchestrated the trap. Those who survived did not meet good ends. I take it there were very important people among those survivors. Those of noble blood. Yes. This is not a secret. If you check the galactic net, you can read the public news articles. Let me think for a moment. The Circle of Motu did not offer a connection to the galactic net, so Ves had no way of confirming the incident. He didn't think that Finley was lying, though. Ves could easily confirm the news by asking bystanders about this ambush. However, even if the ambush actually took place and provoked some nobles into plotting revenge, Ves still maintained some suspicions. How could a pirate alliance determine the precise route of a premier peacekeeper outfit and set an ambush that the scouts failed to detect in time? Ves suspected that the pirates had help. Inside help. What if the avenging nobles not only acted on the same suspicions, but managed to pinpoint the traitors within the Sentinel Kingdom, who knew if the doom crawlers would be deployed against their strongholds instead? The pirates may have done the deed, but they may have merely been the knife wielded by the actual masterminds. If the masterminds happened to be a noble house in control of a planet, then smuggling 80 doom crawlers onto the surface was a good way to tear them down from their lofty height. Perhaps it was just his paranoia going overboard again, but Ves seriously believed it was plausible that the modified spire helixes would actually be put to use against civilized opponents. It was one thing to employ taboo weapons against scummy pirates who had forsaken their human rights. It was another thing entirely to employ prohibited weapons of mass destruction on a civilized target like House Laterna or House Jintefa. I think we are done here. Ves spoke and stood up. I will not entertain your proposal any further. It is sheer madness. Rho Sigma! Please don't go yet. The auction hasn't even started yet. The Circle of Mota always offers a lot of highly unusual goods in their auctions. If you truly want to obtain something but don't have the furtherals to outbid the other bidders, I can still help. Ves momentarily halted in his attempt to stand up. Though he found Finley's proposed commission to be extremely problematic, who knew what he might miss out on if he left the private box? At best, the objects that attracted his attention might not be as expensive as he feared. At worst, he could just decide to forego the spiritually reactive objects entirely. With some reluctance, Ves decided to remain after all. Leaving would only deprive him of an opportunity while giving nothing in return except for cleansing his conscience. The value of the former was much greater than the value of the latter. If Ves had to put a price on his conscience, then 1 billion furtherals sounded kinda cheap. He had the feeling he might be able to milk Finley out of even more money if he stringed the fellow along. Finding a journeyman willing to perform the modifications he demanded must be very challenging. While capable and experienced apprentices could also do the same job, they required a lot more time to implement all of the modifications. The results wouldn't be as good as Ves could manage, as all of those powerful weapon systems required more space and more power to accommodate their prodigious firepower. Therefore, Ves was at least assured that Finley wanted him for his skills and didn't target him for some other reason. As time passed by, Finley kept chatting with Ves. Though they didn't talk about anything sensitive, the disguised nobleman put some effort to ingratiate himself. Ves learned a fair bit of useful information, particularly about the Circle of Mota and the Nyxian pirates. This kind of information was very hard to come by as only nobles were exposed to the bigger picture. Do you know why we've never attempted to wipe out the Nyxian pirates despite the cancer they pose in our region? Finley asked. Too difficult and costly. That's true, but the Sentinel Kingdom could have done much more to suppress the pirates. Aside from the peacekeepers, we can also bring our military and all of the household troops to bear against the Nyxian Gap. Even if we can't root them out entirely, we can bleed them enough so that they won't be able to launch any attacks against us for the next 50 years. To some people, that is still worth it. Yet each time a proposal is put forward, it's always shot down. Don't you find that interesting? Ves crossed his arms across his chest. With his understanding on how society was run, he formed a very solid guess. The current status quo favors the royals and nobles. The Nyxian pirates exert considerable pressure against the state, but not to the point of threatening its sovereignty. Right. The Nyxian pirates can't be wiped out, but also aren't that bad to have as neighbors. We grew strong as a state because of how the Nyxian Gap changes the dynamics in its surroundings. Destructive wars are much less common, though small-scale raids are still rather frequent. The damage is tolerable, though. Instead of damaging the lifeblood of our kingdom, the pirate attacks instead serve to remove the rot from our state. Perhaps the decadent nobles who did not invest enough in defending their holdings deserve to fall. Ves wasn't so sure if the commoners toiling for their masters and suffering the brunt of the pirate attacks deserved the same. He should never mistake pirates as benign. Is this the prevailing opinion among the nobility? Yes. Our conflict against the Nyxian pirates has raged for centuries that we've settled on a tenuous balance. Our state not only founded the peacekeepers to organize our resistance towards the pirates, but also modulate our counterattacks to a level that is tolerable to the pirates themselves. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The state is afraid that a greater attack against the pirates will provoke a more destructive response. Right. This put the commission that Finley offered to him in a whole new light. The doom crawlers that you have bought. If they are upgraded according to your demands before being put to use against the pirates, then that will break the balance you are talking about, right? Hee hee. Finley chuckled inside his helmet. The distortion made his laugh sound considerably more ominous. That's right, Rosigma. Destroying a single pirate fortification in the most barbaric fashion possible is not our end goal. It is a catalyst. The Nixian pirates have sat on their comfortable thrones for too long. Launching an attack while employing a judicious amount of outrageous weapons is a provocation that no pirate can ignore. The implications sounded explosive. What Finley just said had wider implications towards the entire region. I do not understand. The status quo is beneficial towards your class. Why provoke the Nixian pirates to such an extent? You're partially correct, Mech Designer. While it's true that the status quo is not that bad for us, both sides involved require some shaking up. The ambush that felled our elite peacekeeper outfit has gone too far. The pirate alliance responsible for torturing and killing our fellow nobles has grown too comfortable in its seat of power. If we wish to topple them and make room for a new power structure, we have to resort to drastic action. It's not just about taking revenge for a single ambush, then. Yes. We have accumulated other grievances. While our state is willing to keep the pirates aren't, it doesn't matter which pirates are in charge. Some have outlived their usefulness. We are merely helping them retire. Chapter 1466 Tainted Commission. As much as Finley's explanations made sense, he was only a single, biased source. Ves would be a fool if he believed everything Finley said. At the very least, he had to take into account that Finley distorted or omitted the facts. The Sentinel's one-sided account only shone a single light to the story. One of the downsides of staying at the private box was that Ves had no one else to ask for a second or third opinion. While the box provided him with some needed privacy, the isolation from the majority of the auction goers also played into Finley's intentions. Nonetheless, Ves accepted the circumstances because he believed he gained a rare glimpse into the true thoughts of the ruling class of the Sentinel Kingdom. Everything he heard so far sounded plausible. Time continued to pass by as Ves eagerly harvested more information from Finley. In the meantime, the doors to the main hall opened up. A crowd of robed, suited and armored figures slowly entered the hall and took their seats. Groups of them shoved their seats together to form an island within the darkness. So far, the auction hall was still dimmed in darkness. Only the faint ceiling light and the lights shining from the guests themselves prevented them from bumping into obstacles. Seeing how many wealthy guests attended the auction, Ves began to wonder how much support the Circle of Mota enjoyed. How many Sentinel nobles have taken part in the Circle's exchanges? Every noble house. That was a surprising answer. Everyone? Perhaps not at the same time. Some houses are much more opposed to pirates than others. However, not every noble in a single house thinks the same way. There are always a couple of black sheep in the family who believe there is little harm in dealing with the Circle. They do not make up for a lot of people, though, so only a third of the noble houses are truly eager to take advantage of the services that the Circle of Mota provides. The picture that Finley painted spoke of a closer interdependence between the Sentinel nobles and the Nixian pirates. While both were ostensibly enemies, they depended on each other as well. The trade between certain houses and pirates is very lucrative. Finley continued as the auction hall continued to fill up. You can even say that certain nobles and certain pirates have grown very comfortable with each other. They became partners, Ves remarked. Yes. Certain pirate alliances are secretly backed by certain noble houses and vice versa. Well, backing is not the right word. They benefit from having closer ties to each other while still remaining wary of each other. Yeah. That's how some of the shadow alliances have formed. For the most part, we accepted that certain parties made friends across the other aisle. In order to facilitate these partnerships and provide a better infrastructure to conduct exchanges, the Circle of Mota emerged to provide a way for both sides to get in touch with each other. Who founded the Circle? Who controls the Circle? I don't know. That's not something that is commonly known. It's best if you don't poke around too much. I see. The question who was actually in charge of the circle of motor continued to gnaw at Ves. It was one thing if the circle was led by a hidden consortium of nobles and pirate leaders. He wouldn't even raise his eyebrow if the royal house pulled the strings. However, if the true masters of the circle turned out to be the Five Scrolls Compact, then Ves had to be extra careful. There was a possibility that the Compact or an agent of them kept an eye on the spiritually reactive goods that were about to come up for auction. If Ves appeared too eager to obtain these two goods, then he might be drawing attention that he really didn't mean to attract. Ves turned his gaze from the increasingly more occupied main hall to the disguised form of Finley. If Finley bid on the goods that Ves wanted to obtain, then the extra layer of separation served as a form of protection. It wouldn't be of much use if the Compact controlled the auction hall, but it was better than nothing. Why are you so insistent on adding taboo weapons onto your spire helixes? Ves asked again. I understand the argument you tried to make, but with the amount of money you are willing to spend, you may as well employ 500 normal mechs instead. It's too risky. Finley's shadow attire jerked. We can't let the attack be traced to us. The retribution that we will be subjected to would ruin us all. With regards to covert operations like these, the less people we involve, the less likely it will leak. The operation has to be conducted with as little mech pilots, ship crew, and support personnel as possible. One additional person more means bringing on an extra risk factor. It only takes one informer to warn the pirates of an impending attack. That explained the rationale for using expensive doom crawlers instead of cheaper mechs. Finley's superiors wanted to bring a certain amount of destruction towards a target. However, they were unwilling to employ too much manpower for fear of leaks. Under these conditions, it made more sense to employ a smaller force of high-value mechs than a larger force of weaker mechs. Yet another question quickly emerged in his mind. Who will pilot these mechs? We aren't investing our own forces to this endeavor. As I said, we can't let this operation tie back to us. We have to keep the pirates in the dark. We've employed a large and somewhat trustworthy dark mercenary corps for this operation. Doom crawlers aren't easy mechs to pilot. Every heavy mech requires special training to pilot proficiently. Most pirates have never come in touch with a doom crawler. We have already taken that into account, Finley replied confidently. The entire reason why we went out to buy the spire helixes in the first place is because it's a doom crawler design that is native to the Nixian Gap. I'm told that it's been designed to be easier and simpler to pilot than normal. If we bought doom crawlers designed in civilized space, then they would have been inoperable in the hands of mech pilots who aren't trained in their use. There's a good reason why doom crawlers require special training. It's unnecessary for the Spire Helix model of doom crawlers. I'm told that they are highly automated and that even an advanced mech cadet can pilot them. It's not as if doom crawlers require fine control. The dark mercenaries we've retained for this operation have already expressed their confidence that they have enough mech pilots to put the Spire Helixes to good use. Ves frowned when he heard that. He always disliked too much automation in mech. While it was important not to overload the mech pilot with too much irrelevant input, the degree of automation in the Spire Helixes was so extensive that it sounded as if the mech pilots were barely in control over their own machines. The automation of the Spire Helixes are tailored to its conventional weapon systems. If you want me to upgrade their design with different weapon systems, then the programming will have to change as well. That requires a lot of work. Is there a problem? Depending on the adaptability of the Spire Helix's programming, it may take a lot of time to adjust its programming towards the use of nuclear cannons and nuclear missiles. Otherwise, the Doom Crawler is liable to launch a nuclear missile at a target that is merely 50 meters away, expecting a smaller explosion but getting a much bigger and more destructive one that damaged its own frame. It's fine if the spire helixes do their jobs. We don't expect more from you. None of our people are piloting the doom crawlers anyway. If the number of them end up firing at themselves, then at most we will have to pay additional compensation fee to the Dark Mercenaries. The Dark Mercenary Corps that accepted this ludicrous mission must be truly mad to accept it. Who would ever want to pilot 80 engines of nuclear destruction against one of the local powers of the Nixian Gap? Ves felt the urge to cut open the head of the Dark Mercenary commander and see if the brains had been replaced by candy or something. The Dark Mercenaries must be paid very well. Oh yes. We not only offer rich remuneration in the form of valuable hardware and supplies, but we have also entered into an ongoing partnership. Dark Mercenaries are not as unreliable as pirates. While the latter are more predominant and hold most of the territory, they make for treacherous business partners. This is a lesson that we have painfully learned. Ves doubted that Dark Mercenaries were much better than pirates. They were both dishonorable scum who were willing to do anything to satisfy their greed. About the commission that you expect me to perform, he raised. If you want me to accept, then it will help if you provide some guarantees. That's not a problem, Rho Sigma. We can draw up a contract under the auspices of the Circle of Mota. One of the reasons why we prize the Circle of Mota so highly is that they can be trusted to act as neutral guarantors to any deals we make. They also mediate in any disputes that might arise and issue a fair judgment. Their track record is so good that no one has ever thought to replace the Circle with another organization. That also made sense. The Circle of Mota would have never existed this long if they lost their credibility as neutral actors. By showing no favoritism towards the Sentinels or the Nixians, they managed to maintain the support and confidence of both. So how will this work? Ves asked. If you accept the commission, you will have access to all of the relevant files in the form of a secure terminal in an enclosed design studio that we have rented from the Circle within this marketplace. In no circumstances are you allowed to copy the data or transfer them elsewhere. So I will be doing the work in that very same room? Yes. We'd like you to complete your design work as fast as possible there, preferably before the Circle of Mota packs up and evacuates this site. The marketplace can't stay up forever as the authorities are constantly on the lookout. How much time is that? I'm not sure, but it won't take more than 2 weeks. Is that a problem? That was plenty of time for Ves. He estimated that he could do a decent rush job with a matter of days. A week was enough to turn the Spire Helix into an adequate new weapon platform. The time frame is acceptable, Ves replied confidently. Good. I've heard that journeymen are a lot faster in this regard than apprentices. It will be very inconvenient if your work is interrupted because the Circle of Mota is forced to pack up prematurely. We will compensate you for the work that you have already done if that happens. I want everything. Since the conversation had turned into a negotiation, Ves might as well see if he could get the most out of this deal. That is not acceptable, Finley pushed back. You will have an incentive to force the Circle of Mota to move early. What if you send your partner to lure the authorities towards this site? No. You will only get paid for the work you have accomplished. The faster you complete the design, the less likely we will issue you your partial reward. How will my work be judged? The Dark Mercenaries sent one of their representatives to this place. Since they'll be the ones who are piloting the upgraded machines, they'll be the ones to judge the adequacy of your modified designs. Only when they are satisfied will you complete the mission. The Circle of Mota, which holds your rewards in escrow, will pass them on to you. Does that sound agreeable? Perhaps, but if the Dark Mercenary representative is too picky, we'll quickly have a problem. The negotiations continued as the start of the auction approached. Chapter 1467 Circle Auction. The auction finally commenced. The occupants of the private box paused their negotiations, knowing that it would likely be moot as long as Ves did not bid beyond his budget. As befitting the secretive occasion, the auction began without any fanfare. The lights remained dark and everyone turned off their suit lights. While many sensors would still be able to capture everything regardless of the light level, the shadowy interior helped set the appropriate mood. This would not be a boisterous auction where personalities dominated the occasion. The circle of Moda's only concern was to organize an uneventful auction where money, goods, and services flowed as smoothly as possible. An old man in dark robes shuffled onto the large auction stage. "Welcome, honored guests, to our latest auction. Let me quickly reiterate the rules before we commence. First, to bid on an item, you must input your bid on the device that will appear before you. No other form of bidding, whether verbal, nonverbal, or other means, will be permitted." A gap opened up from the ceiling of the private box. Bidding tools hovered down in the hands of every occupant, including Nita and the bodyguards. Second, secrecy is paramount. Unless both the prior owner and the bidder agree to reveal their identities to each other in a private chamber, no attempts must be made to pry each other's names. Anyone who reveals their identities here for any reasons will immediately be removed from this site. To facilitate everyone's privacy, bidders will be referred to by the numbers corresponding to your bidding tools. The circle of Moda sounded quite serious about this, which Ves appreciated. Auctions where lots of furtals and controversial goods shifted back and forth could be quite dangerous if someone's identity got exposed. Third, no one will speak unless prompted or allowed to by us. There are no exceptions to this rule. Any disturbance will immediately be dealt with. The auction will only proceed smoothly if order is maintained. This is not your kingdom or fief, so do not cross our boundaries. The exasperating tone adopted by the old man made Ves suspect that there had been plenty of people who broke this rule in the past. That it needed to be reiterated like this meant that there were probably some very impulsive people among the crowd. Fourth, the goods and services that are put on auction have been verified to the best of our abilities. Nonetheless, we do not guarantee their soundness. Caveat emptor applies. The most we can do if the item has been genuinely misrepresented is to take everyone involved into custody and resolve the dispute through arbitration. By taking part in this auction, you implicitly consent to these terms. Why did this sound like one of those scummy terms of use agreements used by some of the shadier services? Fifth, some items put up for auction can only be paid through the exchange of certain goods and services rather than furtals. Any bids we receive will be announced in the open to give other bidders the chance to adjust their own bids. However, the winning bid will solely be decided by the prior owners. We will facilitate the exchange after this auction ends. The other rules apply as well. If you have issued a bid that you cannot fulfill, you will regret it very dearly. Something like this probably happened a lot as well. How stupid could people be? Plenty, it seemed. Now that we have that out of the way, let us begin with the first item. Ves became curious at what kind of items the circle put on auction at these kinds of events. They had to be rare and precious to be worth the time for all of the distinguished guests to attend. The first item hovered to the stage from a floating platform appearing from a gap in the floor. The object was as small as a fingertip, forcing all of the auction goers to study the giant projection that appeared above. Our first item is an ultra-compact battery. The old man spoke calmly, completely unlike what a regular auctioneer should speak like. Its standard dimensions are capable of fitting into any standard devices such as shield generators, stealth detectors, jammer busters, and other gadgets that require a large amount of power. Its charge, though non-replenishable, is good for resisting the full firepower of a rifleman mech for up to 20 seconds depending on the model of your shield generator. A lot of people perked up at the offering of an ultra-compact battery. A portion of the audience possessed shield generators, but they only lasted for so long until their batteries expended their charges. Bringing a spare battery along might save them from a sticky situation by giving them double the protection. Of course, Ves did not feel excited about the ultra-compact battery at all, as he had the knowledge and the materials to cobble one up himself. In fact, he already planned to do so on the journey to the Hertog Dominion. Nonetheless, Ves acted appropriately and straightened his back. He wanted to show Finley and the circle of Moto that he was impressed by the appearance of the batteries. It would have been weird if he did not do so considering their utility. "Do you require an ultra-compact battery?" Finley offered, having bought V's act. "They are useful," Ves carefully replied. "But I did not come here to procure one." The auctioneer highlighted some of the ultra-compact battery's specifications before announcing the start of the bidding. 10 ultra-compact batteries are made available here. Let us begin with the first of 10 batteries. The starting price is 10 million furthels and the bids must come in increments of at least 1 million furthels. A light and a small bell sound rang throughout the entire main hall as the first bid immediately arrived. 10 million furthels, the old auctioneer calmly announced. 11 million furthels. 23 million furthels. 25 million furthels. 34 million furthels. The bids frankly arrived faster than the auctioneer could keep up. Despite the initial rush of bids pouring in, the auctioneer did not panic and merely skipped over the intermediate bids to announce the highest one at the time he opened his mouth. Even Ves inputted a bid worth 37 million furthels in his bidding tool before he left it. Since he could easily make a non-rechargeable ultra-compact battery by himself, there was no way he would waste his precious furthels on the batteries on offer. 138 million furthels by number 4454. Going once. Going twice. Sold. The auctioneer brought out a small gavel from his robe and struck the air. Despite not hitting any surfaces, a loud banging sound rang throughout the main hall, signifying the end of the bidding round. No one knew the identity of number 4454. Was he a pirate? A sentinel? Did he sit on the ground floor, or was he sitting on the balcony? No one knew for sure, and that was exactly what the circle of Moto wanted to see. The more secure people felt in their identities, the more willing they bid on the items. Let us begin with the second battery. 25 million furthels. 45 million furthels. 75 million furthels. Now that people gained a rough estimate of how much people were willing to bid, the auction of the second battery proceeded rapidly before concluding at a price of 142 million furthels, more than the previous one. The subsequent batteries flew off the auction block in quick order, with prices ranging from 120 million furthels to 150 million furthels. To Ves, the winning bids sounded somewhat high in relation to the specifications of the ultra-compact batteries. However, the batteries possessed a higher capacity than the cruder ones he was capable of making himself, so the winners did not overpay by too much. It seemed that the cartel for ultra-compact batteries held the market firmly in their grip for them to arouse this level of competitiveness among the bidders. That made him feel better at the fact that he was capable of making them by himself. The second item of the auction hovered in place of the demonstration battery. This object was much larger. The second item on offer today is a monument from the extinct Yonks race. The Yonks was a race of sentient aliens that ruled a large amount of territory in the majestic Teal Star sector. They are now extinct and no living member of their race has survived. The monument was a worn-out stone and alloy statue of some kind of upright lizard-like alien race holding aloft a weapon. The craftsmanship of it was fairly exquisite to V's artistic senses. The Yonks had a flair for exaggerated sculpting. Nonetheless, it was just a statue or monument. It held no practical value and Ves did not even detect an inkling of a spiritual remnant inside the large object. Nonetheless, its historical value alone interested a lot of bidders, because they immediately began to compete over the item with increasingly ludicrous-sounding sums. 400,000 furthels. 1.2 million furthels. 4.6 million furthels. 16 million furthels. 16.7 million furthels. 40 million furthels. 40.6 million furthels. An increasingly small but active amount of bidders offered up enough money to buy and outfit an entire mech company. To Ves, to throw around this much money for a simple alien ornament sounded crazy. However, he recognized that the people who competed over the statue desired it due to its rarity. The Yonks, just like thousands of other sentient alien races in the galaxy, had been wiped out by the relentless expansion of humanity during the Age of Conquest. Righteousness, peace, and respect for sentient life did not apply during those times. Greedy human invasion forces kept encroaching and overpowering every alien civilization in their path. Their stars became humanity's stars. Their planets became humanity's planet. The human race demanded everything while the aliens were forced to fight to the death or flee with whatever remains they could carry. Even then, a lot of human war fleets pursued the refugees and wiped them out in order to save themselves the trouble of a comeback. Sometimes, a handful of aliens got away, but by and large their once prosperous civilization had come to an end. In order to make their newly conquered territories their own and deprive their former owners of any claim of what they once possessed, the human race also erased every trace of alien occupation. The human conquerors fanatically wiped out all of the buildings, monuments, space stations, and even entire planetary ecosystems molded by their previous alien owners. A monument as beautiful as the one put on auction ought to be very rare. It would be a boon to the collection of distinguished persons. Ves could easily guess that the most enthusiastic bidders consisted almost entirely of nobles. 76.7 million furthels. Going once. Going twice. Sold! Someone paid the equivalent of almost 2 billion bright credits for an alien relic with absolutely no practical use. Nonetheless, Ves understood the benefit of owning such a rare alien ornament. Just like hunting trophies, these kinds of prizes increase the owner's prestige when used in the right way. To some members of high society, spending 2 billion bright credits to gain an indeterminate amount of prestige was a worthwhile deal. They had too much of the former, and not enough of the latter. Auction goods like the Yonks monument were particularly good means of turning money into prestige. The auction continued onwards as other goods started to show up. Items such as medicines, gadgets, weapons, and other practical objects showed up consecutively, giving the poorer bidders an opportunity to compete over the cheaper items appearing on the auction block. The bids rarely surpassed 10 million furthels, reflecting the relatively mundane value of the gear and equipment. While they still had their unique points that distinguished them from regular commodities, they were nothing worth getting excited over. Once the auctioneer got rid of the garbage, he finally perked up a little as they presented a more remarkable item. The next item emerged from the floor to reveal a transparent cage that contained a pissed-off human being. A slave. Chapter 1468 in Human Trade. Our next item is a notorious human fugitive. Dr. Gregorio Manstel is a senior exobiologist with over 60 years of professional experience. When he was 43, he ran afoul with the laws of the Sentinel Kingdom when he illegally created an abomination that went out of his control and broke out of the constraints of his lab, killing 2 fellow senior exobiologists along with numerous junior exobiologists and interns. The auctioneer calmly described the public history of Dr. Manstel, giving those who weren't familiar yet with the exobiologist a good overview of his worth. Dr. Manstel has been drifting in the Nixian gap as an independent service provider. To adapt to his new life, he has acquired several new specialties. The most prominent of them is the ability to transplant alien or artificially cultivated organs into human bodies. Owing to his orthodox education and formidable research gains during his legitimate career, his transplants attempts enjoy a 93% success rate, though this is partially due to his refusal to perform high-risk transplantation procedures. The crowd rippled as they heard this. 93%. While there were plenty of biotech scientists who could top this success rate, they were all eminent senior figures who did not make themselves available so easily. Ves got the sense that it was mostly the gangs, pirates and dark mercenaries among the bidders who eyed the services of this exobiologist. To most people, the best way to augment your capabilities was to alter their baseline human bodies. The rich and powerful did it all the time, so how could the pirates be left behind? Of course, getting a hold of a senior exobiologist like Dr. Mansell who was capable of performing transplants safely was very rare in a place like the Nixian Gap. Plenty of fugitive biotech scientists who ran afoul with the law fled to lawless space, but most of them consisted of young idiots who screwed up on the job or got caught tampering with their work. Just like the mech design profession, the biotech professions were heavily skewed towards the upper end. Someone as experienced and authoritative in his field as Dr. Mansell represented a genuine treasure, though getting him under someone's heel was another thing entirely. After botching a transplant operation on the son of a pirate leader, Dr. Mansell has been taken into captivity as punishment. We have inspected him thoroughly and he has not been subject to any abuse, brainwashing, or other invasive procedures. With all of the augmentations he has applied to his own body, his natural lifespan is enough for him to last for at least 50 more years, barring any unusual occurrences. Ves eyed Dr. Mansell speculatively as the auctioneer finally began the bidding round. A flurry of sums immediately emerged. 5 million furthels. 10 million furthels. 13 million furthels. 13.3 million furthels. 14.6 million furthels. 17 million furthels. 17.5 million furthels. Ves decided to join in the fun as well and inputted a sum of 18 million furthels into his bidding tool. 18.5 million furthels. 18.6 million furthels. Sadly, his bid had already been supplanted by the time the auctioneer called up the next sum. Finley, who was sitting next to him, noticed his moves. Do you require the services of an exobiologist? Perhaps. It will be a challenge to bring him to heel. Dr. Mansell does not appear very docile. There are many solutions to make a stubborn slave honest, from good old-fashioned torture to more sophisticated brainwashing methods. The Circle of Mota offers a variety of brainwashing options to turn a slave into a pliable servant. How many slave buyers make use of those services? At least a third of them do so. The methods employed by the Circle are some of the best. However, a fair number of buyers already have their own brainwashing operations or work with trusted people who do the brainwashing on their behalf. Ves did not possess any means to brainwash any slaves, but Finley reminded him that he didn't necessarily have to rely on himself. Did he possess any allies, friends, or partners who could brainwash a slave in his stead? One possible candidate emerged. If he could trust anyone to act in his interest and refrain from inserting any hidden traps and backdoors into the neuroprogramming, then approaching Calabast was his best bet. Even if she hadn't set up a brainwashing operation for the moment, with her resourcefulness she could probably erect one within a year. Ves inputted another bid into the bidding tool. 20 million furthels! 20.1 million furthels! Damn it! The value of Dr. Mansell turned him into a very desirable good, especially to pirates who didn't have easy access to advanced biomedical and biotech services in civilized space. The value of Dr. Mansell did not only lay in his high proficiency in transplanting complex organs. He was also very skilled in identifying, caring, and identifying the properties of a variety of exabeasts. That sounded useful to Ves as he contemplated setting up his own biotech company in order to manage his private exabeast reserve. Someone like Dr. Mansell, if brainwashed and set up with a completely new identity, could serve as an unquestionably loyal director and head researcher for the new company. Nonetheless, the bids for Dr. Mansell quickly surpassed the ceiling set by Ves. 30.6 million furthels by number 324. 31 million furthels by number 68. 32 million furthels by number 324. Only 2 bidders remained who still competed over Dr. Mansell. While the man was unquestionably valuable, many of the guests could easily obtain someone comparable with this much money on the table. "You've stopped bidding," Finley commented. "If you really need your own senior exobiologist, I could bid for you if you want." "No thanks," Ves stoically replied. "I do not wish to owe you this much for a single slave." Senior exobiologists of Dr. Mansell's caliber were very hard to come by. Most already worked exclusively for other employers. Even so, Ves preferred to reserve his limited capital for more worthwhile gains. The 2 spiritually reactive items hadn't even come up for auction yet. With the average price levels bandied about so far, Ves was afraid he would need every furthel he converted beforehand. 36.3 furthels. Going once. Going twice. Sold to number 324. A muted applause arose to congratulate number 324 for acquiring his new slave. Dr. Mansell, who witnessed himself being sold like a prized exabeast on the auction block, pressed against the transparent barrier and screamed with rage. Sadly, the cage that enveloped the slave completely blocked off every noise. No one paid attention to the useless flailings of a mere slave. One cage made way for another. This time, a sophisticated-looking woman in her 40s emerged. The woman wore a brilliant gold-white dress which accentuated her bust and contours while hinting at more. Her hair been styled in a majestic golden crown that enhanced her arrogant bearing. Surprisingly, a noble was being auctioned. "Lady Mai of House Naz of the Sentinel Kingdom here has made a dire mistake in her life. She fell in love with an agent dispatched by a rival house and subsequently caused untold damage due to the secrets she leaked. Suffice to say, House Naz has put a bounty on her head." The subsequent details recited by the auctioneer made it clear that Lady Mai had behaved exceptionally poorly. Not only did she leak the secrets of her own house, a subsequent investigation revealed that she had also been embezzling a significant portion of House Naz's income from its business interests. If that wasn't bad enough, Lady Mai also proved to be a decadent woman. She ordered her men to kidnap any commoner she encountered she found delectable. Though she only targeted commoners, the Sentinel Kingdom never tolerated egregious abuses against its citizens, as such behavior was no different from that of a pirate. Due to all of these reasons, Lady Mai elicited no sympathy at all from the crowd of nobles. "A shame," Finley sighed inside his helmet. "Lady Mai has shamed House Naz as well as the Sentinel Kingdom with her disgraceful behavior." The bidding for Lady Mai started as soon as the auctioneer finished his tale. 20 million furthels. 50 million furthels. 100 million furthels. 120 million furthels. 150 million furthels. 200 million furthels. 210 million furthels. 215 million furthels. 240 million furthels. 244 million furthels. 300 million furthels by number 7023. 320 million furthels. The sums being bandied about for this slave far surpassed the previous offerings. Bids offering the equivalent of more than 10 billion bright credits quickly arose, but the bidding round still heated up. "Is Lady Mai this valuable?" Ves questioned. Finley chuckled. I think you have the wrong idea, Rho Sigma. Unlike what you might think, only a portion of the bidders consist of depraved pirates who want to turn Lady Mai into their trophy. Most of the bidders actually consist of nobles who desire her secrets, or wish to use her as a bargaining chip. You can earn a lot of political capital and other rewards if you hand her over to House Naz. A representative of House Naz must undoubtedly be among the bidders, Ves noted. Undoubtedly. They don't want Lady Mai to divulge even more secrets. You'd be surprised how much a noble knows. House Naz entrusted Lady Mai to lead some of their critical business ventures, so she can offer every owner a detailed picture of their internal finances. Such intel was incomparably precious in the right hands. Eventually, after a furious round of bidding, Lady Mai had been sold at the ludicrous price of 1.3 billion furthles. That was around 31 billion bright credits. Ves resisted the urge to scratch his head, not that it would be of any use since he wore his thick, enclosed shadow attire. Was this how much a typical adult noble was worth in the Sentinel Kingdom? What kind of price would someone like Ves fetch if he appeared on the auction block? No one would ever be able to assess his true value, but his current accomplishment should merit at least 500 billion bright credits. As a journeyman with a long life ahead of him, he could easily earn back this immense sum for his masters within a decade. Ves mentally shook his head. What was he thinking? Why did he suddenly appraise himself like a slave? He was an honored mech designer. Now, for our third slave for the day, we have a special individual. More slaves emerged. Ves looked on with fascination as various distinguished and valuable people were being bid upon as if they were not even humans. The circle of Moda kept parading experts with valuable skills, exiles from far-flung star sectors and defeated pirate leaders. Each time they put forward a remarkable slave, the bidding war that ensued became intense. The sight of it disillusioned Ves to the practice of buying and selling slaves. It was too inhuman. He almost snapped when a journeyman mech designers went up for auction. Just like many of the other cases, the man had screwed up and ran afoul of the MTA. A mech designer like him had no future in civilized space. Ves did not pay attention to the mech designer. He did not learn the person's name, nor did he bid any sum of furthles. It was one thing to enslave an exobiologist. It was another thing to enslave a mech designer. Even though Ves could figure out many uses for a competent journeyman mech designer, he refused to taint his hands by purchasing an enslaved mech designer. Finley had no such compulsions. He eagerly placed several bids until the sum surpassed 100 billion furthles. While a journeyman was a lot more valuable than that, it remained to be seen whether the new owners could actually extract that much value out of their new slave. For the circle of Moda to be able to involve so many people in the act of purchasing and selling slaves, their existence exerted a corrupting influence towards the Sentinel Kingdom. Ves harbored an increasing amount of misgivings towards this mysterious organization. Did their goals solely lay in facilitating trade between the Sentinel Kingdom and the Nixian Gap? Chapter 1469, Item Number 613. Ves mentally sighed in relief once the auctioneer finally sold all of the slaves. He didn't know if he could take the sight of slaves being treated like cattle any further. Too bad. Finley muttered to his side. I was hoping to buy the journeyman mech designer so that we can complete the commission ourselves. Sadly, there are a lot of pirate leaders who are even more desperate to retain their own journeyman. I mean no offense to you, Rho Sigma. It is fine. Ves nonchalantly waved his hand. It is a given to pursue other solutions. Free mech designers are reluctant to involve themselves in any design work related to taboo weapons. That seems to be the case with most mech designers. Except you. I find it very curious that you have decided to stick around. Does that mean you have accepted my commission? Let's not be too hasty. So far, the auction has not impressed me very much. Don't be in a hurry to leave. The good stuff is just about to come. As if to emphasize Finley's words, the next batch of items that appeared consisted of rare and valuable materials. Our first exotic here today is a 24.64 kilogram sample of raw diploxenite. Rated as medium grade, raw diploxenite is an exotic that has never appeared in this star cluster other than the Nixian Gap. The only other method of obtaining diploxenite is to import its refined version from distant sources. The raw diploxenite was a non-metallic exotic, so VS wasn't very familiar with all of its properties. Nonetheless, its value was undeniable. When refined, diploxenite becomes an extremely potent substance that is very volatile unless utilized in special manners. Its most notable use is to increase the efficiency of a power reactor. While its current quantity is not enough to make a serious dent on large-scale power reactors providing power to entire cities or city districts, the sample here is very potent when used on power reactors utilized by mechs. The efficiency of a mech power reactor can be raised by as much as 20% with the inclusion of diploxenite. This sounded similar to the furnace of regret gem that Lucky produced. VS wondered if the two shared a connection. What would happen if VS fed the raw diploxenite to Lucky? Would he produce a gem that was even more effective than the furnace of regret? Coming across the sample of raw diploxenite in this auction helped put them into perspective for VS. While the exotic sounded useful, VS also possessed something with comparable effects. Of course, both had their uses. Exotics with potent effects were sometimes difficult to work with and took up valuable space and capacity in a mech design. The upside to them was that depending on their supply, they weren't very hard to obtain. In a way, many mech designers made use of exotics like VS made use of Lucky's gems. They selectively applied expensive materials with powerful effects to augment the functioning of a particular mech or mech design. In contrast, Lucky's gems didn't require any accommodation to take effect on a mech. VS merely had to bury the gem in a random location in the mech for them to empower a mech with an esoteric effect. VS had no idea how they worked, but that did not mean he refrained from using them. If Lucky wasn't so inconsistent in the production of gems, he would have made much more extensive use of them. At the very least, every mech of the avatars of myth deserved a gem. As VS contemplated sneaking laxatives in Lucky's diet, the auctioneer finally began the bidding round. 10 million furthels. 15 million furthels. 18 million furthels. 23 million furthels. VS only made a few lowball offers before he quickly gave up. Raw diploxenite may be rare in the Komodo star sector, but VS could list out several locally available exotics that exhibited similar effects. The only downside was that they were a bit less potent. The number of bidders quickly reduced as the prize for the sample leveled off at around 55 million credits. VS guessed that only mech designers and those from a technical background competed over the raw diploxenite. Sold for 63 million furthels to number 10406. That sounded like a fair price for the sample. In fact, it was close to the market price for imported diploxenite, so the winner of the bid hadn't gained much of an advantage at all. Rho Sigma. As a mech designer, you ought to be very familiar with the exotics that show up, right? Correct. Can you advise me if I'm interested in bidding for some of the exotics? I can do that. Great! As more exotics appeared on stage, VS did not bid on any of them as he had no pressing need for the benefits they brought. Finley was different. Like a kid in a candy store, he pursued several exotics that appeared on the auction stage. Unfortunately, the competition for the exotics, especially those that weren't native to the star sector, was very high. 120 million furthels. VS placed a hand against Finley's suited shoulder. Don't bid any further. You can obtain the same thing by importing it from legitimate channels. Ah, thank you. I forgot myself. Instances like this happened once or twice. The lack of a galactic net connection, along with the general ignorance of most of the auction goers, meant that a significant amount of people paid a lot more than the exotic was actually worth on the open market. What a scam! Well, not exactly. VS did have to admit that some of the goods were very hard to come by. Even at their current market prices, obtaining some of the rare exotics was easier said than done. It was definitely worthwhile for some to pay extra at this occasion in order to obtain them immediately rather than wait for years for one to be shipped from a distant place. When the next exotic appeared, VS had to restrain his excitement. One of the two objects he had been waiting for had appeared. A rock the size of a human head appeared on stage. It was rose gold and resembled a giant fossilized grapefruit. Though VS deeply wished to extend his spiritual senses further, he was exceptionally wary about doing so in such a bustling venue. Chances were high that agents or representatives of the Five Scrolls Compact kept an eye on the proceedings. VS only performed an extremely small and rapid targeted pulse that confirmed the rose gold exotic reacted to his spirituality. This unknown exotic is of unknown providence. The unreliable anecdotes gathered by its owner suggest that it has come from the inner regions of the Nixian Gap. Whether this is true or not, we cannot ascertain the truth. A spec sheet projected into view, listing out a variety of basic parameters. Item number 613 exhibits a high density and feels warm to the touch. It possesses decent energy levels, but despite extensive investigations, we have been unable to determine its exact effects. Overall, the properties listed out by the auctioneer sounded relatively mundane. The main point was that item number 613 exhibited a fair amount of energy activity. This conclusively identified it as an exotic with potentially significant effects. However, VS felt that the crowd didn't exhibit a lot of enthusiasm for it. The nature of unknown exotics was that their effects could be anything, but whether they were useful or not remained to be seen. Anyone bidding for an unidentified exotic would basically be engaging in a form of gambling. They gambled that the value they could extract out of the exotic exceeded the money they spent. Once the bidding started, not a lot of people started to bid. 10 million furthels. 12 million furthels. 16 million furthels. 30 million furthels. 35 million furthels. 36 million furthels. 40 million furthels. VS continued to input numbers into the bidding tool. He outbid the highest number by 1 million furthels. He had to win this bid. The enthusiasm shown by VS immediately attracted Finley's attention. Do you want my help? I can obtain it for you immediately if I make a shocking bid. No thanks, Finley. That will probably do more harm than good. Perhaps some of the guests will believe that item number 613 possessed untapped value. Does it? You're very eager right now. Who knows? VS replied, unwilling to say more. He found it regretful that the auction didn't allow anyone to walk up to the stage and inspect the exotic up close. They had to judge the usefulness of the exotics on offer solely by their spec sheets and their magnified projections. This made every bidder other than VS reluctant to spend too much money on an unidentified exotic. Since no one apparently recognized it or valued it too much, the bidding round quickly slowed down. 55.5 million furthels. 56 million furthels. 56.1 million furthels. 56.2 million furthels. A short silence ensued as no further bids emerged. The only other person participating in the bidding realized that VS continued to place a counterbid, so quickly gave up any thoughts about obtaining the rose gold exotic without committing too much money. 56.2 million furlongs. Going once. Going twice. Sold to number 6969. A small weight lifted off his chest as Ves silently sighed in relief. He obtained a rare, exciting new spiritually reactive exotic. Though Ves hadn't inspected it thoroughly, he already knew that its effects were different from that of P stones and F stones. Perhaps Ves would soon be expanding his exotics catalog with a third lettered stone category. A short chime sounded out from his bidding tool. Instructions appeared, prompting Ves to put his data chip that contained his further account onto a slot on the tool. Ves instantly lost 56.2 million furlongs. That meant he paid the equivalent of 1.348 billion bright credits for a new type of spiritually reactive exotic. What a bargain! Sadly, Ves also expended a significant chunk of his budget. It remained to be seen if he had enough of a war chest to compete over the bidding of the second spiritually reactive object. The latter was fairly large. It ought to be a lot more remarkable than item number 613. Ves feared that its immensity and its other properties might attract a lot of interest from the auction goers. He subtly eyed Finley, whose real name and identity still remained obscured. Though Ves had not even come close to figuring out Finley's new identity, he gained a good impression of the noble. At the very least, Finley genuinely required the services of a journeyman. Though the nature of his commission was extremely problematic, as long as the circle of Moda acted as guarantors for their deal, Ves objected less and less to the idea of accepting it. Seeing how fair the circle of Moda operated did wonders in reducing his paranoia of being silenced at the end of his job. As Ves kept wavering about his decision, the next exotic appeared on the stage. Sintra umbra is a rare, high-grade exotic found in small quantities throughout the Komodo star sector. Its special properties are related to interference. When processed into a thin, flexible string, they can be weaved into a cloth or a garment that acts as powerful shielding against external scans and signals. This instantly caused Ves to take note. While Sintra umbra did not seem to be spiritually reactive, its sensor-blocking properties sounded extremely interesting. Sintra umbra is perfect for the fashioning of passive sensor-blocking garments. While jammers and other countermeasures against scanning can do the same, they affect a wide area and can interfere in the operation of numerous other devices in the vicinity. An article of clothing weaved with Sintra umbra is considerably less intrusive and can be worn in nearly any setting without attracting undue attention. Best of all, it is effective even when weaved in a thin cloth. Must buy. To someone like Ves, this exotic was a must buy. Chapter 1470 Sintra umbra. Ves quickly became enthralled by the possible uses of Sintra umbra. This high-grade exotic, when processed and weaved into cloth, could be fashioned into thin and flexible articles of clothing. Clothes made from Sintra umbra were light, flexible, and most importantly did not emit any disturbances. In other words, Sintra umbra cloth possessed an unobtrusive presence, and this was key. Other materials were capable of dampening and blocking scans and signals. The problem was that most outfits capable of doing so would make someone look like how Ves and Finley currently. Not only did they don a solid hard suit, they also garbed themselves with thick robes in order to add another layer of scanning protection. Could Ves spend his entire life wearing shadow attire? No! Not only would he encounter numerous social obstacles, he'd also be isolating himself from his closest friends and family. Humans were social creatures. Despite his paranoia, Ves did not think he was capable of living out the rest of his life wearing fully enclosed hardsuits and obscuring robes. Yet the more Ves lived his life wearing regular clothes, the more he felt exposed. Who knew how often people observed him as he lived his daily life? Sensors were everywhere, and long-range scanners could pick up a surprising amount of details about his body and his equipment from a lengthy distance. VS really hated being stared at. With all of the secrets he hid, he couldn't afford to slip up anything that hinted at something greater. Of course, VS also had another reason to covet Sintra Umbra. He knew that his girlfriend had a very annoying habit of snooping at him through hack sensors. With her seemingly omnipotent ability to hack any sensor by exploiting MTA backdoors, his intuition often warned him when he was being actively watched. Hell, even if Gloriana didn't tune in on a live feed on VS, she probably recorded all of his daily actions and viewed the highlights later or something. Knowing that this went on and unable to deter this behavior, his only recourse to prevent Gloriana from watching him was to employ jamming and ECM. Unfortunately, active countermeasures had the unfortunate effect of disturbing every other device in its area of effect. Not only would it block his comms connection to the galactic net, but also interfere with the functioning of a ship or space station if he happened to be on board anything surrounded by technology. The existence of exotics like Sintra Umbra offered a better solution to protect him from invasive scans. Though it did not wipe out his presence from sensors, it at least offered very powerful means to block invasive scans. If VS made use of Sintra Umbra clothes, he would not only be able to avoid standing out from the crowd, but he could also hide a myriad of gadgets, as well as his body conditions from all manner of scanning. Sintra Umbra was worthy of being called a high-grade exotic. According to the spec sheet projected by the auction hall, just a thin weave was enough to defeat nearly every long-range scanning method that did not surpass a certain power level. While Sintra Umbra wouldn't be enough to block the MTA's sophisticated scanning methods, there was no problem blocking scans based on tech that was prevalent in third-rate states. Sintra Umbra was even capable of blocking scans from third-class scanning devices, but only below a certain power level. However, if anyone directed a large, high-powered scanner at him, there was no way that VS would miss the sensation of being scanned at a ludicrously invasive degree. It was not knowing when he was being studied that irked him the most. As long as VS became aware that people attempted to glean private information from him. The amount of Sintra Umbra brought to auction today consisted of a staggering amount. VS estimated that the quantity was enough to fashion a cloak that could complement his pride of dusk while still leaving enough cloth to tailor a couple of hidden pockets, and something even more important. Underwear. Though VS questioned whether it was necessary to make underwear that could block all manner of invasive scanning, it was better to be safe than sorry. The utility of Sintra Umbra was undeniable. So was its demand. Though it showed up in various satellites across the Komodo star sector and the rest of the galactic rim, the yield only amounted to a few grams to milligrams worth of Sintra Umbra. That wasn't even enough to weave a glove. More troubling, as soon as some prospector encountered it, they instantly offered them to one of the many major powers of the Komodo star sector. It never showed up in the open market. In truth, if VS wanted to obtain thin and unobtrusive clothing that protected his privacy, he had another option available. He could purchase something from the system store. Unfortunately, having studied the offerings from the store many times, VS had long given up about buying most of the gadgets and items on offer. It was too much of a rip-off. In order to obtain something comparable to Sintra Umbra clothing, he'd have to fork over tens of millions of DP. DP was too precious to waste on such uses. The primary use of DP to VS was to upgrade his skills. The secondary use of DP was to obtain vital tools that enhanced his ability to survive and design better mechs. While the store offered a decent but far from complete selection of goods, VS only considered a small selection of items to be cost-effective in terms of DP spending. Right now, he already acquired the Vulcan Eye, his privacy shield, his stealth augment, and a number of other gadgets from the system. All of them were still in their preliminary forms and still had a long way to go before they reached their potential. All of that required millions of DP. With such considerations in mind, rather than spending scarce DP, why not spend his more abundant furtherals instead? Better yet, what if he could get someone else to spend their furtherals on his behalf? All it would take was to accept Finley's commission. Once the auctioneer finished hyping up the Sintra Umbra, the bidding commenced. Ves immediately inputted 50 million furtherals into his bidding tool. 50 million furtherals! 70 million furtherals! 130 million furtherals! 131 million furtherals! 135 million furtherals! 136 million furtherals! 140 million furtherals! Unfortunately, other auction goers quickly surpassed his bid. A lot of wealthy guests started to flex their war chests as they kept inputting greater and greater numbers into their bidding tools. 212 million furtherals! 213 million furtherals! 235 million furtherals! Ves quickly frowned. The sums immediately surpassed his budget, putting the Sintra Umbra immediately out of his reach. Finley. He spoke to the disguised noble. Sintra Umbra is very useful to me. If you say no further, Finley confidently replied. 270 million furtherals! 271 million furtherals! 272 million furtherals! The bidding slowed down as the current bids already surpassed the prevailing market price for Sintra Umbra. The only advantage of winning it during the auction was that they could make use of it immediately instead of waiting years to accumulate a usable amount of the substance. A fair amount of bidders still competed over the Sintra Umbra. In particular, wealthy pirate leaders who prized their privacy just as highly as Ves still competed over the current item on the auction block. Since pirates lacked the convenient supply channels of well-connected noble houses, this might be one of their only opportunities in years to obtain a generous chunk of Sintra Umbra. 320 million furtherals! 321 million furtherals! 322 million furtherals! 325 million furtherals! Finley temporarily stopped inputting figures into his bidding tool. Instead, he turned his body towards Ves. The competition for Sintra Umbra is more intense than I expected. The amount of furtherals that I have to invest is considerably significant. While I have a lot of capital on hand, I still have other obligations. Rho Sigma, if you truly wish to acquire Sintra Umbra, you can wait until my noble house accumulates it slowly, or... Ves made a rapid decision in his head. Fine. I accept your commission. I am willing to upgrade your spire helixes in exchange for the Sintra Umbra and some other goods that might catch my attention. My original offer stands. 1 billion furtherals. No more. Ves didn't know whether that was enough for him to win the bidding for the second spiritually reactive material. Considering its dimensions and its highly potent properties, he couldn't afford to let it slip from his grasp. Who knew what he would miss out? One more item, but no ceiling. Ves pushed. The service that you demand of me is enough to condemn us all. I don't think you'll be able to find any journeyman that is willing and capable enough to do what you demand. We can still buy an enslaved journeyman. The taboo you want to commit goes against everything mech designers have learned. It will take extremely strong brainwashing to defeat a mech designer's repulsion against turning mechs into prohibited weapon platforms. However, the stronger the brainwashing, the more a mech designer degrades in terms of competence. Mech design is a profession that relies heavily on creativity and imagination. The less freedom a mech designer enjoyed, the more their creativity and imagination suffered. While they were still able to perform a variety of less design-intensive work such as performing maintenance or repairs, they could forget about designing or modifying mechs in a competent fashion. Finley ought to know this as well. The disguised nobleman paused a bit further. All the while, the bidding for Sintra Umbra finally neared its end stages. "Let us finalize the details after the auction ends," he said, unwilling to commit to an excessive amount of spending without getting a sufficient amount of benefits in return. "If I spend less than 1 billion furthels on your behalf, then I can compensate you with additional rewards to make up the total amount. If I spend more, then I expect additional benefits from you. Is that agreeable?" Ves silently raised his hand to give a thumbs up. "Very well." Finley spoke with satisfaction. No one knew how much effort he spent on securing the services of a journeyman for this sensitive task. Finley would never offer Ves such excessive rewards if he wasn't so urgent. Nonetheless, even if Ves did not believe he would have to spend a lot of effort to complete the upgrade commission with his current capabilities, that was never the problem. If Ves really provided Finley with an upgraded design that enabled him to transform 80 dune crawlers into portable weapons of mass destruction, then he'd be forever tainted by the association. Ves would have to bear yet another crushing secret in his heart. As long as his anonymity was guaranteed, who cared? With his knowledge base and his mech affinity, Ves planned to rush the commission as fast as possible. As long as he completed the job quickly and got away from here as fast as possible, he'd be able to minimize the risk of exposure. To Ves, the deal was worth it as long as he didn't get caught. Now that Finley secured V's verbal agreement, he resumed inputting bid after bid. 360 million furthels. 361 million furthels. 365 million furthels. Going once. Going twice. Sold to number 142. Finley won the Sintra Umbra. Shortly afterwards, he transferred the money through the bidding tool, finalizing the transaction. "I've got it. The Sintra Umbra is mine." As the auction proceeded with the introduction of another exotic, the air between Ves and Finley changed. Now that they reached a tentative agreement, they were no longer strangers. However, they didn't move any closer either. Their disguises and their insistence on keeping their identities a secret forestalled any attempts at befriending each other. An awkward silence prevailed. Chapter 1471, Item number 1255. More goods appeared at the auction. With hundreds of different high-value items made available, pretty much everyone who attended the auction gained an opportunity to compete. Many people who brought as much wealth as Ves already spent their money on goods such as exotics, medicines, exhibists, equipment, and other things of value. In addition, those who lacked enough furthels to win the bids also had another opportunity to gain what they desired. About 1 in 10 items put up for auction demanded alternate payment. 35 kilograms of Mech's metal in exchange for the services of a senior mech designer. Please input your strengths and the amount of time and effort you are willing to spend in your bidding tools. The owner of the Mech's metal will make a selection based on the attractiveness of your offer. This ancient alien relic can only be exchanged for other alien relics. Please upload the files of the relics you are willing to exchange to the bidding tool to make your bids. This unique and powerful space-borne rifleman mech is a powerful complement to any space-roving outfit. A lot of good stuff appeared on stage, giving Ves a good impression of the kind of goods and services that appealed to the upper echelons of both the Sentinel Kingdom and the Nixian Gap. Trade was thriving between the two diametrically opposed sides. Even as they fought and competed against each other in the open, in the background the two groups amiably traded and even partnered up with each other. To describe the hidden relations between the Sentinel nobles and the Nixian pirate leaders as a conspiracy was a bit too excessive. However, it was undeniable that both sides secretly supported each other in an intermittent fashion. Not enough to make them allies, but just enough for certain conflicts of interests to arrive. The deal that Ves tentatively struck with Finley pertained to just such a hidden relationship. An unnamed pirate alliance screwed over some unnamed noble houses, possibly due to the direction it received from yet another noble house. All of this sounded very messy to Ves. In fact, if Finley's superiors really went through with their supposed plan to deploy nuclear doom crawlers onto a heavily defended pirate fortification, then the region would quickly become even less stable. The use of so many taboo weapons was such a shocking occurrence that the status quo that both sides had settled upon would never be able to last. An important consideration that weighed on Ves was how the changes that followed affected his father and his mother. More chaos could destabilize their gains. The wars and conflicts that would ensue after inciting the Nixian Gap into a frenzy would definitely make their current positions in the Nixian Gap less secure. On the other hand, the onset of chaos also meant that the established pirate alliances and other powers lost stability. Since his mother hinted that his father and her had managed to get themselves established in the Nixian Gap, the rising conflicts would instead give them an opportunity to fight for greater power. Though Ves did not expect too much from his father, his mother was entirely different. With her many abilities, she was capable of giving his father some crucial advantages. With her intangible body and ability to travel anywhere, she was the perfect scout, assassin, and saboteur. Ordinary opponents stood no chance against their combined might. In any case, whatever Finley and his fellow nobles were up to couldn't be stopped. At most, they would suffer a delay as they continued to seek for a journeyman who was willing to blacken their hearts and morals to facilitate the emergence of death machines. Ves smirked underneath his helmet. Ves did not have that much confidence in Finley's ability to secure the services of a journeyman mech designer willing to cross the lines set by the MTA. Most orthodox mech designers fully integrated the MTA's values and principles into their core being. If they believed in them so strongly that their design seeds or design philosophies took them in, then persuading them to break these rules was impossible no matter how much money they received. It wasn't worth it for a mech designer to break their design philosophies and the crystallization of everything they worked towards for a single commission. Perhaps the only group of mech designers who might be willing to accept this commission were bona fide pirate designers. Mech designers who defected from civilized space didn't cut it. The pirate designers had to be born and raised outside of civilized space. However, well-educated professionals were very hard to come by, and those who advanced to journeyman must be exceedingly rare. How hard would it be for Finley to get into contact with native pirate designer like Myra, who previously mentored Keddies? Very hard. As for Ves, while he might have started off as an orthodox mech designer that neatly fit into the mold of the MTA, the system, and his many experiences with the Vandals during his formative apprentice period already turned him crooked. Ves remembered that he struggled heavily at the thought of designing and fabricating a single gamma laser rifle. As for now, it was no big deal to him. In fact, whenever he looked back on that incident, he could only laugh at how pathetic he overreacted to the system's first upgrade mission. To Ves, performing this simple task in exchange of upgrading his physics main skill to senior level was a huge bargain. Ves felt better about himself. His willingness and capability to do something that no other available mech designer would do provided him with a lot of leverage. In fact, this could be leveraged over and over again. As long as he became better, the value he could provide to clients like Finley's superiors grew more formidable. However, any thoughts about initiating further deals and partnerships sent a warning through his head. A miniature Calabast appeared in his mind and sent him a disapproving look while placing her hands on her hips. "You stupid kid! Who do you think you are? You're a mech designer! Leave this kind of business to the real professionals." Ves shook his head underneath his helmet, quickly shaking off the illusion conjured by his overactive imagination. Though he felt a bit petulant about being rebuked by his own imagination, the mini Calabast had a point. VS really shouldn't be conducting shady deals like this on a regular basis. Someone like Calabast, who was much more adept at interacting with dangerous partners, ought to be able to do a lot better. The separation between VS and Calabast troubled him more and more. Though the separation helped prevent anyone from figuring out the depth of their partnership, it also hindered him from taking ready advantage of her assistance. This had to change once he returned home. VS intended to have a very lengthy talk with Calabast about their future cooperation. His tour already illuminated him how vital it was for him to have a shadow force and a network of agents and informants at his disposal. The auction already ran for several hours. As VS carefully studied each item brought to the stage, he also began to anticipate the appearance of the second spiritually reactive object. However, other items kept appearing first. VS began to suspect that his worst fears might be coming true. The object he wanted to acquire must be part of the last batch of goods which the auction hall reserved at the very end of the auction session. The finale of our auction is drawing to a close, the old auctioneer stated with a lot more excitement than before. As always, our last 10 items are our most prized by our appraisers. Let us begin with the introduction of item number 1255, which we call the ancient sarcophagus. VS felt a strong spiritual disturbance as a large, red object the size of a coffin emerged onto the stage. Everyone immediately studied the strange object. Consisting of red crystals, the coffin-shaped object appeared both natural and artificial. In addition to that, the crystal was partially transparent, giving observers a vague glimpse of a gray presence underneath. The wear and tear on the crystal surface gave the ancient sarcophagus the impression that it endured over several eons. Now that the ancient sarcophagus was in sight, VS conclusively confirmed that it was the second spiritually reactive object he sensed. He didn't even need to activate his spiritual senses to distinguish the strange sensation he came under as he observed the red crystal object. The auctioneer began to describe the background of item number 1255. The Nixian Gap is a place full of asteroids, but that does not mean that we have never encountered the remnants of intelligent life in this region. Ancient ruins, many of them buried inside sunless moons and planets, occasionally get discovered. This ancient sarcophagus is but one of the many prizes retrieved from a newly unearthed ruin. The treasure hunters sacrificed much to worm their way into the ruins and smuggle out the ancient sarcophagus. Now, it is here before you, having incurred only a minimal amount of damage during its retrieval. Despite the rough and worn appearance of the ancient sarcophagus, it still exuded a strong and undeniable alien charm. Even if it did not actively radiate a spiritual aura, the indescribable pressure it emanated nonetheless made the other guests feel different in its presence. It was much like how the devil tiger exuded a subtle but hard-to-ignore presence after VS obscured its overpowering aura with a spiritual barrier. A couple of ideas about the ancient sarcophagus began to emerge in his mind. What did the solid red crystal coffin contain? We have studied this unique relic of alien origin extensively and have confirmed the presence of an alien body locked inside. The body is intact, though we have not been able to glean any further methods due to the red crystal in the way. What we can tell is that the alien inside is a humanoid creature and is likely part of the race that built and occupied the ruins. A number of guests lost interest. The ancient sarcophagus may look impressive, but it did not appear to be useful in a direct fashion. A powerful mech or a resilient suit of armor would have been a lot more useful in improving someone's battle capabilities. Its main use seemed to be ornamental, which meant that only the collectors and those who wanted to acquire more prestige remained interested. This was good news to VS because it cut down the competition drastically. However, competing against collectors wasn't always a good thing. VS knew their type well. Some were very fanatic about acquiring unique and interesting pieces to their collections. They were sometimes willing to spend an insane amount of money to indulge in their obsession. Ves raised his hand. I want this. You sure? Finley couldn't hide the surprise and skepticism in his distorted tone. I wouldn't think a mech designer like you would be interested. Just look at it. It's an ancient coffin. Regardless, I have made my choice. Please secure the ancient sarcophagus. I am willing to begin working on your commission as soon as possible. This caused Finley to pause for a time. He was probably considering the difficulty of acquiring the ancient sarcophagus. Since it was left as one of the last 10 items put up for auction, the amount of furtals required to outbid the other auction goers would definitely be considerable. Nonetheless, Ves had been right about the amount of leverage he possessed. Despite Finley's obvious reluctance to compete over the ancient sarcophagus, he gave a decisive answer. I'll do what you want. I hope you won't renege on your promises. I won't. You can trust me. I never break a promise. In the meantime, the auctioneer finished describing the embellished background of the ancient sarcophagus. As soon as the round of bidding opened up, Finley immediately inputted an astonishing sum in his bidding tool. 750 million furtals. Chapter 1472 Shortfall. 750 million furtals. The auctioneer announced the astonishingly high starting bid. Number 142 has bid 750 million furtals for the ancient sarcophagus. The huge sum of money instantly caused the audience to fall silent. They expected the round of bidding to rise gradually, starting from 10 million furtals. They never imagined a rich tycoon laying down 750 million furtals right from the start. The shock achieved the intended effect. Finley's startlingly high opening bid caused everyone who were pumping themselves up to compete over the ancient sarcophagus to be pulled out of their competitive moods. A lot of people started to doubt whether they wanted to compete against someone who started at such a high bid. Number 142 indirectly showed his willingness to go to an extreme extent to win the ancient sarcophagus. Perhaps some people might have the impulse to screw with number 142 by placing more bids in order to drive up the price, but there was a huge danger there. What if number 142 was playing his own game and suddenly dropped out of the bidding war? Spending 750 million furtals to win a mostly ornamental relic was not worth it to many people. A lot of collectors started having second thoughts as well. Everything would have been a lot more transparent if they knew who was behind number 142. Since everything took place anonymously, no one could glean much information from the person behind this code name. Unfortunately, not everyone was deterred. The auctioneer quickly lit up as he received another bid. 760 million furtals. Just a 10 million furthal increase over Finley's bid did not indicate a lot of decisiveness. Though Finley must be glowering and gritting his teeth underneath his shadow attire, he did not give up. Not when a major operation was at stake. 800 million furthals. Silence ensued as Finley's second bid did not elicit a reaction. What was the worth of the ancient sarcophagus? Everyone would probably quote a different figure. Despite the exceptional origin of item number 1255, to pay more than 800 million furthals for what was essentially a vanity piece sounded crazy. Most pirates and criminals gave up right away. The amount of money at stake was more than enough to raise 6 or more fully equipped mech companies with ships and all. To pirate leaders and pirate commanders who purely relied on fighting strength to secure their grip on power, it wasn't worth it for them to splurge so much to obtain a fancy relic that only provided indirect benefits. Frankly, most pirates didn't have much good taste. The effect of showing off the ancient sarcophagus to a bunch of boorish, uncultured pirate commanders who were only good at terrorizing people was probably limited. Therefore, Ves figured that the few active bidders competing over the ancient sarcophagus must certainly be nobles. Even then, these privileged snobs had to take several concerns into account. First, the money they spent might not solely belong to themselves. Perhaps they had the right to draw on some of the accounts of their noble houses, but even then not even the heads of the houses could drain their entire bank accounts for a whimsical purchase. One of the most important limitations of the auctions organized by the Circle of Mota was that nobody retained an active connection to the galactic net. They couldn't call up the elders of their houses in order to convince the estates from freeing up more money to assist in their bidding. In addition, the only valid currency in the auction was the ferthal. Every guest already converted a fixed amount of money into this native Nixian denomination beforehand. It was not doable for them to supplement their war chests during the auction. No one was allowed to leave. The most they could do was step out of the auction hall for a bathroom break. All of these factors complicated the lives of the noble collectors who still desired the ancient sarcophagus. 832 million ferthals. 833 million ferthals. 834 million ferthals. Though the bids kept pouring in, a lot of pauses occurred in between. Ves kept his eyes laser-focused on the ancient sarcophagus. The more he studied it, the more he became convinced he could derive major benefits from it. Unlike the collectors who merely wanted item number 1255 for its collector's value, Ves deeply desired it for the spiritual secrets it contained. Something powerful dwelled inside the coffin, and Ves wasn't talking about the frozen alien body. 850 million ferthals. A longer silence ensued as no further bids emerged for a while. The handful of competitors who drove up the prize constantly wavered in their determination. While there were plenty of bidders in the background who arrived with an abundant amount of ferthals, the ancient sarcophagus was just the first of the final 10 items. 9 more items followed afterwards, each of which might be of even greater value. In fact, many auctions frequently put the most valuable prize at last. The auctions organized by the Circle of Mota never deviated from this winning formula, so the most affluent guests with the most amount of ferthals still held back in order to remain in contention for the later prizes. Going once. Ves held his breath, and so did Finley. Neither of them wanted a joker to emerge and spoil this bid. The ferthals that Finley had bid already amounted to around 20 billion bright credits. Going twice. The tension in the air continued to grow as the end of the bidding round neared. Item number 1255 is a unique relic from the Nixian Gap that potentially contains many clues about the early history of this region. Are you willing to let its secrets go? This might be the only chance for you to be the first to decipher the aliens that used to rule this contention region. The auctioneer practically taunted the silent crowd to make a bid with the way he stretched out his words. Ves really wanted to beat the old man up for leaving open such a huge window for a new bid. Still, no new bids arrived. With this much money at stake, even the wealthy Sentinel nobles didn't feel inclined to joke around. Eventually, the auctioneer realized that his act was only getting more and more embarrassing. He rose the gavel in his hand and struck the air. Sold! Number 142 has won item number 1255. The ancient sarcophagus sunk beneath the podium now that it had found an owner. Ves watched Finley carefully as the noble reluctantly placed a data chip into his bidding tool and confirmed the transfer of 850 million ferthals. A small chirp sounded as the Circle of Mota successfully transferred the money. The ancient sarcophagus fully belonged to Finley now. Once he retrieved the data chip and stowed it away, the noble decisively turned to Ves. We have spent 365 million ferthals on the sample of Sintra Umbra. Together with what we have just paid for the ancient sarcophagus, we have committed 1.215 billion ferthals to obtain what you want. Ves silently cursed as he converted the sum in his head. That was around 30 billion bright credits in total. Just 2 items drove him to desperation. If Ves was a bit more clear-minded, then he might not have been so willing to spend so much money on two objects that were definitely useful but not essential. Perhaps the atmosphere of the auction hall had got to him somehow. Fortunately, Ves hadn't actually spent his own money to procure the two pricey items. The most he spent was 56.2 million furthos out of his own pocket to secure item number 613. On one hand, it felt good to him that he'd been able to get another sucker to spend an extravagant amount of furthos on his behalf. On the other hand, the debt he owed was very considerable. Not only was Ves on the hook to complete a very problematic commission, he still owed 215 million furthos afterwards. Ves guessed that Finley already started to form some suggestions on how he could make up the 215 million furthos. The problem was that Ves really didn't want to owe any more favors to Finley. The longer he lingered here, the greater the chance he might potentially be caught up in trouble. The sooner he left, the sooner he ended his exposure to catastrophic risks. For this reason, Ves spoke up before Finley could make a suggestion. I will make up the 215 million furtho shortfall as fast as possible. I don't have quite enough to transfer the sum immediately, but I'll be able to do so once I visit one of the Circle's exchange offices. There were ways for Ves to anonymously convert his money to furthos through the use of many intermediaries. That was how he obtained his initial pot of money. The only troublesome aspect was that he'd have to transfer billions of credits at once. Hiding such a huge transfer was going to be another hassle and would take some time to complete. Acceptable, Finley eventually said. Perhaps he might have harbored some other ideas, but Ves had already indicated that he wasn't receptive to them. Since we have come this far, we'll approach the Circle of Motor right away to sign a contract under their auspices. Is that all right? The contract only has force within the Circle of Motor, right? Yes. It will only stay in effect as long as you are still here. Once you finish our commission and leave with your prizes, we can consider our dealings over. That is, unless you want to leave the door open for other deals. Ves knew what Finley wanted. Once Ves proved his chops as a competent journeyman mech designer who didn't let his morals get in the way of his interests, his value became evident. Not many journeymen were willing to taint themselves. Each of them were already successful mech designers with bright futures ahead of them. As long as they kept their noses clean, they would enjoy stable, prosperous lives, all without risking censure from the MTA. This was a road that Ves actually considered as well. Yet the recent visit from his mother caused him to waver. His mother prohibited him from getting involved. His parents did their best to shield him from the threats that hounded them. Since Ves was still too weak to make a difference, they didn't want him to get caught in their storm. While he understood the concerns of his parents, Ves couldn't handle the thought of leaving his parents out to dry while trying his best to live a comfy life. He did not care about many people, but his father definitely occupied the top of his modest list. As for his mother, Ves hadn't decided whether she belonged on the same list. Regardless, if Ves wanted to prove his parents wrong and offer some assistance despite his lack of strength, then forging ties with the Nixian Gap was key. However, he couldn't do so directly. He was a foreigner with no foundation in the region. Sentinels and Nixians were both strangers to him. He would also be leaving the region soon and return to the faraway Bright Republic. Under these circumstances, Ves considered another way of forging ties with the Nixian Gap. He brought up his proposal directly to his temporary business partner. Finley, are you open to establishing an ongoing relationship between the two of us? You mean a partnership? Yes. It is still premature to suggest a longer-term association between us when you have not even proven yourself yet. Being a journeyman is not enough to earn our confidence. If you demand me to reveal my identity to you, then forget about it. I won't accept such terms. That will make your proposal more difficult for us to stomach. Finley jerked his arms. Let us wait until you have completed the commission. In the meantime, I will bring your proposal to the higher-ups and wait for their response. I can't make any promises, however. Understandable. It is only a start. Perhaps Ves was being reckless by attempting to forge new ties without Calabast's involvement, but he figured he should strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 1473 Devil in the Detail. Ves barely paid attention to the remainder of the auction. He only idly observed the remaining objects that went up for auction, but despite their value, none of them tickled his interest. He got what he wanted. His primary objectives, item number 613 and item number 1255, fell under his possession or would soon be after he finished a quick commission. He also bagged a valuable sample of Sintra Umbra, which he could utilize in many helpful ways. Visiting the Circle of Mota had been more than worth it. The pathetic peacekeeper branch on Sinac 12 didn't offer nearly as much useful goods to him. Ves never witnessed such a huge disparity between legal and illegal markets. Certainly, Ves recognized the dangers of associating with the Circle of Mota. Not only did he risk getting caught or worse, he also contributed to the strengthening of pirates. To that, Ves had only one answer. He didn't care. Even if all of the furloughs he spent or Finley spent on his behalf went on to fund the deplorable activities of Nixian scum, Ves had more important concerns to worry about. In his quest to progress as fast as possible, he placed his own needs first and any other concerns second. The auction items he obtained as well as the 4 additional peastones he obtained at the regular marketplace expanded his options enormously. What he witnessed today opened his eyes. While the Nixian Gap was still as dangerous as ever, the minerals and exotics excavated from this strange region of space boggled his mind. Perhaps the most important observation he made was that the Nixian Gap appeared to be a definite source of spiritually reactive materials. How many peastones had been circulating in the Circle of Mota's marketplaces all these years? How many of them had gone to waste or pushed in a forgotten corner because no one recognized their true worth? Just imagining how many peastones he missed out frustrated him to no end. Hopefully, Ves could remedy this situation in time, either through his own efforts or with the help of Calabast once he returned home. For now, he still had a commission to complete. As soon as the auction concluded with a furious bidding round for a vial of light-prolonging serum of all things, an auction hall representative personally visited their private box in order to arrange the handover of the goods they won. As usual, we are in the process of shipping your items to your designated warehouse, in accordance with your prior arrangements, number 142. The representative smiled. As one of our honored VIPs, we've prioritized your shipment, so the goods will immediately be available to you once you step outside our auction hall. After a bit of chatting, the auction hall worker turned to Ves. As for you, number 6969, since item number 613 is not that large, we can complete the handover now if you wish. Please. Very well. The man gestured with his arm, causing a floating box that hovered behind him to float over to Ves. After he keyed himself into the floating box's systems, he briefly opened it to confirm he bid on the right object. A rocky, rose-gold, grapefruit-shaped object rested inside. Ves carefully extended his gloved fingers towards the exotic, but refrained from making contact. The close proximity was enough for him to confirm that he got the genuine article, and not some fake that the Circle of Mota secretly swapped out. In fact, now that he got close enough to sense item number 613 more thoroughly, he picked up strange new reactions that deviated from that of P-stones and F-stones. He discovered a third category of spiritually reactive exotics. Excited beyond wild, he nevertheless expressed little of his glee due to his dampened spiritual mask. Hesitant to give away any clues, Ves resisted the urge to study item number 613 further, and quickly closed the box. I am satisfied. Great. Each of you may exit your private box at your leisure. We offer several different exits to our honored guests. Let's go. Finley said and stood up, his 2 bodyguards stepping forward as well. There is a circle office nearby where we can draw up a contract under their auspices. Ves walked alongside Finley while Nita followed slightly behind. By now, it was clear that she served as his bodyguard, so she did not make any pretenses of being anything more. Because Finley enjoyed a VIP identity, the group managed to avoid the dense crowd of auction-goers exiting through the main entrance. They stepped outside a side entrance and hovered down to the surface by riding a platform. After that, the group moved to a large prefab structure frequented by a fair amount of visitors. Since the Circle of Motor brought together people from many different backgrounds, a lot of deal-making took place. Since the laws of the Sentinel Kingdom didn't reach the Circle of Moda, the mysterious organization stepped in to fill the void. With their reach, influence, and stellar reputation for neutrality, even the most distrustful pirates approved of them. The Circle served as a rare bastion of trust and fairness in the trade between Sentinel citizens and Nixian pirates. Of course, Ves still maintained his skepticism. He found it extremely unlikely that the Circle had never bent its rules. Still, the people visiting the contract office didn't appear to harbor any misgivings about making use of the Circle as a third-party witness, mediator, and enforcer for their illicit deals. That was a good sign. Once Finley relayed his request, a notary working for the Circle quickly ushered them into his office. If not for the drab, prefab interior, Ves would have imagined that he was about to sign a legal business contract. Hardly anything about the office screamed the fact that a lot of lurid deals had been signed here. I understand. The notary, who wore disturbingly plain business attire, quickly summoned up a projection and quickly loaded in a model contract. The short-term deal that you've described is very convenient so long as it doesn't extend past the time our marketplace is shuttered. Let us set the terms. The model contract soon described the terms that Ves and Finley agreed upon. Though the contract only mentioned them by their pseudonyms, as long as both remained at the marketplace, both of them still had to abide by the terms. In summary, the Rho Sigma agrees to modify the Spire Helix design in the possession of Finley according to the list of requirements he has set. A representative of the Night Zephyrs will come and judge whether the modified design meets their approval. In case of any issues or disagreements, any parties involved can request one of our arbitrators to step in and mediate the dispute. Is that correct? Both Ves and Finley assented to the terms. Neither Ves, Finley, or the representative of the Dark Mercenaries held an overwhelming amount of sway. Ves had been careful to insist on the latter. What if the envoy from the Night Zephyrs turned out to be a bastard who expected a journeyman to upgrade the Spire Helix design's basic performance parameters by 20% or something? That was way too difficult and took far too much time for him to accomplish. Ves refused to leave himself open to such a sneaky trap. Instead, Ves and Finley agreed to a more generous set of requirements. Ves did not have to strictly upgrade the Spire Helix design. Side-grade was the more appropriate word. As long as Ves managed to develop a variant of the Doom Crawler that seamlessly incorporated the 3 taboo weapon systems without any significant performance drops, the Dark Mercenaries had no choice but to accept. Of course, Ves was still expected to make some specific improvements and optimizations. While Finley didn't reveal where his superiors intended to deploy the Spire Helixes, he did reveal some basic environmental parameters. The site of the pirate fortification we intend to attack is placed on a rogue planet in the Nixian Gap. Finley carefully spoke as he transferred a series of virtual documents to Ves. The planet isn't very internally active, so its surface temperature is very cold. There is no atmosphere or any gases to speak of on the surface, but radiation exposure is a non-issue. I'm told the gravity is 0.53 g, so take that into account as well. From what Ves gathered, keeping the spire helix protected against the vacuum and resisting the cold that likely approached absolute zero would be his main challenges. On the other hand, the level of gravity the modified spire helixes would be subjected to was a very welcome point in his favor. Pretty much every mech was designed to operate under standard gravity conditions. At 0.53 g, the mechs effectively weighed only half as much, which meant that they expended far less energy to move, among other benefits. Of course, since the spire helix wasn't optimized to operate under such generous gravity conditions, Ves would have to make a lot of tweaks to maximize the gains. Do you wish the spire helix design to be optimized to operate at 0.53 g at the expense of its performance in standard gravity? Ves asked Finley as they stepped out of the office. I can make the doom crawlers considerably faster and more agile if they are freed from the constraints of maintaining their performance under different gravity conditions. Please do not degrade the spire helix's performance under standard gravity. Try your best to make the doom crawlers operate well in both environments. Ves pointedly turned towards Finley, though the effect was partially lost due to their shadow attire. You told me that the spire helixes will be broken down and recycled after they have been deployed for their intended use. I don't need to remind you of the dangers of hanging on to mechs that openly make use of taboo weapons systems. A tense moment passed between the two before Finley finally responded. I merely conveyed some of my understanding of the situation to you. Whether my superiors have any other intentions, I don't know. Just in case, I want the modified spire helixes to remain adaptable in case our plans have changed. That is not a good idea, Ves gravely responded. So long as you have those mechs laying around, the temptation to use them will always exist. What if Finley's faction decided to nuke a site in civilized space one day? What if they decided to rain down nuclear fury on a populated city deep within the Sentinel Kingdom? Nuking pirates was one thing, but employing weapons of mass destruction against humans in civilized space was another thing. The Big Two would never stay idle if that happened. Enforcing the prohibition against taboo weapons was the one rule that they still enforced to a very active degree. Once the MTA got involved and managed to capture one of the modified spire helixes, then there was a possibility that they might be able to tie its design back to Ves. Ves glowered under his helmet. If he wanted to minimize his exposure, then he needed to expend a lot of effort in making sure that his work carried none of his fingerprints. To Ves, that was hard, but still doable. He wasn't pleased, though. Finley engaged in deliberate misdirection by withholding an important requirement until after they signed the contract. Ves decided not to kick up a fuss. Even though that would be playing along with Finley's intention, he didn't want to complicate this already problematic business deal any further. I need a workshop and physical access to a spire helix, Finley. We have already made the arrangements. While we cannot allow you to access all 80 doom crawlers since they are packed in containers, our men will bring one of them over to the workshop that we have reserved so you can study it under our supervision. I work better if I am not disturbed. I'm sorry, Rho Sigma, but we insist. Great. Chapter 1474 Mech Performance Index. The workshop erected by the Circle of Motu to accommodate visiting mech designers offered decent facilities. Though all of the machinery and equipment looked fairly old and heavily used, Ves did not intend to make use of them anyway. The commission only called for him to design a variant of the spire helix. Though Ves could go the extra mile and apply his modifications to the physical copy of the mech that had been moved to the workshop, he did not stand to gain anything extra. Frankly, VS wasn't very eager to turn the Spire Helix into the deadliest platform for weapons of mass destruction. Though he did not object to the commission to the point of refusing it outright, he clearly lacked passion for the project. Fortunately, developing a variant was far easier than designing a completely new mech. Since VS had to work along existing design choices, his work demanded far more out of his technical capabilities than his creative vision. It was fine for him to treat the commission as a regular job and try to finish it in a decent fashion. It wasn't as if he would ever commercialize his variant and put it on the market. If that was the case, VS had to put far more effort into optimizing and strengthening his variant. 10 minutes after inspecting the workshop, VS returned to Finley. "The workshop is in order. I can begin my design work immediately." "Good." Finley jerked his robed and suited body. "I'll be taking off, then. A number of our men will remain in place to guard this facility and supervise your work. Please do not leave the workshop before the job is done or if the Circle of Moda instructs you otherwise." "I know. That's what I've signed up for. You can expect to receive your revised design very soon. Just make sure you have my rewards ready for transfer." After a brief chat, Finley finally left with his bodyguards. VS turned to Nita and made a silent gesture. "I will keep an eye on your watchers." She spoke and remained close but unobtrusive. VS had already gotten used to being stared at by Nita all the time. At least he was reasonably sure that she was completely on his side. The same could not be said for the faceless goons garbed in full-body armor. Half a dozen of them silently patrolled the interior and exterior of the lone mech workshop. It was a given that VS disliked their presence. He never really enjoyed performing his work with an audience. He only really got into his groove when he was by himself, or in the presence of like-minded mech designers such as Keddy's. As for Finley's guards, VS regarded each of them with a healthy amount of wariness. Considering the highly controversial nature of his commission, he could never discount the possibility that Finley would want to silence him afterwards. Ostensibly, the Circle of Moda ought to prevent such instances, but who knew if they were as impeccably neutral as they claimed? VS was a complete nobody to the Circle while Finley happened to be a VIP. Still, the chance that the Circle of Moda would run afoul of its own rules and traditions was small. It wasn't worth it for them to risk tarnishing their reputation in order to please a single faction. VS put his paranoid worries out of his mind and began to focus on the task at hand. Finley's organization had been very efficient in moving a physical copy of the Spire Helix into the workshop. "Before I begin, let me study the mech up close." VS approached the impressive Doom Crawler. Though dormant and locked in place by restraints, the Spire Helix nonetheless evoked a primordial sense of doom and terror in his heart. The mech looked formidable. "What a formidable machine! I can feel the intention of its designer from its very contours. Sharp. Intimidating. Unstoppable." Whoever designed the Spire Helix understood the basic essence of the Doom Crawler mech type. The design emphasized those characteristics as much as possible without compromising too much in other areas. Due to his heightened mech affinity, VS was capable of inferring a lot more clues out of the physical copy than before. He captured many nuances about the Doom Crawler, enough to paint a vague picture of the original mech designer's distinctive design style. The mech designer probably started off as an orthodox journeyman mech designer, but went pirate some time ago. Despite going pirate, the journeymen did not lose much of the thoroughness and meticulousness demanded of their profession. In fact, the journeymen successfully incorporated a lot of fundamental design traits tailored to a different clientele. As VS climbed up to the Doom Crawler and entered the cockpit to boot up its operating system, he discovered the extent the original mech designer had gone to simplify the Spire Helix's piloting requirements. The extent of automation employed by the Spire Helix frankly alarmed Ves. A disturbing amount of control had been taken out of the hands of the mech pilots. If the AIs of the Spire Helixes were ever tampered with, then most of its nuclear arsenal could easily be unleashed in the wrong direction. He sighed. This isn't my problem. A lot of things could go wrong by placing so much control over the doomed crawler's destructive weapon systems in the hands of exploitable AIs. Yet Ves did not have the leverage to impose any changes in its specifications. For a moment, Ves considered sneaking some tampered code into the programming of the mechs themselves. However, he reconsidered shortly afterwards. Any decent apprentice mech designer proficient in mech programming would easily be able to identify any detrimental elements in the updated software packages. Ves did not wish to risk his own safety, or endanger his deal with Finley over a misguided attempt at appeasing his morality. As long as the modified Spire Helixes didn't blow anything up that belonged to him, its owners were free to use them as they wished. All right. I'm done here. Ves and Nita exited the heavy mech's roomy cockpit and approached an open design terminal. There, Ves activated its design suite and loaded in the Spire Helix design. He also imported the component design files of the nuclear cannons, gamma laser weapon mounts, and nuclear-capable missile launchers. He stared deeply at the different schematics projected side by side. Compared to the Spire Helix's standard armaments, the replacement weapon systems took up considerably more space. If the modifications only amounted to swapping out one weapon system with another weapon system with nearly identical parameters, then Finley wouldn't have been so desperate to seek out a journeyman. The base model of the Spire Helix doesn't have the capacity to accommodate all of the replacement weapon systems, he whispered. Since that is the case, I will have to make some room instead. He began to work. He first ripped out the old weapon systems, leaving gaping holes in the doomed crawler's altered design. Then he tried and failed to fit the new weapon systems in place of the old ones. Though the attempts failed straight away, the exercise still assisted him in visualizing the amount of room he had to free up from the doomed crawler. This is going to be a difficult challenge, he muttered. One of the requirements he had to abide by was that the overall performance of his variant could not be any less than that of the base model. Certainly, it was fine if the mech design was a little bit less resilient, as long as Ves compensated the deficiency in another way, such as improving its speed. The key here was that Ves could not allow his variant's performance index to fall. The Mech Performance Index was a simplified indicator that summed up a mech or mech design's overall performance. The MTA developed a very complex formula that attempted to take every important variable into account and come up with a single index number that signified how good a mech performed. The mech industry hated performance indexes. To sum up and condense all of the complexities of a mech design into a single number meant that lots of the strengths, nuances, and uniqueness of a mech design would be lost. However, laymen such as Finley weren't able to determine whether a mech design was good or not by reading out an entire spec sheet. Their inability to interpret all of the technical parameters meant that they either had to listen to the advice of a knowledgeable insider or depend on crutches like performance indexes to evaluate a mech design. The base of the Mech Performance Index started at 100. The MTA matched this number to the very first standard mech design in existence at the very start of the Age of Mechs. That was a long time ago. With over 400 years of rapid progress in the field of mech design, most mechs far surpassed the performance of those ancient machines. The performance index of even the cheapest third-class frontline mechs already reached the thousands. Of course, a doomed crawler like the Spire Helix possessed a performance index that reached high in the tens of thousands. Ves wasn't allowed to let that index drop by one for his variant. Finley insisted that a journeyman like him ought to be capable of implementing the changes without degrading the doom crawlers. Well, he's right, he muttered. Apprentices probably won't be able to keep the mech performance index at the same level. As for Ves, he could already tell it would only pose a moderate challenge to him. The reason why a challenge existed at all was that Ves was forced to discount the vast increase in destructive power to boost his variance performance index. It would have been too easy to game the performance index if that was the case. Finley wasn't that stupid to discount this loophole, unfortunately. Well, no matter. Ves began to work immediately. Since he did not have enough space, he first began to tinker around the weaponless version of the Spire Helix. He spotted many ways to make more room and to accommodate the increased heat and energy draw of the new weapon components. I can't forget to strengthen the radiation shielding as well. In addition to these basic changes, he also had to optimize the mech's ability to operate on the 0.53G environment that Finley had mentioned. To do that, Ves scanned the entire design and marked many areas which he could alter in order to optimize the Spire Helix to operate on a small and sunless rogue planet. All in all, by the time Ves finished planning his upcoming work, almost every aspect about the base model needed to be changed. Most of the changes were fairly subtle. Ves tried to keep the changes as easy as possible to apply to existing mechs because that was part of the commission requirement. He could not go too far in his proposals and force mech technicians to expend a lot of time and effort into enacting all of the modifications. Even so, Ves couldn't avoid implementing more drastic changes, especially with regards to fitting in the new weapon system. He tore out a considerable amount of minor subcomponents and structural supports from the base model. In order to keep the performance index from dropping due to his actions, Ves implemented even more changes to the design in order to optimize his variance performance. That was the most challenging aspect about this job. Though Ves still rushed the job, he nonetheless spent 2 entire days to puzzle out effective solutions that addressed all of the thorny problems. Ves predicted that an ordinary journeyman that didn't enjoy his advantages would have taken at least a week to accomplish this much more, if not more. His abnormal attributes, skills, and mech affinity all contributed to an exceptionally productive design session. In particular, the improvements he gained from his continued assimilation of senior-level mechanics played a starring role. Since much of the work involved making space, the structure of the Spire Helix experienced a lot of changes. Trying to make sense of them, and seeking out ways to make better use of the limited space was a lot easier to do now that Ves began to apply many new advanced theories. The original mech designer owes me a favor when he sees my variant. He couldn't help but snort. If he carries some of my changes over to his base model, it will likely perform 10% better. Chapter 1475 Annihilator. Ves only possessed a sparse amount of experience with heavy mechs. Heavy mechs generally tended to be a mech type that only showed up in military mech regiments. Only military mech designers or those working for a company that serviced the military became exposed to heavy mech designs. Heavy mechs were big, expensive, and put an enormous strain on a mech unit's logistical capacity. They also only truly unearthed their potential in major battles and campaigns. For these reasons, hardly any private outfit wanted to put up with these costly elephants. It was practically impossible to run a mercenary corps at a profit by fielding heavy mechs. Not just the end users, but also the mech designers experienced headaches whenever they came in touch with heavy mechs. It took a lot more effort to design a heavy mech. Their far greater mass and volume limits meant that mech designers had a lot more room to work with. This sounded like a great thing as they could stuff all kinds of goodies into their heavy mech designs, but there was a downside to it as well. Anyone can fill up an empty mech design. However, it takes skill to turn the mech design into something effective. This wasn't the extent of the problems. Heavy mechs possessed very different performance characteristics from medium mechs. Due to their very pronounced characteristics, heavy mechs were judged by different standards. Heavy mech designers adopted distinctly different design paradigms. This posed some problems to Ves. He wasn't entirely familiar with the divergent design paradigms. What was bad for medium mechs might in fact be good for heavy mechs. However, even if that was the case, Ves still managed to work on the spire helix as if he was a natural with heavy mechs. With his current capabilities, he easily understood the various nuances and complexities concerning heavy mechs even if he hadn't read any textbooks dedicated to the topic. Furthermore, many of the skills and sub-skills he acquired from the system also dedicated some portions to heavy mechs. To say that Ves was a complete newcomer to heavy mechs was not quite true. In addition, the base model of the spire helix was in itself a great teacher to Ves. In fact, having ready access to the physical copy helped his understanding of doom crawlers enormously. While Ves hadn't derived enough insights to design his own doom crawler, he was more than capable enough to competently modify an existing design. Since Ves encountered few serious issues in the process of designing his variant, he began to divert some of his attention to other priorities. He hadn't forgotten about his priority to minimize his connection to the spire helix annihilator, which he named his variant as its altered design took shape. He made a conscious effort to obfuscate his design style in his work on the variant. He purposefully made his design style more bland, as if Ves directly adhered to all of the recommendations of the MTA. Ves believed he had done a good job in minimizing his fingerprints in his work. In his judgment, any orthodox journeyman mech designer could have performed the modifications. In fact, Ves went a step ahead and tried to inject deliberately different design traits into the annihilator design. He went as far as constructing a spiritual mask of a different mech designer before donning it in order to subconsciously lay a trail of false breadcrumbs. Doing this meant that his falsehoods appeared a lot more authentic than if he deliberately tried to insert some red herrings into the annihilator design. The important point about the false trails was that they came across as authentic. Even if a senior encountered the spire helix annihilator, the older mech designer would probably tie its designer to someone completely different than Ves. I'm actually really good at this. Ves saw a lot of potential with this application of spiritual masking. In fact, if he put a lot more effort into constructing a mask, he could even impersonate other mech designers. Ves wondered how far he could take this technique. Perhaps he might be able to imitate another mech designer's design philosophy by stealing their spiritual fragments before merging them into his mask. The possibilities are frightening. Would he be able to apply this technique in other ways? For example, to emulate a collaborative work? If his suspicions were true, as long as he refined his spiritual masking technique further, he'd be able to design a mech alone that required others to combine their efforts. It was the ultimate spiritual technique for loner mech designers. In other words, it was tailor-made for a paranoid, solitary bastard like Ves. Ugh! Ves shook his head inside his helmet. He was attempting to move away from that. He put so much effort into socializing with other mech designers and recruiting future mech designers lately in order to find willing collaborators and assistants. He really missed having someone like Keddies on hand to bounce ideas and to offload work he didn't enjoy. If he had a dozen more subordinate mech designers at his disposal, his productivity would skyrocket. Unfortunately, Ves didn't have enough time to explore these possibilities any further right now. He was in a hurry to finish the annihilator, so he only adopted a bland and generic design style for simplicity and expedience. Though it sounded rather basic, his measures were enough to erase all but the most subtle commonalities to his distinctive design style. In fact, he spent much of the remainder of his design session on going over his annihilator design in order to scour away any design elements that might possibly tie back to his work. I have to be thorough. I can't let a single mistake pass through. Ves completed his work over the course of just 4 days, far faster than a typical journeyman would take. This in itself was another form of misdirection on his part. By completing his design work so fast, he basically gave the impression that he was an older and more experienced journeyman. A mech designer who was so productive that he designed the annihilator design according to Finley's requirements in just 4 days had to be an old hand in his profession. Ves even expressed some of his senior-level skills in the annihilator design to reinforce this impression. It was as if he was an old journeyman who was already midway towards his preparations to advancing to senior. All in all, a mech designer who appraised the annihilator design and compared it to the base model would never suspect that Ves had anything to do with it because he was too young. In fact, most people would immediately rule him out because he had only advanced to journeyman very recently. There were still some holes in this plan. Once Ves completely assimilated his senior-level mechanics and metallurgy skills, he did not wish to restrain himself once he designed his next mechs. If it became known that part of his knowledge base had reached the level of a senior, then there was a possibility that he could still be connected to his annihilator design. Yet that was still unlikely. Ves would worry a bit if the MTA got their hands on the annihilator's design schematics, but only for a little bit. As for the mech designers that worked for Finley's faction? They couldn't even get a single journeyman to agree to incorporate taboo weapons in the Spire Helix design. Anyone less than a senior or a perceptive journeyman shouldn't be able to read his work as well as him. If an apprentice appraised his design, they'd only pick up some surface aspects that were mired with falsehoods. Only one thing bothered Ves a lot. As he put the finishing touches on his annihilator design, he silently lamented his inability to express his distinctive design philosophy. In some ways, it felt incredibly wrong for him to make no attempts at instilling life into the Spire Helix annihilator design. Pretty much every other mech he designed or worked on benefited from his specialty. It felt extremely unnatural for him to work on a mech while trying his best to keep it as dead as possible. Instead of concentrating his mind in order to concentrate on a distinct vision for his annihilator design, he instead relaxed it as much as possible so that his mind was filled with chaos. Though it impacted his productivity to a certain extent, Ves was far too good of a mech designer to let that hinder him. Even if he only spent a portion of his attention on designing his variant, he still did a good job. Ves still experienced some discomfort, though. If not for his spiritual mask, his mentality would have rebelled much more. The only part about him that seriously took issue was his design seed. It turned out his design seed really didn't like it if he tried to muffle his design philosophy. During many instances, Ves had the illusion that he was tearing himself in two. He tried so hard to pretend to be a different mech designer than Ves Larkinson, specialist in spiritual man-machine symbiosis, that he suspected that he could do some serious damage if he pushed it any further. Fortunately, 4 days was short enough that his design seed only became somewhat disgruntled. While it constantly radiated disapproval, it didn't shift or alter in any significant fashion. Ves mentally wiped his brow as he observed the state of his design seed. He hadn't really considered the damage he could do to his design seed. It seemed like designing a mech without leaving behind his fingerprints was far harder than he thought. "What do you think?" Ves asked Nita. His bodyguard had remained by his side all this time. She had been keeping an eye on Finley's men stationed at the mech workshop. "I am not a mech designer," she spoke. All I see is a six-legged machine with lots of armor and weapons. Compared to the original design, this one is bigger on the weapon department and smaller on the armor department. Ves shrugged. He couldn't expect anything more from a laywoman like Nita. Her description wasn't wrong, though. Doom crawlers were distinct heavy mechs that relied on heavy armor and heavy ranged firepower to lay waste against any opposition in their way. Ves made a conscious choice to reduce the armor and increase the mobility of his Spire Helix Annihilator. The reduction in mass was a necessity since Ves had to make a lot of room to accommodate the larger and more potent weapon systems. However, reducing the armor and some other stuff from the base model meant that his variant's mech performance index took a substantial dip. In order to compensate for the loss in armor, Ves had no choice but to raise the mobility of his mech. With the help of his deep understanding of mechanics, he managed to make his Doom Crawler variant a little bit faster than before. While the Spire Helix Annihilator wasn't about to race across the surface of a planet anytime soon, the increase in mobility was still a welcome addition that brought up its performance index back to normal. In fact, the difference is a lot more drastic in low-gravity environments. At 0.53 g, the Spire Helix Annihilator weighed almost twice as less. How much nimbler did a heavy mech become when they suddenly fought against much less gravity than before? Perhaps achieving a 30% speed boost was very much possible, even on rough terrain. While this sounded like a huge increase, Ves did not forget that Doom crawlers already moved as slow as a snail. Amplifying the speed of a snail by 30% just turned it into a faster snail. It was still nowhere near to matching the sprinting speed of a hare. In any case, Ves no longer believed he needed to do anything to finish the commission. It's done! Now, he needed to see if the representative of the Dark Mercenaries accepted the modifications he made to the Spire Helix design,